can see it as well. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, workers of America with earbuds, autodidacts, wannabe intellectuals, and everybody who's lacking the tools for conviviality and who are trying to form learning webs against the grain and tendencies of anti-intellectualism in the United States today. I'm really excited for what we're about to do. I've got a bunch of amazing guests lined up for special interviews as well as planning sessions. In the next segment that is beginning here in 4 minutes, I will be joined by Peter Rollins, Ted Reese, and Noor Hariri, as well as Nance. And we will be brainstorming and talking about organizing as a form of praxis for theory. But with that, I'm going to roll the PSA here so we can give people a little bit more time to get to the live stream. And remember, everybody, you can always play this back from the beginning later. But with that, we're going to roll it. Here we go.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working-class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Welcome, everybody. Sorry about that little lag there getting started. Typical Theory Underground technical difficulties, of course. Welcome, Nance, Peter, Ted, Nora. How are you all doing today?
Doing good. Really happy to be on this stream. I'm excited about it.
It's really great to have you all. And so I was telling Ted and Nora and Nance that this was like a really special opportunity for us, while we're getting plans nailed down for the European tour, to kind of put our heads together and talk about some of the different kinds of organizing or event spaces that we've been in, talk about theory and organizing theory events, and that as potentially being a form of praxis. And so this is really exciting then to have Peter Rollins here with us, because a lot of people know him for his various books. All of us here are publishing in various ways, but beyond being an author and a public speaker or intellectual, one of the things that I admire, and I've always admired about Peter, is that he is doing real life organizing events in the age of the internet, and he has been the whole time. I think maybe, are you on break from doing that right now, or have you been just continuously doing that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I kicked off doing events. The secret, I shouldn't tell you the dirty secret, but I had a conversion experience when I was 17 into like an evangelical conservative environment, but it was very event organized. You would do events, you'd have musicians, you'd have speakers, you'd get people together. You did what's called liturgy, and it wasn't just for the mind. You also experienced like rituals and all of that. So when I started doing my PhD work, and at the time was reading people like Derrida, doing post-structuralism, my training from that conversion was like, what does this look like in environment? What does this look like with artists and musicians? And so I did that for a decade before I wrote my first book and before we went to America. And so yes, event organizing has been central to what I've done from when I was 20.
It's one of the things that I've noticed about Christians is that they actually get together in real life.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm interested in church. I mean, I'm trying to develop a Church of the Contradiction at the moment, because I believe in liturgy. I believe in weekly gathering together to experience an event and to have fidelity to that event. And a lot of my work is about going, I actually even think that the actually existing churches can be delivery mechanisms of some of these ideas. That's the more controversial bit of what I do. But it's already, we have a network of groups that meet together weekly. And if, for example, there is a notion of a self-divided absolute within Christianity, and you can inject those ideas into an actually existing collective, which already has music, already has ritual, already has sermons, already has that structure, you can get a lot further than 10 people in a bar, So, yeah.
Well, so speaking of the 10 people in a bar, and you obviously do stuff in bars and pubs, and
yeah.
this
people, yes, I do that regularly too. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of more intimate events lined up for Paris and Brussels, but then we've also got some of these bigger public ones, and we'll get into all that. I'll make sure to kind of close out this stream by getting into some of the details of when we'll be in this city or that city and stuff like that. And I want to bring it back around and ask you about Icon. But first I want to give Ted, Nor, Nance an opportunity to each introduce themselves and maybe say something about one of the best or worst experiences you've had in organizing. Just as we'll do a little icebreaker. We'll go Nor, then Ted, then Nance.
Okay, before I introduce myself, I have a question I'd like to ask Peter about this Church of Contradiction. If you can elaborate more on it.
Yeah. In brief, it's really taken. So a lot of my influences are Lacan, Zizek, Hegel, And I'm interested in this notion of having a liturgy. And by liturgy, I just kind of mean a weekly gathering that involves music, spoken word, art, that invites people into an experience of this self-division, of this dialectic. And that's kind of what Church of the Contradiction is in a nutshell. And I've done various versions of this at various places, mostly in Northern Ireland. And we call it transformance art, and also decentering practices. So decentering practices are a type of practice that are designed to destabilize people and kind of, again, bring in this idea of self-division. And then transformance art is the liturgical experience. Does that clarify anything? Do you want to jump in? Any other questions? I don't want to hog the time. Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, I don't know what to say about myself. I'm doing my PhD in philosophy here in Berlin. Not exactly in Berlin, in Frankfurt. Goethe University. I am a journalist. I translate philosophy books from English into Arabic. What else? And I try to publish as much as I can, but mostly everything I published so far was in Arabic, and I'm trying to publish more in English. So that's exactly what I do for now. And I don't know, I'm interested also to know about Ted and Nance.
You also wrote an amazing... I just have to say one thing really quick, and that is that Noor also wrote an amazing piece in underground, or for underground theory, and so make sure to check that out. Ted Reese also has a piece in here. Hold on, Noor. It's called To Opt for the Bad Side, and it's really kind of like, is this accurate, between Zizek and Levinas.
And also Lacan, it discusses the Lacanian choice, because Lacan always invites us to choose the bad side. So that's exactly what I discussed. Why do we have to choose the bad side? What is this bad side?
Thank you.
That's the great thing about dialectic is you get the choice between life and death, you choose death. You get the choice between happiness and suffering, you choose suffering. Yeah, there's a dialectic where you always choose the worst. It's fascinating.
I think it's similar, yes. Yeah.
And then Ted wrote how the 2020 lockdown served capitalism. There you go, Ted. Anything else you'd like to say about your work that you've been up to these days, or the books that you've written?
Yeah, that was probably my most controversial work for obvious reasons, I suppose. But generally, I write about the crisis of capitalism with a Marxist analysis, drawing heavily on Henrik Grossman, who I think was the best defender of Marxist capital in the 20th century. He's fairly well known, but I still think he's criminally underread and misunderstood. So I trying to sort of revive his contribution. And yeah, I've the main stuff I've been doing is following and researching in depth like the empirical trends that I think are really supporting Marx's analysis that capitalism is a transitory mode of production historically, and that this must lead to what I term as what do I call it? I can't remember anymore. As a state monopoly socialism. So at the moment, I think we're in a phase of advanced state monopoly capitalism, and I think that's leading inexorably to a state monopoly socialism, because for example, we see this ever greater monopolization of the private ownership of the means of production, and that has sort of led me to develop a theory of a sort of a final merger that I think capitalism is having to head towards, especially in the age of automation, where manufacturing labour, which has been exploited for so long as the source of value for capital, is now effectively heading into an era where that is disappearing. So yeah, that's the main gist of my work. Now,
Ted and Noor, neither of you had suggested a best or worst organizing experience. And of course, we don't want to call out any organizers or ruin anybody's day. So you can always keep it vague if you want to go with the worst one. But I'm wondering if either of you has a best or worst that comes to mind. If not, no worries.
I mean, being chased by cops on an immigration raid isn't that much fun, I suppose, if you can count that. And events where hardly anyone turns up when you're expecting a bigger turnout is obviously, that's probably worse, actually.
I feel like Nance's answer is going to be his worst experiences were all Theory Underground.
No, those are the only good ones, man. Yeah, I'm Nance. I am just a disgruntled malcontent from the internet, and I think about things and I read, and I am trying to rediscover, I don't know, some kind of hope. I always felt like being a leftist was like just an expression of radical hope. And then maybe I went through a period where I was less convinced of that. And like through being able to just obsessively read and think with other people on through Theory Underground, I think I am rediscovering that radical hope. And that's pretty much it. Like I don't know. I do think there's hope for the future. I do think we're currently completely fucked, and it's going to take radical acts of organizing and radical theory and perseverance and dedication and all that stuff to get us through to what comes next. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fancy published person or all that stuff, so.
But he's got an amazing piece in Underground Theory. Yeah. And I'm gonna talk Nance up for a second. He's the only person who's taken all of the courses in Theory Underground. There are a lot of people who wish that they could and they can't because of usually time energy issues. It's not usually a money issue because there is a scholarship, so people really can take everything if they have the large blocks of energy infused repeatable time throughout their week. But because people don't have time energy, because it's all collapsed into labor power, nobody's able to actually do that. So Nance has been, and he was able to go on tour with us, with myself and my wife Anne, and it was a really great time. That was the Canada-US tour that took place throughout the month of September and part of Canada, in which we went from Boise, Idaho, all the way to New York and DC and back through Chicago and Kansas City and LA, and like we were all over the place, Portland, Seattle. And as a sort of quilting point, Seattle is where it got most controversial, though of course not a lot of people tuned in. And this is where I'm going to oust Nance, at least to just say, like, the way he just set it up is like he's got hope and it's going to take organizing. But his position in Seattle was that we need to strongly emphasize theory over organizing. And because everywhere we went on tour, people care more about organizing than they do theory. And of course, what they're organizing or how they organize tends to not, well, it doesn't give us hope. I'll just say that.
Yeah, because they are stuck in like old modes. I think there's a lot of, I don't know, maybe synergy between what Peter was talking about and what we've been talking about with Theory Church, which I don't think we've publicly talked about a lot. Yeah, like I was saying, all the old modes of organizing, we should just stop. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying to organize something.
Because one of the things, like the thing I'm interested in as an organizer of a very different type than usually on the left is, I'm really interested obviously in desire, modes of desire. And I'm interested in how capitalism, right, so, you've got the critique of capitalism that it doesn't work. And then you've got the idea that capitalism does work. So it doesn't work, creates all sorts of depressions and recessions and alienation. Capitalism does work. The high tide raises all the ships and da-da-da. But, as I'm sure most of us feel, is capitalism works because it doesn't, right? There's a certain it doesn't give you what you want. It hooks into our drive. It kind of like, and it's actually in a sense unnatural, and that's exactly why it kind of works. And it involves a certain mode of desire. For me, what we have to have is spaces that show that hook into desire in a different way, that evoke and express a different form of desire, a desire directly or a drive directly for loss itself. And so for me, like a lot of the so-called left is, to use the words of Todd McGowan, a left-wing deviation of the right. There's still splitting right and wrong, good and bad, demons, cowboys and Indians, even if it's the Indians now who are the goodies and the cowboys, but there's still the goodies and baddies, a non-dialectic kind of paranoid schizoid type of approach. And the reason why I'm interested in a liturgy is the liturgy is not about event organizing in a sense of politically. It's about expressing a different modality of, I suppose, connecting with drive in a more emancipatory way. And that's, I think, missing in a lot of the left. That's why I'm interested in liturgy. I'm interested in going, how do we get together and kind of not directly enjoy lack and not get led by the nose in the way that capitalist economy works,
Well, I feel like at this point, everyone's said left, left, left so many times, I actually just have to kind of oust myself as the person who, whenever asked directly, I say I do not identify this way. And
I don't either anymore. I hate the term because but I know it has a history, so some people want to redeem it. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah. And I there are people, I have two kinds of friends. Ones who think that there's a left to be nostalgic about, and that's the only thing that gives them hope, is the idea that it could come back. I think, Ted, you probably fit into that category. You believe that there is a potential for something more like the old left, and you're, at least in your Socialism or Extinction book, some kind of a new Leninism would be necessary to, that gives you hope, yes?
I mean, I've sort of left that as an open question because I don't think I don't think there's a fixed way of doing anything. What I do think is that there will have to be a vanguard organization or vanguard organizations. I mean, in Cuba, when there was the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro's guerrillas sort of led the revolution, but there were other revolutionary groups that were sort of not under his command but working alongside him under a sort of umbrella organization, and then once they'd sort of seized state power, they all sort of merged into the Communist Party with the old socialist parties and that sort of thing. So it can pan out in different complex ways. And one of the things I've said is it might pan out like a bit like it did in Russia in 1917, or it might be more like the sort of more protracted struggles that China had, or it could be something even completely different. I don't know, because we're living in different times, different conditions. I think the fact that we are coming up against what I view to be limits of capitalism, like historically, are gonna have a big influence. So yeah, I think that's an open question. I don't sort of rule anything totally in or totally out.
Well, if there are different ways that it can go down and it is to go down, then my hope is that it goes down the way it did in Portugal, April 25th, 1974, when apparently a song was played over the radio. Everyone went out in the streets, put carnations up in their hands, put the carnations in the barrels of guns. There wasn't shooting, there wasn't explosions. Communist regime took over. I love that. That's the story that we were never told. I don't think any American ever hears that story in school. But I'm also of this more cynical position. Not because I don't have hope. I have tremendous hope. But my big concern, it's always where I come back to with you, Ted, is that neo-feudalism's a real concern, and that there is a revolutionary-minded branch of the professional managerial class that sees itself as some kinds of progressives, and that they're in part represented by people who get together in Davos and say they hate capitalism. It's real. Like, they actually don't like capitalism. And they say that they're going to do this, we'll get rid of private property, but they're using anti-capitalism as a legitimation narrative for the continued exploitation of labor power, and they're going to maintain the job-centric society. If I found out that they weren't going to maintain the job-centric society, I'd just get in bed with them. Honestly, I'd have no problem with that. But anybody who is against the job-centric society and allowing families to have their time, energy is friends of us. And so what I hope is that in London, Ted, we'll be able to actually do a panel on Marxism versus post-Marxism, capitalism versus neo-feudalism, and that we'll be able to kind of really get into it in a more structured way than in the past, where it's just drinks in a burger joint or whatever. You
guys should be in Belfast. Why are you not coming to Belfast? You can stay at my place. God, you're right. You're just a half an hour flight. We're gonna have to talk about that.
The flights are really cheap this time of year, right? Because we're buying the tickets hopefully next week. If we buy the tickets now, then we save so much that we can actually do stuff like that where we add stops. And so I've just been saying that it's all about who rolls out the red carpet for us. And up until this point, the people who filled out the form that's on the website, there are people who watch the streams. They filled out the form. Peter, you're so close to the deadline. You're just like 3 days past it. We could definitely do Belfast,
Okay, let's work that out. Let's talk about that later. Yeah.
Okay.
Get you out. Yeah.
That'd be amazing. Yeah. And going back to Portugal, 1974, the April 25th revolution, they're going to be having a celebration out there in the streets where they all go out and sing that song. And Nance and I will be there as the real beginning of the tour. And really, we're just scouting out the main conference event facilities. We have these amazing amenities offered by this old culture building that is in the middle of the city. It used to be like this super aristocratic thing. Now it's very like a monthly membership is like €3. You know what I mean? Like it's very I don't want to call it a squat. I know that a lot of the places in Europe that do this kind of thing are more anarchist squats. This is not quite a squat, but it's a lot closer to that. And our contact, who sadly has to work right now, shout out to Patricia. She is a DJ there. She DJs for like live events that usually have 50 to 100 people. For our event, it's definitely going to have like 100 people. And the lead up to the dance party, really, it's a 3-day event of conference style breakout sessions in the 2 main rooms. There's a cheap bar. The whole setup is just absolutely amazing. I was going to have pictures up on the screen and show everybody, and we could talk about that. But I kind of want to use our remaining 23 minutes here to I wanted to set you up there, Peter, to talk a little bit about some of the crazy shit you did with Icon back in the day. And is that the craziest shit you've done? Was like the most experimental was probably with Icon, or were you doing? I don't really know your full biography, so.
Yeah, no, Icon was probably the most experimental stuff that I'm, trying to start again in a different way with CCon now. So very similar. Church of Contradiction is the working title. But yeah, Icon. At the time, I mean, I would definitely interpret it differently now, but at the time I was interested in creating a space where doubt, complexity, and ambiguity were expressed in a liturgical, in a kind of artistic way. And we called this transformance art, where you went into a bar and there was, through maybe a DJ and ritual, you created this environment that basically expressed, for example, if you say that the whole point of kind of liturgy in the confessional church is kind of God is whole and complete and you're not, right? And you're separated, alienated from the divine. And one day, whether in this life or the next, you will return to that wholeness and completeness. So the narrative is there was an original blessing in the terms of someone like Matthew Fox, an original blessing, then there's a fall, and then there is a redemption, a kind of a return to fullness. Within Icon, we were experimenting, exploring this idea that the fall comes first, that creates the fantasy of a previous wholeness and then the desire for a completeness in the future. So we took seriously what original sin, right, which I don't think the church takes seriously, as an original lack, an original castration. That it's not a loss, it's originary. And that the good news of Icon was you're not going to die. You already have. You just haven't symbolized it, right? That the death that you think is coming has already occurred. That there's a form of destitution that is subjectivity itself. And Icon was designed to help you, in a sense, come to terms with the catastrophe that has already occurred within you. And yeah, that was kind of the beginnings of that. I don't know if you want to ask anything about that.
No, this is funny because, this is Theory Underground. We're all theory people. We're all academically based in some sense. And so the answer to my question was all theory, but like practically, people are walking up on the street and there's a bunch of protesters outside of a building. They're holding signs saying that there's blasphemy and heretics inside. So then they go inside to check out what's going on. People are doing these radical doubt experiments, atheism for Lent, et cetera, et cetera. I'll let you kind of elaborate on some of the crazy stuff that they might have seen when they go into these events. But the people who were holding signs out on the street were actually plants working with Icon. And everything was performance art, yeah?
Yes, we love doing that. I forgot about that. That was a really fun one. We did, we're doing an event where, I remember we did an event where we had quite a well-known musician there, and everything was running late, and so we had to let everybody in late, and then the guy was doing a sound check, and we kept saying, listen, we're about to start, we haven't started yet, and the whole event was about hope and eschatology and waiting, and so the whole event was not happening. So what people thought was them waiting for the event was the event. And over time, somebody might have grasped it, they're very smart in 10 minutes, some people half an hour, some people it took them the entire hour, where they're really, really frustrated that this musician that they wanted to see literally was paid to do a sound check. But we were trying to find the form that would express the content. So often we were really playing with, I think that's my dishwasher. Okay. We were trying to play with these experiences where you weren't just thinking, you were doing. And me as a trained theorist, as in I did my PhD in philosophy, my job was to try to bring together a musician, a poet, an artist, and try to curate this experience, this 1 hour desert in the oasis of our lives, where people would kind of not just intellectually think about these things, but somehow experience them in their being. So yeah, we did lots of things. Some of them were just very beautiful. We had one night where there was just 100 broken wine glasses in the bar, and we poured red wine into these wine glasses and dripped onto the floor as we put these things forward of when God had sinned against us. Whether people believed in God or not, they understood the idea when the universe had sinned against us. And, just experiences of where we try to articulate these ideas. And I call them a communion, not a community, because for me, a community is a group that's formed around a shared set of beliefs, a shared set of practices, a shared enemy. This was a communion because it was a group of people gathered together around a shared loss. So the death of God for me kind of symbolizes the ultimate kind of asymmetry or antagonism at the heart of everything. So a communion is a meal in which we identify with that death together.
It's amazing. Yeah. Nora's like, I'm out. That's too much for me now.
Too much.
I know she's still here. It's just that on our video side, I'm only showing the video participants right now. So it looked like she just dropped out. But I guess I want to say that, yeah, in the same way that you're encouraging Christians to enter radical spaces of doubt, complexity, and ambiguity, my project, because I'm doing it for myself, has been the same thing with the left, right? This is, it's an idol that people have built up in their minds. It's a master signifier. It's in some way does something with their big other, or it mediates their relation to the big other. It is idealistic. It is not something that we see on the ground. In fact, when people have criticisms of the way the left works on the ground, they do it by recourse to this ideal in their mind. And if we're being nominalistic, we can only go with who's in the room and who did what, where, and at what point in history, and to quilt it the whole thing as one big abstract force is an interesting maneuver. It might have validity, but I've been very skeptical about it. So post-leftism for Lent isn't exactly how I would say it, because of course that would only make sense to people who practice Lent, and of course the left doesn't tend to practice Lent. Of course there is this tradition of liberation theology, but that is kind of the
I agree, by the way, with Todd McGowan. I think Todd McGowan's work's very good, but where he actually says that I think that the left kind of party went wrong when they ditched Hegel's stuff on the state and religion. That actually, so after Feuerbach and you get into Marx, you kind of the left ditches, Hegel's religion and Christianity, but potentially, and I'd have to show my working out here, but the conclusion without the working out is actually it's in this notion of a self-divided God. My God, why have you forsaken me? And that in a sense that this prevents you from thinking that there is a resolution to the contradiction. So within the left, you very often get a utopic kind of thinking. And of course today you have, whether it's commodity satisfaction, psychedelic enlightenment, sexual liberation, my God, everybody's promising wholeness and completeness, non-dialectical thinking. If the left means anything, it means A does not equal A. If the left means anything, it means dialectics. And potentially, this is again the argument I would make, is that Christianity in its radical form, not its confessional form, but this idea of the death of God, not simply as God dies, but God has death woven within itself, that God has alienation within itself, is a kind of way of saying Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, or Gödel's incompleteness theorem, or evolution. They're all the same. They're all saying that reality is not at one with itself, and that's why I'm interested in Christianity in particular. But that's exactly this message is for the wider world. Lots of people don't believe in God, but I lived in the most religious place in the world. I lived in LA, the mecca of wholeness and completeness, where everybody is, thinking they're going to find the answers through, as I say, money, fame, sex, drugs. I've got nothing against drugs, stuff like that, but when you do it thinking that you're going to meet with the divine, be one with all of reality, it's just an ersatz God. There's just so many ersatz gods.
Nance, Ted, got any? I want to give Nance or Ted an opportunity to ask you, or myself, anything on any of that, really, or if you have something else that you wanted to get to.
Oh, well, I can bang on about this stuff all day. But I will say one thing about the event organizing, and then yes, please jump in, anybody, is that my real interest is in the enjoyment of the left. There is a certain enjoyment that we have to have that has to be, and it's like if what we're creating doesn't offer an alternative form of enjoyment. McGowan wrote a great book and a great title, Enjoying What You Don't Have, right? It's a great title for a book, but the idea of communion or congregation, which is a kind of enjoying what you don't have, in fact, the early definition of God was God as a signifier that signifies something that cannot be signified, right? That's Anselm's definition of God, right? So at a very early thing, there's this, it's a signifier that signifies what can't be signified. And in a way, if you look at contemporary society, you got theism, believes in God. You got atheism, doesn't believe in God, right? But you need a negativity. You need God is that which does not exist, right? Simone Weil, it's not that God exists or God doesn't exist. God is the signifier of the inexistent thing, the signifier of negativity itself. For me, in a society of pure positivity, optimizing the self, seize the day, always having to, you can't even take drugs to tune out. It has to be to meet God or to be more creative. Like, geez, you can't even, there's no place of negativity. I think we need to create those spaces where we have negativity and enjoy negativity. I think that's actually a critique of contemporary society.
So in Belfast, we'll just do drugs for fun, not to meet God.
That's what I was saying. Like when I went to LA, it was hilarious. I was going like, you guys, like back home, we just get drunk for no reason, pure excess, just to get drunk, have a party and waste money and destroy our bodies. When I went to LA, I mean, I did quite like it, but I found it very funny that if you did a drug, there had to be a positive reason for it. It had to make you a better worker. It had to make you, say, meet the absolute whatever. It was woven into positivity. Even like at Facebook, even they might have a meditation room or a sleep room, because even sleep has to be woven into making you a more effective worker. Like there is no space of what was called the festival, the sacrifice, the religious festival, which was destruction, destroying an animal, not to eat, but for pure non-utilitarian purposes, the purpose of pure negation. So I find that very, even when you hear Jordan Peterson talk, he talked about a CEO once who, was not spending time with his family, wasn't sleeping. And Peterson's response was, well, if you sleep better and you spend more time with your family, you'll be a more productive worker, right? So instead of this tiredness being maybe a protest against the work, right? Reading it as a protest against society, it was like it had to suddenly be woven into making you more effective, which I think connects with modern symptoms of burnout, fatigue, ADHD, all of these modern symptoms that I think come out of this society of pure positivity.
Yeah, very, very based and Byung-Chul Han-pilled.
Yes. I just annoyingly a lot of people like him who are very he's in with the kind of the progressives and liberals a bit, but he's very good. I've read a couple of his books, find him very interesting.
Yeah, when we were on tour, Nance and I did a few of these reading aloud experiments. Nance, which was your favorite one?
It was either the McLuhan and Baudrillard driving down the highway, or the Byung-Chul Han in the torrential downpour. I thought I was gonna die. Like it was just nonstop rain.
All day.
We're in the forest reading psychopolitics.
Wow, that sounds beautiful. Where was that?
The Tillamook Forest in Oregon, and it's. The whole thing was GoPro'd, so we did it. We did it all for you all. The either the Big Other, or how does Hans-Georg Müller say it? He says the generic peer. Yeah, we did it all for the generic peer, But we had the GoPro out. We had our cat, and we were huddled under an umbrella. It was pouring rain, and then we would have to take breaks to go find more wood. Because we ran out of wood. We were burning so much in the fire pit, and because it was raining so much, it was really hard to keep the fire going. But we didn't have a vehicle because Anne had gone into Portland before it started raining, and so we were just out there in the rain for like all day, and it was amazing.
Died on camera. This would have been like the Blair Witch thing. It's brilliant. That would have been amazing.
We're doing bataille.
You died, but it would have been good for the viewers.
Yeah.
Good for numbers.
We were trying to do bataille in the forest.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
The other time, Nance read aloud some McLuhan on what do they call those things? Like a speed train from New York back to Philly. My God. it was a crazy, a surreal experience for me because everyone's all loud and on their phones and chattering, and then so he just starts reading, and he's reading loud to project. You know, he's not reading to like disrupt, but in my mind, I'm so socially conscious of like little things, you know, and so like, oh, I noticed this person keeps looking over, and those people keep looking over because I can see the whole train. Nance can't; he has his back to them all, but. Nance, you noticed at some point, right? It was just quiet, and you're reading.
Yeah, like at some point, the cabin on the metro transitioned from like a den of conversation and cell phone noise and shit, and then over the course of my out reading aloud, everyone just kind of stopped talking. I don't know if they were listening. I doubt they were listening. Maybe they fell asleep. But I was the only sound in the cabin by the time I was done reading. It was cool.
That's a beautiful idea. That's kind of stuff I didn't think of that, but I that's the kind of thing we would have done back in the day, like read aloud in a train. That something very emancipatory and provocative. Brilliant. Love it.
This is like when on tour in DC, we did an event with Daniel Tutt and Andrew Flores Jr. at the Comet Ping Pong Pizza, which is the QAnon favorite, like the place that this, we did not find a basement there. Anyway, we ended up reading this section of Foucault out in front with Andrew, and we only realized once the camera was already rolling the irony of reading Foucault in that location. You know, it's just like with the things that people say about him these days, it's like, oh, whoops. Just weird synergistic coincidence. Anyway, so we expect to have a lot of those on tour. Thank you for inviting us to Belfast. I think we'll definitely take you up on the offer, and that we can have some more back and forth, brainstorming that as we go forward. I want to give everybody an opportunity to say something in close. This was an experimental space in its own right. I don't think any of you, I've never had a public call with any of you that was just about the idea of organizing or whatever. And so I guess I'll just say that the only dates that we have for sure is that we're going to be in London May 4th through the 6th. If the holiday on the 5th makes it, or on the 6th makes it so that we can't do the event on Monday, we might have to do it on Tuesday. I'm still talking to Alfie about that. But Alfie Bown's got an awesome thing going with his everyday analysis group. I know Ted's done stuff with him before at that pub. It's going to be at the same place. And so those events are developing. We're also going to do something with the Museum of Consciousness folks in London on a different night within that time span. And then the main dates that if you were only going to fly to one stop on this tour, at this point, the one that has been, that it is the most amenable to a bigger audience and to more presenters, that, we could add a presenter from the volume or collaborator with Theory Underground at any stop on the tour, but we can't add 6 at any stop on the tour. Well, we can add 6 to 15 at the event in Portugal, and that will be May 3rd through the 25th. That's the main 3 days of the presentations. The party will probably be Friday night. And it has to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday because it's a really big college town. There's a lot of people who love to come to these events, but that's kind of like their window of availability. And so we're planning it around that. So be thinking May 23rd through the 25th. Can you make it? Try to make it. We strongly encourage it. But with that, I want to give everybody their little opportunity here to say something in close.
Who wants to go first? Will I say something first? I jump in. Okay, in closing, and funnily enough, not many people ask me to talk about and chat about event organizing, even though actually that's my deepest passion. I love talking theory and all of that, but the idea, I suppose in closing, maybe I want to kind of put out a challenge to us all, is that that when we're creating spaces for exploring these ideas, bringing together artists and musicians. We had a ceramicist at a recent thing that I did who creates these beautiful bowls that have wounds within them, like that Japanese style of woundedness. She's called Rachel Ho. And we did these reflections on the wound that we are and the wound that we carry. I think that it's important to try to create these spaces that are not just intellectual. that spaces that invite us into some sort of, to put other kind of words to this through, say, music and through art and through symbols. And that's, say, what I'm trying to do with these liturgies, is that it's not just an intellectual thing. And a lot of people like ourselves love the intellectual, love rationalizing intellectual life. That's wonderful. But it's about somehow opening ourselves up to a kind of, as I mentioned earlier, A does not equal A, which is the idea that the conflicts that we see in the world are also conflicts within us. And the more we can embrace those conflicts within ourselves, the less that we'll get people to carry, the less violence we'll do to others. And, you know, like, last thing on hope, because that came up, is like, you know, you have hope for things like, I hope my kid will go to college. You have hope that you'll get your coffee in the morning, but there's also hope for hope itself. Just in the same way that we have desires for things, but then we also, as human beings, we have a desire for desire itself, which is drive, right? We have hope for hope itself. And maybe what it is in the left traditionally has been the idea of not a hope that can be fulfilled or a hope that can be thwarted, but rather that to be human is to always hope for hope, always have an openness to a new world, a new possibility, and creating spaces where we can keep that alive is important. There you go.
Thank you.
I'll just say that I'm not brimming with ideas at this moment in time, but I just say that I really like what Peter's saying. We definitely need to produce a new culture. It doesn't have to be, you know, it can draw on the old and reinvent the old and all the rest of it, but I suppose revive is the word. Revive some sort of culture on the left that builds an appeal, an attraction, a trust, a comradeship, all those things, because it does feel like it's missing at the moment.
Thank you. Nor, are you still there? It looks like she's in the call, but she might not be able to say anything and close. Nance, do you have anything?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot, and it's like Peter's saying things that might be seen as kind of critical, maybe. But I mean, I really like it a lot, and it does come down to this idea of hope, and a hope that includes the knowledge that it's not to be fulfilled, and like that's what distinguishes it. That's what makes it like a radical hope, and that's what makes it could make it like sustain a movement. And I really like revival as well. A lot. There's a lot of really big ideas floating around.
Revival.
Come to Belfast and we'll talk in person. So we're going to make that happen. You got a place to stay. I'll get a venue, and we can have these conversations in person.
Yeah, I would love to do something with some of you, like maybe some kind of a Theory Underground Church of the Contradiction event. I want to experience this firsthand, you know, and to be somehow a part or a contributor would be amazing, you know. And on the note of revival and Renaissance, we will be joined next by Alfie Bown. And then after that conversation, it's going to be Cadell last and Owen Cox. And Owen Cox, apparently, I've not had an opportunity to meet him yet. He does really important work with a technology institute. But he's very interested in something that I've been talking about already and that Cadell and I started talking about, which is the new dark age that we're in. And so when we say that we need a revival, we need a renaissance, right? We need a renaissance. We need a revival. We need to do that, though, we need to understand like what's new in our conditions, which is why we do critical media theory and critique of political economy together at Theory Underground. And so we'll be getting more into those conversations. We're also going to bring on Daniel Garner of OG Rose to talk about tools of conviviality and disablement in Ivan Illich and how that relates to the structural stultification of our time energy. We're going to be bringing Nina Power on to talk about why we still have to talk to conservatives. We're going to be bringing on Ashley Frowley to talk about what we're going to be doing in Athens, Greece, because we will be there on this tour as well. And there's a bunch of others. The names are all in the title of this stream, and I'll be saying more about them later. There's also a couple of surprises. So with that, we'll be right back after this. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Let's see. And we're back. Welcome, Alfie. How's it going, man?
Hi guys. Yeah, good. How's it going? Good to be here. I didn't realize you had this sort of guest salad going on. Today.
The guest salad. It's how I like to do things.
Well, no, because Pete was Pete just on.
Yes. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. No, because he's a good friend of mine, and then I noticed you had others. I was thinking, what would I be in the guest salad? Probably the onion or something. And then you got Nina and Ben later. This sort of little bit of a spicy vinaigrette putting on the top at the end.
Yeah. So let's see. It's the whole day goes Peter Rollins, Ted Reese, Noor Hariri. Now it's
great.
yeah, she's awesome. And now we've got you for this session. After that, it's going to be Cadell and Owen, followed by Daniel Garner of OG Rose, followed by Ashley Frowley, then Nina, then a surprise. The surprises, I have multiple things that might go on these surprises, and then there's also a guest that might pop in. And then finally, there'll be Benjamin Studebaker, who I've not actually had an opportunity to collaborate with or even be in dialogue. We've never talked before, so... But okay,
he's awesome. No, he's awesome as well. He's just done. I have this. I know I mentioned to you before. I have this like pamphlet publishing house, and Benjamin Studebaker did a fantastic pamphlet for us recently, like about the question of the revolutionary subject and what that means today and stuff. I really, really liked it. I think he's great.
Awesome. Well, so let's back it up for a second, because this is not just a live stream. It is also that. This is on YouTube and Twitch, but more importantly, all of the stuff that I make is for people to check out in the future. It's for workers with earbuds and autodidacts who they're probably reading or working or something right now who can't get to it. And so this will first of all be in the long form. People can always binge the long thing, but it's also going to get republished as a standalone video. So I want to properly set you up then and assume an audience that doesn't know you or your work. And so as your mug there in your hand just said, you're with Sublation magazine. In fact, Doug Lane handed off the major, or I guess the sole, or at least the main responsibilities to you. And so you run that, and you do this pamphlet publishing. I've been seeing these really sexy volumes. You said you were going to give me one recently, but basically these are, you've got all kinds of contributions from obscure authors, as well as you got this recent one out with Slavoj Žižek on ChatGPT,
Yeah. So that's right. I edit Sublation magazine. I've been along with Doug Lane and Ashley Frawley. I've been part of working with those guys for years, but now I mainly work on the magazine, while Doug and Ashley do the podcasting and YouTube network, and then we're all kind of involved in the publishing press side of Sublation as well. And then these tiny little pamphlets. This one's by Ian Parker. This is my other personal project, really. It's called Everyday Analysis. But they're very, they're little pamphlets. We have them, as you say, from people like Žižek, but also from new authors and stuff like that. And the idea is we give the digital ones out for free, and we charge like just £5, $6 or whatever for the little print ones, just to cover like printing and costs and stuff. But the idea is kind of like to revive a bit of like pamphlet culture, really, like short form, easy to read, but like philosophy and theory, and just get them out there and stuff, and host events in the pub, which I'm happy that you guys will be sort of collaborating a little bit on one of those in the future as well. But it's great fun to do. So those are the two projects really that I do at the moment.
Awesome. And so we will be doing something, and I just said in the previous segment, there's not a lot of for sure dates for the European tour. We know where we're coming in, and we know where we're leaving from, and we know that we'll be in London from May 4th through the 6th, unless we can't do it on the 6th because of that holiday. So have you got an update about that yet?
My guess is it won't affect it, and it should be fine. So as soon as I know, confirmed from the venue, we'll looking forward to having you. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And so with that, this was not going to be so much focused on what we're doing in London as one of the special interviews itself, like a sort of meeting that's been a long time coming, because I've heard a lot about you. Nance here actually has put you on my radar, and has read a bunch of your work. Nance is also the student who's done everything at Theory Underground and is a regular participant of the critical media theory cohort. He's got a presentation coming up in a week. Hope you're not too stressed about that one, Nance. Yeah. Reminder. Homework due. No. Nance, I know I could sit here and I could rattle off some of the books that Alfie's written, and that's the standard thing that an introducer does. But I want to give you an opportunity to say a couple things about, like, you told me that Alfie wrote a book about sex and robots, or sex with robots, and that he had sex with a robot. Could you elaborate? Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't get to that part yet.
Sort of. It depends what you call It depends what counts as sex, but yeah, you know.
Cool. So in relation to critical media theory and everything we've been doing at Theory Underground, Nance, do you want to say a few things about why you're interested in Alfie's work before I start pulling out the questions?
Just discovering, I can't even remember the name of that book now. But discovering that was exciting for me.
Was it Sex Dreams? Is it called Sex Dreams?
Just the Dream Lovers one, yeah.
Dream Lovers.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was really exciting for me. I don't know, I guess probably came at the right time. But it was like a fresh take, and your dedication to engage with the topic that you were writing about was fresh and exciting for me. I think that's why I liked it so much, and that's probably why I was like gushing over it today for a while.
That's great. That's fun to talk about. Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear that.
So with that,
Well, yeah, no, I mean, let me just say quickly about that. I mean, like, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I know when we spoke before, you had not necessarily some criticisms, but some questions. And I think it is really interesting to, like, also reflect on, you know, I'm very interested in the stuff I'm doing at the moment with, like, what the left is or whatever. And I think I did kind of write that at a slightly more sort of, well, a different sort of time. So I'd like to sort of maybe reflect on that a little bit as well, since we're talking about it. But yeah, just to give you the sort of, just to respond to what Nance said, I think it's really interesting. Just to give you the sense of what I wanted to do there. It's like, you know, I wanted to do a book which explored how relationships are changing in the digital age, basically. So my idea was to like use psychoanalytic theory to think about the question of desire. And I suppose also the concept from Jean-Francois Lyotard, which is of this desire revolution. So he got it sort of claims that in the 80s there was this kind of revolution in desire that was taking place. And I sort of wanted to suggest or explore the idea that there was another kind of desire revolution taking place today, and that this revolution was like in process rather than complete. And I wanted to sort of explore the ways in which technology was changing how we think and feel, how empathy works, how identification works, how recognition works, and in a broader sense, how love works. I guess that's what I was trying to sort of think about. But also, like you said, I wanted to do this not just from, I felt like I couldn't do this just from the sort of, you know, reading The Guardian or whatever. So I had to like properly have a go. And, you know, it depends what you want to talk about, but I did things like I got a virtual reality girlfriend and an AI girlfriend. I went to virtual reality porn brothels and sex robot brothels. And I thought I should just give these things a full go and actually immerse yourself fully into these things. And I had some pretty weird experiences, and I did come out with some weird thoughts. So, you know, it was fun to do, and I think worth doing rather than just, you know, sitting in your academic's office talking about what you think these things might be like. There were some really surprising results, and I didn't feel afterwards like I thought I would, right? That's
not the part I got to in the book, right? I didn't get to that part yet. But you've whetted my appetite. And honestly, you know, in terms of the attention economy and clickbait, like if you were to rewrite this, you should probably lead with "I fucked a robot." Like maybe title the book that. Honestly, I think it would probably sell a few million more copies. People would be like, "This guy fucked a robot."
I saved it for the thumbnail for your video, guys.
Perfect. There we go. I will actually use that. Yeah. And it's going to have a little arrow pointing right at you. You know, it's going to be like, "I fucked a robot," pointing at you. You know, I mean,
I think it like there have been quite a few, I don't know, people writing about the gamification of relationships and all that stuff. And like, it was kind of boring. It's like, well, yeah, of course. And people were kind of sitting back and writing about it from their offices, and to actually be able to like, no, this is something important that's happening. And for you to kind of close the distance, I think, is what distinguishes your book from some of the other works out there that are really just about like the gamification of social relationships nowadays.
Yeah.
which is an important topic.
And, I mean, I mean, I hope that's the case. And also, it connects to the other thing I was trying to say about this question of the left and the right, right? Because what I was thinking about when I went in with that book is, who is this revolution going to serve, right? Like, and of course, the obvious example to that is it serves capitalism, and it serves a new form of digital corporation in whose interests it is that our desires be nudged and modified in such and such a way as to take us in different directions. So, one very quick example of that was a story I always got to tell when I talk about this book, is that this time when I went to China and I gave this talk about WeChat and how sort of evil WeChat was. And at the end of this talk, like, these two guys in suits like came up to me, and I thought, oh shit, like, this is going to be like Tencent's lawyers or something. And it was actually, these guys were like, oh, we're from Alibaba. And Alibaba was like the second biggest tech company. I thought, oh, bollocks. And they said, oh, you hate Tencent, right? And I said, oh, yeah. And they were like, oh, you probably love us. We're their enemies. We're Alibaba, And I sort of said, well, no, you got this wrong, right? You're both evil and all that, But they didn't care, obviously, what I thought. And they said, why don't you come with us to this place called Cloud Town, which is on the outskirts of Hangzhou in eastern China. And I said, great, but I'm just going to write about how bad it all is, and they didn't care about that. It just goes to show, lots of our assumptions about this stuff, especially in China, isn't right. But the thing, when I was there, I asked the guy to show me, like, they got all this stuff, right? They got, like, for example, traffic lights, which count the wrinkles in your face and decide how long you're going to need to cross the road based on how old you are and stuff like that. And I said anyway to them, like, oh, what's the most impressive thing you've got? And they said, well, it's this car. And they showed me this car, and it looked normal. It's a co-manufacturer from Alibaba and Rover, the car company Rover. And I said, like, what's so impressive about it? And I was expecting the guy to say, like, oh, it's the fastest car in the world. It's the car that can never crash. It drives itself, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't use any fuel or whatever. And he said, the car knows when you're hungry and what you might like to eat before you do, and it drives you there. And at the time, I thought nothing of this. I thought, why would anyone care about that? But actually, after thinking properly, I realized that this is more important and more impressive than the other stuff, because what this car was designed to do was basically read your whole history of data, your credit card receipts, Instagram photos of food you share, etc. And you might not realize that at 4:00 on Tuesday you fancy sushi, but the car realizes. And then at 3:40 it says, what about this place or whatever? And what they were doing was redirecting people from restaurants which take cash to ones which take Alipay, or away from ones which, to go back to the rivalry with Tencent, take WeChat Pay. And now that doesn't sound like the end of the world, right? It's just a payment method, but it is a kind of clue to the kind of dystopia we're sort of moving towards, where, if you think about the riots of May 68 and where the left comes from in this sense, those people believe that liberating our desires would be the same as liberating us. Today, we're in a place where it's precisely through our drives and desires and impulses that we are controlled by corporations, by capitalists, by industry or whatever. So we have to rethink what it actually means to be free and what it means to think about the left and desire and things like that. And that's the sort of thing I was trying to sort of reflect on, what the left means in all this, and then ultimately, who's going to win this revolution in desire and for what,
It's kind of, you preempted so many of my questions here, but I want to say in my defense, I was going to ask you a bunch of theory questions before asking you these more like, okay, so the blunt version of the question was going to be like, so why did you write this book only for leftists? Which was sort of like the clickbaity way of summarizing a discussion that I'd been having over the course of several hours with my wife as she was reading this book to me while I was driving on a road trip. Because she is going through what she calls her questioning everything, and especially the left era. And so this is her era, and she's especially questioning whenever she comes across something that is just like, it's all framed as, well, the only, deserving audience for an author's point is people who want to have all of the boxes ticked. And so at the time you were writing, you were like saying things like, well, and this is going to especially impact the neurodivergent and the trans and the this and the that, and you're going through all and it's just like, okay, we know, but also like, what about people who aren't like, all the way down the line checking all these boxes in on every little thing that the left is supposed to care about today. And so when I'd reached out to you, we were talking and I was like, is it cool if I ask you about that? And you're like, yeah, man, I'm totally fine with asking about that. And I want to get to that, but I want to first, because you said that a lot has changed since the Bernie Corbyn era. And I would say for me as well, we can get into it. But I want to focus instead on datafication of objects versus objectification of data. I think that was a really interesting thing. Could you explain what that distinction is getting at, and maybe use some examples?
God. So let me think about that for a second. I mean, it's from it's actually a distinction I think I stole or borrowed from a really interesting theorist, Yuqui, but I mean, again, it all does kind of connect to this question of the left and things, and the question of the right, because where I actually sort of came into this was looking at online dating sites and how I mean, I actually tried to look at sort of how politics kind of operates. Like, I mean, the silly example is Trump.dating, which I don't know if you remember that. Like, it was actually in the news because the guy who was chosen as the model turned out to be like a sex pest or something. And then, but there were actually two Trump.datings, and there were two. There are leftist dating ones. There's something called OK Comrade, which I don't think is out yet. There was a one called Red Yenta that was meant to come out, and one could easily say that, this has always been the case. The liberals go on Guardian Soulmates, the righties go on, or whatever, the Christians go on Christian Harmony or whatever. So, I wanted to explore how this sort of system of dating, this idea that there are certain patterns in what we want, and we want to see. I can't, there's a lot one could say here, but basically, to put it really briefly, the idea that what we want is a reflection of ourselves, and we sort of group together in these kind of narcissistic bubbles of people, actually starts with the algorithms of dating and so on, and it's very interesting how it works, because, and I think there's a sort of metaphor there that this is actually how society, digital society, works at large. I mean, how Facebook friend suggestions work, how little groups of podcast listeners work, and parasocial relations between people is totally transformed, and it's actually causing a lot of division and divisiveness or whatever. So I think that this is kind of what Yuqui, he's one of the best philosophers in the world, in my opinion. It's extremely hard to read, but he's the best media theorist who's currently writing, I think. And he's he talks about these two things, right? So one is like how we become objects, how we become digital objects in the world. But the second, maybe more important, is this sort of process of how the datafication of objects, how we are put together in this kind of like network of actors, of people and things. And that, I think, is the key to understanding the politics of digital media. It's not happening at the level of content, which would be like saying, are you on Trump.dating or OK Comrade? Are you left or right? Have you got a Ukraine flag in your bio? Are you pro-trans or anti-trans? That's all the level of content. Where the real politics is happening, it's at the level of form. It's how do these systems, these digital systems, arrange us into our bubbles, into our particular social stratas and strands. And those are the things which are designed to, I don't know how one would want to put it. You could say that stops us from having a revolution, or you could say that in itself this is a revolution. This is my argument. This is the true revolution that's happening, and it's an evil one, and it's happening at the level of form. So I guess this also connects to your point. I did do some tick boxing to make sure, and loads of that stuff came from suggestions from the publisher and editors, as you can imagine. But really, for me, the content is not what's important. It's what's actually happening to the structures through which we communicate, and it's about who owns them and how they're organized and how we are objects within them. That's where politics is happening. So whatever content we choose to put on our Twitter bio or whatever, it's kind of meaningless.
I 100% agree about the form being so much more important than the content, and I'm really into McLuhan. Really, we're all McLuhan pilled in a sense. We go beyond him in various ways. Obviously, Baudrillard goes beyond him in various ways, and we're in our own situation having to think that through.
Let me give one really quick, funny. Sorry, go on.
I guess we'll get to my question. I was going to ask about Yaquif, but we can come back to him, in a bit.
No, it was just about one quick funny example of exactly that form content thing, which was one I was hoping to get in anyway because of your question about the robot. But it was the actual weirdest experience in my sort of little investigation was not the sex robot, although that did feel weird, but the virtual reality porn. And when I went into this, it's a classic example of this form content thing because I was primed as a sort of leftist, I was primed to hate this because, it's really quite typical. I expected it to be a certain kind of misogynistic thing or whatever. And I went in sort of primed to think, this is going to be bad. But I tried to tell myself, don't go in with any opinions, right? Just see how it goes. Now, there's two kinds of VR porn that dominate the market. I don't know how much you guys watch of this stuff. Probably none. But this probably because you can't afford a headset. That's the main reason people. That's the reason I didn't until this point, I suppose. But anyway, you got two types. One's like you're a camera. So basically, you put the headset on, and you're basically a camera. And you're not in the room personally, but you look around the room just like you look around a screen, but you just see it in 3D. The other kind is the POV kind. And in some of these things, you quite literally put on a headset and you put on another man's cock and everything. And you see the world from the perspective of the thing. And you literally, one could easily have fun with psychoanalysis about what kind of castration is going on here in this quite literal sense or whatever. But the weird thing was, I found it, obviously then you're this sort of, you go in there, suddenly you're like some like Andrew Tate type, doing your sex on these women and so on. And you temporarily, and so at the level of content, right, I don't think this is particularly helpful or whatever. I would probably criticize the content if I was forced to. But at the level of form, I can honestly tell you it's a quite astonishing experience where you're actually positioned in another type of body and you can see what kind of power technology has over empathy. And without giving away too much about my sort of, although I didn't want to enjoy it, it does kind of work in the sense that the technology does have the power as a form to invite you into its space and allow you to desire as another desires. That is not your own desires. You may be gay, straight, you might like one thing and not another, but the technology has the power to sort of put all that aside and invite you into this scene of desire, and you can experience as another desires. Now, I think, and this might sound extreme, I think that's why so many people got behind Brexit or against Brexit. It's not because we really wanted Brexit or not, it's because we're invited by these structures to opt into a thing. That's why Obama's Yes We Can campaign worked, because you're invited to step into a position where you can experience the desire for something to happen, even if it's got fuck all to do with you and Obama's actually dreadful. So that technology, the misogynistic VR porn, can teach you something about the form and structure of our society and technology that's way more radical than the content itself or whatever. So I thought that was a nice illustration of that kind of point.
Yeah, that's a really good example. I guess I didn't realize how far the technology had come. I just wasn't
ordering one there.
Yeah, I already did. Yeah, no, I was in Finland last year with my fiance at the time, and we were with some friends, and their friend came out to eat with us, and he was like this really cool guy, like from some grad program they'd been in or whatever at college. I don't really remember all of the details, but he was a cool guy, and he was talking about how his brother lives in VR and does BDSM shit in VR, and that's when I first was like, oh, this is way further than I knew. Like, he lives in it, and he's like, yeah. He's like, it's fun. I do it too, but I don't live in it. And I was just like, and he was,
wow, yeah. I'm sure there's all kinds of other issues, right? I'm not like a proponent of these things all of a sudden, but but I'm just saying there's these are these are interesting, potentially sort of philosophical experiences, not just like something to dismiss or whatever, especially among, people who think, yeah, I mean, it's important. Again, it goes back to what Nance was saying. I think it's important to actually try these things, not just theorize them, because you might find you're quite surprised.
No, this is great. We've already talked about the book I'm writing at Amazon called Work at Amazon, and I've worked there for twice in 2 different warehouses, and I'm interested more than anything in freeing up large energy-infused, repeatable blocks of time throughout the week for everybody, which means time energy, which is like the precondition for the good life, for being able to have relationships, families, develop your skill sets, experiment with new things that aren't just consumer experiences, but could be like grinding on a violin for 1,000 hours. Like that kind of thing is like freedom for me. And obviously, like, money is a precondition for that in the way society is currently structured. There's a lot of other ways of structuring society. A lot of people on the left throughout the last 100 years have had various positions on automation. One position is to scorn it and say that it only ever has taken away skills and jobs from people. And of course that's true, but being at Amazon and seeing the robotification of the future has been mind-blowing. But this, to me, it's like, try to get into the subject matter as much as you possibly can, and you got into it. Let's just say that. But there's a tradition here. Going back, Simone Weil, she went into factories. Barbara Ehrenreich went into service work. But of course, I've just always worked shitty jobs. But have you read Sherry Turkle's book Alone Together?
No, but I did read some stuff by her and
cool.
Also used it in the book. I do like the stuff, but I haven't read that.
Cool, yeah, because in that one she has a lot on this. It was one of the first sort of RPG forum kinds of sites where people create an avatar, create a personality. It's all pro felicity, right? And then what was it called, Nance? It's called.
Was it Second Life?
It's called Second Life, yeah. People were getting married on there, and they were cheating on their spouses, right? And so she, of course, spent a lot of time on there. She went and met people and interviewed them and stuff like that. I see what you're doing as like right in that tradition of critical media theory, where you are getting to know the subject matter. So, I mean, I don't imagine anybody thinks it's weird. I think everybody is going to be like, that's amazing that you did that. So, props. But
I think one of the things, since you mentioned the Sherry Turkle example, I think one of the things that's so interesting about that is how the internet's changed and stuff as well since then. So that's exactly what I was trying to do, like something in that tradition. But she argues that like this is maybe a little bit. I'm not sure if I quite thought this thought process through. So I could be completely wrong, but my instinct, and there is an interesting article about this by I think Jose Van Dyke, but in 2009, basically, Mark Zuckerberg gave this speech, which was titled "You Have One Identity," and that's when Facebook started verifying people's identities and making them use their real name, and it then brought in the timeline and stuff like that. Whereas what like Turkle was exploring is this kind of like multiple playful identities online or whatever. And it was all like more associated with queer theory and experimentation and other kinds of play and desire or whatever. Then at a certain point in the history of the internet, this basically gets shut down. And then identity becomes this kind of fixed thing. The internet stops being a play space for a queerness of identity or multiplicity of identity, and it starts becoming a commoditized space for marketing one single identity. Now, I don't want to get like into something I don't know about, but it is interesting that now when you look at, say, maybe examples from the trans community, but what comes to mind most strongly would be like those furries where they're like, I'm also a cat or whatever. And it's not like, oh, I'm being a cat today. It's like, I actually am one forever. This speaks to the essential quality of my identity in a way that. So I think there's something dangerous that's happened since 2009, which is that we've taken away the play, freedom, queerness, and replaced it with a sort of you have one commoditized identity thing. And it's actually extremely interesting that Zuckerberg basically said it. and it happened. I mean, so this is sort of the role of tech in our sort of cultural life or whatever. And I think that long history that like Turkle's part of investigating would be really important and worth sort of flagging.
You're making me instantly reassess everything I've done with Theory Underground, because it's, you know, it's not just a course site and publishing house. There's a social media aspect to it, and we say, you know, people are encouraged to not be anonymous, use your real face, but also don't be yourself. So of course, like I have like put that don't be yourself, don't be your full authentic self. We don't want to see that. You know, don't try to be your own full authentic self here. But we are encouraging people to use their face and name. And now I'm like, you know, maybe, yeah, the glory days really were when there wasn't this sort of injunction that you had to do that. So that's fascinating.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, when I was studying, one of the things that really got me into psychoanalysis, actually, and into all the things, and Marxism, was Lee Edelman, which is like queer theory, basically. And he's sort of critic and pro queer theory, but I found that really like useful. And I do think like a lot of the lessons of queer theory seem to have been like forgotten, and that like, you know, that it's important to sort of remember how that sort of changed, because on the one hand, we've got certain discourses of you know, we're making progress or whatever, apparently in terms of sexuality and stuff, but there's actually something that's not progressive happening as well going on there, and it's important that we don't like close all those queer spaces and insist on this kind of commodified single identity stuff. I think that is probably worth saying.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a huge gap between people who take on gender as a performance and people who take it on as the authentic truth that you need to literally believe and also verbally conform to, and if you don't, then you're literally a Nazi. And so like there is like this gap, because on the free play side, it's like, yeah, you know, that's where I came in. Like, so going back to, you know, things were very different in the Bernie Corbyn era. You know, in 2016, I was basically a class reductionist, workerist, right? And I have lots of problems with class reductionism, as well as, more importantly, I have bigger problems with workerism. You know, because it's its own form of identity politics, blah, blah, blah. It's also easily co-opted by literally anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't give us jack shit doesn't actually deliver. So that's I've got a whole thing on that. But that was in 2016 when I was with Bernie, and of course I was like some kind of a Marxist as well. And then I got more and more into like woke spaces because of the organizing. I started networking with more and more people who were that way, and as a result, I kind of came to this idea like, oh, we need to loosen up. Like the class reductionist side, it's we need to loosen up because we need Bernie to win next time, and we were part of the problem last time. And not only did I loosen up, I started experimenting with my gender. I started using they them pronouns. I had an alt account online that went by a woman's name, even though I wasn't a trans woman. I never was. But it was an experiment. It was just to see how people would treat me, how things, you know, like what's it like to kind of like play with that side of myself that obviously American culture, especially growing up in Idaho, never appreciated or always kind of suppressed, or as Judith Butler says, because I was really into her at the time, you know, that side of you, who you are in your gender performativity, you think it's natural, you come to feel like it is you, it's natural, you know, what's been forced to be normal is made natural. She says that we forget about the part where if you don't comply with that, you get bullied, right? And so there was like this big sort of revolutionary like transformation in me, just being like, wow, I can get in touch with that. But you know, in retrospect, I also think that I was wanting to be heard and seen and be able to have communication within the university spaces where if you are a white male, you're fucked. You will not be seen, you will not be heard, they will not appreciate you, but you show up in a dress and okay, you can actually talk now. And so, you know, that I don't think that should reflect on everybody else's experiences. There are obviously people who have had lifelong gender dysphoria. Like that's a different kind of thing than what I was doing, which was a performance and a way of gender. It's called genderqueer, and it's experimental, and it's a lot more like drag or something. And it's also very phallic. You know, it's extremely phallic when a guy does that, because you're saying, look, I'm so much a man, I can actually negate how much of a man I am, right? And so I became aware of that more, that the phallic based or the Lacanian position on sexuation and everything, and that kind of I would say divested me of some delusions at the time. Maybe, I don't know, but I also have a lot of good memories from that time. I don't just say it was bad or anything, but also I do think that it didn't change a goddamn thing in terms of political organizing. In fact, I think that we were duped. All of us who thought that we had to play along with the liberal left, every box has to be checked kind of form of activism called intersectionality. I don't believe in that, for sure. And so that's how I've changed. And so in our last, 15 minutes or so here, all three of us, maybe I'd like Nance to also talk a little bit about it. How has the fallout or the failures of those years impacted you? How have you changed in your approach to things?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, I like I said before, I know very little and haven't ever studied or thought much about issues of gender, but what I have worked on, as you know, is the history of the internet and stuff. And I think your story does kind of, in some ways, map this kind of tension between the space, and presumably a lot of that, or some of that, took place in and online and perhaps in real life, but mediated through the internet and so on. And I think that's also a history that's connected to this kind of stuff. So really, it's really interesting to hear your own sort of version of that tale. So yeah, I mean, let me just say then, I did think a bit before this about what I'd want to say about the position of the left today, because I'd say, not that I was totally duped, but that at the time when I was doing that book and the previous one, it was in the what I usually think of as the sort of Corbyn and Trump years, partly because I'm British, but partly because I think in some ways Trump is a better comparison with Corbyn than Bernie in the weirdest way. But in any case, I perceived those years as a time when there was opportunity for the left and where the left might consider itself as being sort of having an opening to get back into real politics, with a capital P or whatever. And I think you saw it, it was that's probably more true, much more true in the case of Corbyn than it is in the case of Sanders. Obviously, the comparison with Trump is that allowed, that was a moment like a comparable moment for some factions of the right. And I think that those years were sort of characterized by this sort of, sense of opportunity, even in our failure, because although it seemed to be the right that was actually getting into government, it looked like the establishment was cracking up, and that therefore the left had as much chance of the right, or at least a chance worth betting on, that it could do something in that crack. So the typical reading, and then when Trump and Corbyn were replaced by Keir Starmer and Joe Biden, and the same pattern you can see with Mélenchon in France, and now the rise of the right in other places in Europe. Then the typical response would be, well, an opportunity has been missed, the crack has closed, and corporate capitalism, mainstream politics has sort of regained its hold, capitalist realism takes hold again, kind of thing. And I think that was what I thought for a little bit, for part of the story. But if you were to ask, where do I think there's opportunity for the left in this very, say, depressing moment after these defeats, it would be that we now have to face the fact that being anti-fascist, being anti-right-wing did not help us, right? In the sense that we were basically told by the centre, by the whatever we want to call this group of people, the liberals, the neoliberals, the established politicians, the centre, the mainstream, whatever. These are all shit words for it, but they'll do for now. We were basically sold the concept that the rise of the right was such a threat that we had to move in line with our allies in the more normal mainstream centre. Otherwise, the fascism would come and we would be fucked. So we did it, basically. I didn't myself. I voted. Well, I didn't in my voting do it, but I was tempted. As you say, you can see it in the style of writing in my book that there was part of this temptation. I was sort of tempted in this direction as well. And now, so we did that. We got Biden. We got rid of Trump. We got rid of Jeremy Corbyn. We got rid of the right and the left, Mel and Sean. We got rid of some, and then, for a moment, we moved back to the middle. And now, what are we looking at? We're looking at again the same kind of horrible, extreme, horrible corporate capitalism, war. We're looking at a rise of the right again across Europe. And possibly in other places, possibly the return of it in the UK and in America. I don't know. I don't really even know what the right means in this context. But what we can say is that taking this anti-fascist position did not get rid of fascism, right? This coming in line thing. It actually seems to have helped and bolstered the cause of the right. So where are we now as leftists, or even if that's the word we want to use? But we maybe are in a position of opportunity because we have to now confront the fact that getting into bed with the falling for this, threat of the rising right and coming into bed with the centre in order to prevent this thing happening, that doesn't work for us. So we've now got to find another direction. I think, surely the left's going to have to rethink what it is now, because we can see that hasn't worked. That hasn't improved the situation for people all across the world. So we've got to try a different tactic than that. Right? And of course, I'm not saying I'm sure we're all, we're all anti-fascist. I mean, it's even the most stupid phrase, isn't it? I mean, it's like saying, "Are you good?" But that tactic didn't work.
They use it to try to. They always say, "Oh, someone like Hassan Piker or Vosh, like they'll laugh at someone who says that they're anti-Antifa, and they'll say, you know what that means to be anti-Antifa? It's anti-fascist. So you're saying that you're anti-fascist. Two negatives makes a positive. You're just saying you're fascist. And it's like, yeah, that would be true if we were talking about math or logic, but we're talking about the English language. And it turns out that in English, as well as in most other languages, two negations don't necessarily make a positive. You can be against fascism and also against Antifa, because both of them fucking suck. Right? Like, both of them fucking suck. And there was a time when I was, making fun of Tim Pool was, one of my shticks on what I was doing as an influencer. It's like embarrassing to think back to, because the guy, I don't know that he's got a lot going on in there. He's not the brightest crayon or whatever, but he's reacting to genuinely concerning things. And when we, I'll just speak for myself, or I'm not saying us, but I'm saying like the part of the thing that I was a part of, would focus on, these idiots who are so easy to dunk on. We forget that the people who are tuning in, workers with earbuds, who are like, well, that looks scary and stupid and not good. If the only people addressing it are Dave Rubin and Tim Pool and Andrew No and Jordan Peterson, if they're the only people willing to address it head on and say that's bullshit, well, then they're given a monopoly on truth. Like the monopoly on truth is being given to them. And it doesn't have to be. It's really easy actually now to kind of take this position and say, that's stupid. They're dumb, but so's that. But also I don't like this approach. And this is why I don't have a channel that's just like dunking on Antifa, saying, I don't believe in dunking. Really, it's the dunk industrial complex. I think whatever it is that you are against, it's really good for getting a following. Like you could be someone like Thought Slimer or Noah Sampson, and you could have 100,000 subscribers, and you've got like a choir that you're preaching to by making examples of idiots. But this is an argument I've been having with the Swoletariat for years, is that you don't convince anyone except for that choir when you dunk, because a person who goes, yeah, but they kind of have a point, or even if I disagree with them, I also say stupid things, and you would probably just dunk on me if we talked long enough. What you're doing at the level of the egoic relation is you're burning bridges with most people who aren't 100% bought in with 1,000 different things. And so, yeah.
Yeah. And I think, it's the very last thing really, I think that in a nutshell, and I think that if if I had to just have one sort of comment on it, would be that to solve the problems today, we need to not think in sort of oppositional terms, right? So whether you're talking about, you know, anti-fascists and fascist wokes or anti-wokes, Israel or Palestine or whatever, this sort of thinking, this kind of like oppositional thinking, is precisely what's not needed, and it alienates everyone, because it makes it look like, you know, we mentioned in this conversation Brexit or not, Trump or not. You know, we've obviously had this sort of oppositional logic to things for a long time, and surely we can just look at the world around us today, whether we look at our working conditions or what goes on in war zones or whatever, and just say, this isn't working, right? This isn't working. So going to protests and following the same oppositional logic, we've tried this, and it isn't stupid to do. It's fine to empathize with people and want to support them. We don't want people getting hurt. I do support, like you said, you know, we want to support everyone. We want to support workers. We want to support people in Palestine and Israel. We want to support trans people. We want to do that. But we have to do that without being oppositional, because all that does is alienates everyone, makes people hate each other, and it's precisely what got us into this mess. So we've got to find a way. And I'm just saying, I guess this would be my point about the left. The left has become fairly oppositional, and I think it's now at a point where maybe we can look at the world around us and say, okay, that hasn't worked.
And so you identify as a universalist.
Well, I mean, I really have always thought of myself as part of the left, and the sort of motto of Sublation magazine, which I like, is sort of critiquing the left from the left, which I like as a motto, because we're too inclined, as I say, to think oppositionally, to think of ourselves as the pure subject and the other as the problem. So we're just slagging off the enemy and not ourselves. It is important to see that we're all complicit, we're all guilty, we're all subjects who are part of the problem here. So to me, the idea of being a leftist who critiques the left as well as critiques the capitalists and the right is an attractive, probably I'd describe myself as that. With the pamphlets, I did describe it as universalist, because I think this is also something we kind of need. And it's why I'm attracted to psychoanalysis, is that I think that, I know psychoanalysis gets told off often for being too male, too elitist and too white, but for me, actually, at its best, psychoanalysis describes what are the structures that we all share. Even if we've got different bodies, identities, genders, we still have things in common, and searching for those things can be a point of solidarity where we can start building a better future together. So yeah, I'm attracted to the word universalists, but I still see myself as a leftist, only one that thinks the left is also part of the problem, I guess.
Nice. I'm rolling the applause there. I think we love that. I know I had said I wanted Nance to be able to say something as well. I'm going to step away. You will not see me for a second, but Nance, I can hear you. And if you want to just take the floor for a couple of minutes, share out how things have changed for you as well, points of agreement or disagreement with the two of us and whatever, then we'll close out.
Yeah, I think right now, and maybe like the last couple decades, have been really good for people who are invested in, I don't know, the structures and systems that currently exist. Like all the conflict and all the backs and forths have really benefited structures that have already been in place and that like will continue to persist. So all the all the bullshit conflicts we get invested in and all the online warfare and meme wars and shit like that, like it's not really accomplishing anything. We're spinning our wheels in place. And I like personally, I think I was not super invested in it. Like I was busy working. I didn't have time to go online and argue with people. I didn't make memes and shit like that. But I was invested in the idea of, oh yeah, I'm a leftist. I used to call myself an anarchist and then a Marxist. And then I settled on, it doesn't really matter. I'm some kind of communist. But that was always like in reference to a conflict or like an opposition. Like that was always very oppositional. Like, well, yeah, of course I'm a leftist because again, I'm an anti-fascist. So that just kind of reifies it again, existing structures. And I think, I don't know, since 2016, 2017, maybe I went through a period of like just total black pill and being just like, fuck it, everything sucks, we're all fucked, nothing matters. And then coming through that on the other side, like I think it's important to maintain a little bit of that black pill, like, because I think we currently are fucked. And I think if we cling to the things that got us where we are, we will stay fucked. So I think we have to like look up from what we got going on and try to, I don't know, reimagine who we are, and not in reference to opposition, not in reference to in-group, out-group, like in reference to like, well, who am I? And what does that really mean? And what do I desire? And how am I being led around by that desire and kind of locked into these false binary positions? We really have forgotten how to think dialectically, and like the left and stuff like that. And I don't know, maybe I'm huffing my own farts, but it does seem like there are a lot of people that are coming around to that position as well. So it's exciting. Like maybe, like Alfie, you said, maybe there is a new opportunity now because everyone realized, no, we can't do this lesser evilist. Maybe that is an opportunity. Maybe there is a reason to hope. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I also don't know. But I think if I was to try to be hopeful, that's where I'd go. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, thank you both for being here for this segment. Everybody, we will be back shortly with Cadell Last and Owen Cox to talk about the new Dark Age and some of the experimental organizing events that they are doing right after this. Take care, guys. Okay, that was stupid. Why is it not working? 3, 2, 1. All right, right after this.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know? And yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist who's like, oh, so-and-so's a new book, have them on your show. No, You only talk to people because you've read shit by them that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. Alright, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.
And we're back. Okay, whoa. The screen is totally messed up right now. Of course, there's always something. I want to welcome to the show Cadell Lass and Owen Cox. We were just talking about how normally with live production broadcasting, there's a team of people doing this, and so doing it by myself out here has been quite the experiment in new technology and media. And who better to talk about that than Cadell Last, who's also doing it all himself, or Owen Cox, who I've never had the opportunity to speak with live, and more importantly, has done a lot of stuff with Philosophy Portal and Cadell Last. So Cadell, I'm going to kind of give you the floor here to introduce Owen and kind of what we wanted to talk about today.
Sure. Well, great to always be here with Theory Underground. I totally resonate with the idea of, or the strangeness of doing it all yourself. It reminds me of something back when I was studying the technological singularity. There was this entrepreneur named Peter Diamandis. He's a big tech optimist guy. And he said technology in the future was going to give us the capacity to do as individuals what institutions did in the 20th century. And I feel like there's a certain truth to that. I mean, he was very optimistic and positive about it. I think there's a negative side of it. It's actually quite stressful to sort of be a one-person institution. But nevertheless, I think that these are sort of seeds we're planting that can hopefully become more diverse networks going into 2024 and 2025, and who knows how far beyond. Yeah, I mean, Owen Cox, I'll let him introduce himself, but he's been sort of a long-term collaborator. We met during sort of the peak of the Corona madness in London. We've done some men's work together. Owen was leading a men's circle at the time in London when we met, and I participated in that, and kind of, we had some fun there. We've been collaborating at different conferences. He's always sort of involved in some way with what I'm doing with Philosophy Portal, and excited to we'll be around for well, I guess I'll let him introduce it, but there's an event that we're both involved in Sweden in March, which is, I suppose, related to what we've been calling the Dark Renaissance. And I think that might be a good term to situate in relationship to what we're sort of framing as the dark age of politics. So Owen, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey everyone. I mean, I think you did pretty well there. I guess I'm a writer these days. Writing various things is what I spend most of my time doing. I had a podcast called Techno Social, which kind of hasn't been active for 6 months or so, and kind of resting. We'll see if we pick it up again. But I'm doing a lot of work, as Cadell says, with this Dark Renaissance thing, and with this team, with a few others, Philip Lundstrom, David Hogberg, Raven Connolly. We started something called Dark Renaissance Productions, where hopefully what we're going to start getting is some dope-ass live events. We're going to do conferences and artistic performances, basically. I think several of us, and it'd be interesting to kind of see where you're at with this, Dave, and also Nance. I actually don't know who you are, Nance, but it's cool to be in a room with you. Loads of online stuff over the last few years, right? And cool stuff, but culture can only go so far when it's online. It seems like that's where everybody is kind of at. There's a frustration. Something that Cadell has been saying recently, which apparently he picked up of you, Dave, was this idea about going from scene kids to actually being an intellectual and a cultural milieu. And I think this really hits the nail on the head. Having been a kind of heavy metal, punk, and then hippie scene kid while I was a teenager, early 20s, and then coming onto the online world, thinking there was a level of depth beyond that. But actually, it's kind of just ended up being an online scene with loads of potential, but a bit impotent at the level of economics, at the level of kind of serious political impact, in terms of even kind of like deep lifestyle shifts. It still feels, to put it kind of simply, precarious. We started out precarious and we're still precarious. And the question is there something that can be done about that? That's what I'm interested in, really.
That's amazing. Yeah, let me actually say a couple things about Nance then, and then about theory. Well, so Theory Underground is one of these critical media theory experiments. It's a solo project by me, who would have tried to be a professor at some point, but decided that's not going to make sense right now. But I wanted to research, I wanted to teach, and I need others. I need others to hold me accountable. I need a framework, some kind of an institutional framework to guide my research, but I couldn't find a grad program that I wanted to go into. And so Theory Underground is ultimately what I'm doing to take on the questions I think need to be researched for the kinds of work that I feel called to do. And Nance is one of our, I like to call him a model student, and that's a little too extreme. He's actually a terrible student. He doesn't fill out his writing reflections. But he's done all the courses, okay? And he's been on the tour, and he wrote a really great piece for the Underground Theory volume. And he's become a collaborator as well. We do Capital Mondays together. Every Monday we read Capital, Das Kapital, for anywhere between 2 and 8 hours, and we draw upon secondary sources. So, for instance, we spent the first 3 weeks just reading Michael Heinrich's introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital, this book right here. He's a controversial guy because he's a value form Marxist, apparently. We didn't even know that back in the day when we first liked this guy. But on tour, Daniel Tutt made it clear that he is anti-value form Marxists like Moshe Stone and Michael Heinrich. And I felt like personally attacked. I was like, oh shit, well I love these guys. Like, this is where I get half my post-Marxism from. What are you talking about? And so I've had to do some research into that. And so Nance is doing the same. And we love Daniel Tutt. We love, our Marxist brethren. But we've got questions and problems and debates, hopefully, that will happen on this European tour. And so that's, Nance, do you want to say a couple things about yourself there? That's me setting the stage for you there.
Yeah, I don't know. So I think I reached like a moment of wanting to give up. Like, I was working and I was into like theory and philosophy, and I don't know, I thought I was onto something. But then I was like kind of over it, and I was like, man, fuck, everything sucks. Because I was doing it in isolation. I mean, not because I was doing it in isolation, but I was doing it all in isolation. I was working, and I thought I was smart, and I was reading and listening to all the right podcasts and all that stuff. But it was like, this is a dead end. I'm not getting anything from this. And then Theory Underground just kind of sprung up out of the ground, out of nowhere, overnight one day. And it presented an opportunity to take the idea of study seriously. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So just say a couple things, though, to set the frame for some of the people just joining. For instance, we have this guy on Twitch who said, what are these guys talking about? Oh, they're talking about communism. What a bunch of retards. Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. That's what we do on the internet, is get made fun of. And so we're all here just hanging out, getting made fun of. We love you. But so on tour, we were meeting up with all kinds of people, mostly leftists or something adjacent. And as people who are kind of, I don't want to say post-left, but doing a sort of genuine critical, a period of moratorium is what I like to call it, which is to say, suspending presuppositions. And as I was just talking about with Peter Rollins at the beginning of the stream, really in the way that he does atheism for Lent with Christians, we're kind of doing that, but with like the idea of the left, and ultimately for the sake of trying to understand the current situation. And the current situation is, I think, what we're ultimately here to talk about today. And it's what we'll be talking about on tour. And when we come to Europe, we're going to probably collaborate in London, it sounds like. We could talk a little bit about that event towards the end of this. And then also in Portugal from the 23rd through the 25th, there will be a conference. And I hope that there will be a panel that you guys will be on called The New Dark Age. And that is the prequel to a big event in October in Boise for a conference I'm doing here in Boise, Idaho, USA. And that is on the topic of, it's like, I think we're just calling it Council of Nicaea 21st Century. And the idea is, obviously, we're not a priest class, and we're not representatives of powerful institutions, and we've not been gathered together by an emperor to help consolidate the worldview of an empire. But instead, we are various shades of autodidacts and working class intellectuals who are trying to figure out what is the current situation And part of that is to say, if there was a Council of Nicaea today, if we were to say, what is the true ideology of 21st century capitalism or neo-feudalism, whatever it is, what is that ideology? Obviously it's duopolistic. Obviously it's PMC to petty bourgeois. Obviously these are not obvious for people who've not been through courses on these topics at Theory Underground. None of this is obvious, but that's all stuff that people ultimately have to argue. And the kind of presupposition of the whole Council of Nicaea event is that self-help literature, business success literature, New Age spiritualism literature, woke memoirs, these are all the stuff of 21st century ideology, because this is the stuff that people turn to when they are burning out, when they are in prison, when they are in recovery, when they have lost loved ones or careers or something. And so, it's one thing to turn to critiquing Hollywood or shows people interpassively watch. It's another thing to actually take on the texts that our loved ones who are suffering turn to in their hardest times. And the tendency on the left, as well as in theory circles, the two are basically a Venn diagram that's completely a circle. But like the tendency is just to scoff at these things, to go, oh, self-help guru, ha ha ha. And we say, no, if it's on the Joe Rogan or Oprah Winfrey reading list or book club, then it's actually telling us something about what the people want and where they're starting at. What is their point of entry? And so what can we do with that? And so that's what the Council of Nicaea event will be about. And so the new Dark Age event is going to kind of set the basis for that, because Cadell basically said it like, I think you said it best, right? What's the difference between now and then? Right, there's a lot of differences between the new Dark Age and the old Dark Age. Maybe you could use that as a springboard for talking about how you guys see the current situation.
Well, I just say, like, I want to sort of frame what I'm going to say in a mode of a question. Maybe it's just a question directed at Owen, because he's been working with this more directly than me even. I was just looking up, okay, what is the definition of the Dark Age? And let's see if it applies to what we're trying to get at. I just want to try and approach it as a question. So, it says the Dark Ages is basically a term that historians use that's correlated for Western Europeans around the time of the fall of the Western Roman Empire. And it's marked by a serious decline in economic, intellectual, and cultural activities. And so I was gonna, if we're gonna take that term and we're gonna sort of bring it to our time, well, what are we trying to do there? I think like what I would hear in, a New York Times bestseller book or a Joe Rogan podcast or an Oprah Winfrey book club would be like this idea that the American empire is in decline. So like our Roman Empire is like the American empire, and is the American empire in such a marked economic, intellectual, and cultural decline that it's going to have ripple consequences on the entire global economic, intellectual, and cultural milieu, to the point that we're basically entering into a dark age. I know that there's sort of philosophers like Peter Sloterdijk who say that we're heading from a world of globes to a world of foam, where it's basically we're going from one center to like a multi-center world. So like we're going from an American empire to like there's going to be many empires. Like there's going to be a Chinese empire and an Indian empire and a Brazilian and a Russian. And, there's also people like, I know, Owen, you've actually spoken with Alexander Dugin, who's talking about like Heideggerian Daseins, that there are multiple Daseins. There's a Russian Dasein and an African Dasein and that there is no world civilization. There are just these different empires. And so we're entering into that space. So I'm just going to throw it to you, Owen, sort of like, is the Dark Age the right term? Are we entering into a period of economic, intellectual, cultural decline? And is that connected to the United States? And then, yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, broadly, yes, I agree with everything you've said. And so I'll just expand with a couple of points. I think kind of staring into the unknown. It's always helpful, even inevitable, that we reach for signifiers from the past that seem to help make sense of it. So pointing to Dark Age, because it's like, okay, we know there was a Dark Age and it signifies something in our common consciousness. And it seems to be working for a reasonable amount of people that go, okay, now that seems all right, right, let's run with it and see how far we get with it. Similarly, with a term like techno-feudalism that Yanis Varoufakis has put forward, it's like, okay, techno-feudalism, is this actually feudal in the sense of like long dynasties and like priesthood and knights and all the rest of it? Well, no, certainly not yet. But there are certain types of economic structures emerging, or even you might say like post-economic, above economic, these kind of rentier platforms that he talks about, cloud capital he talks about. It's like, so he also uses the term cloud capitalism, techno-feudalism, kind of interchangeable, but depending on which, it's kind of like cutting a mango in two, and then one side's got the seed and one side doesn't, and it kind of helps you think in different ways. And I think running with these different signifiers allows us to unlock different things. So if we go back to this idea then of the Dark Ages, I think one of the things that you said, Cadell, was I think historians saying there's a notable decline in economic, cultural, something else activity. I think one of the things that comes to my mind here is that I don't think people stop doing culture. I think it's rare that people stop doing culture. Certainly my understanding of the kind of years after the high period of the Roman Empire, there were all of these cults everywhere, these Christ cults that actually Council of Nicaea were eventually formalized. And basically these guys said, all right, this is how we're going to officially practice this. But beforehand, there were anywhere you'd go, there'd be different people working with this kind of mystery, entangling this Judaic myth with the Dionysian and the pagan myths in new ways, experimenting and exploring. I was just reading this morning about, apparently, I think in the 9th century, there was a letter written to a king kind of saying, man, there's so much witchcraft going on. Everybody's practicing witchcraft at the moment. Do you think we've got to do something about this? And then it takes till about the 13th century that the Catholic Church really stands up and goes, yes, we're going to fucking stamp out these witches, these pesky witches. So the Dark Ages, and why it's an interesting signifier to me, is that it doesn't just mean a kind of cultural death, but it means stuff perhaps going a bit more invisible, a bit more underground, which is why theory underground is interesting again. Rather than the kind of the center of this imperial power that it kind of believes in investing and building up a high culture that connects the elites with the masses in an interesting way, it's kind of become so decadent and will probably just keep fizzling on doing its own boring thing, while in the underground there's a lot of new energy happening in a very chaotic and unpredictable manner. That's certainly why I find this an interesting term to work with. And then kind of final point, I've said this to Cadell before, I forget the writer, unfortunately, but this guy, theories of declines of civilizations, but his thinking was that basically the end of the Roman Empire, the academy went more and more Neoplatonic, which was kind of getting into these endless fizzling abstractions, as opposed to a kind of high era of philosophy when the philosophers were actually also deeply engaged and interested in the arts, in the mystery religions. They were initiates in mystery religions at the same time as being deep intellectuals. And I kind of find that funny to think about what some movements in philosophy today, or kind of attempted philosophy movements like Cadell and I dunk on the metamoderns a lot, who seem to just be going further and further into a circle of abstract nonsense with no connection to anything that smells remotely real to me.
I just want to say Owen and I are pro dunking, because we can dunk, like what, we sometimes do it. We sometimes do a 360. We'll do it between the legs. No.
I know. I was just
in the last live stream. He's anti-dunking.
I was just talking about being anti-dunking in the last one, but it's okay to say someone's name or to say you don't take a movement that seriously. It's another thing. Like, let's just say that we took those two guys who are behind the Hanzi guy, the alias. Let's just say we took those two guys and started like talking about their personal lives or dragging them, or that's different. Saying that they're stupid. No, it's not that they're stupid. Like I think there's a lot of, it's like Trump said, there's a lot of good people over there, like but also they're not sending their best. You know, I've met some meta-modernists, and I have actually met a couple of their best, and I really love them. But you're right, though. It is a dead end for a million reasons. And really, I'd say every Theory Underground course could be read in some meta way as a critique of what the meta-modern people aren't doing, you know. So, but, you know, if you just want to do shrooms, and talk about how you're enlightened because you've reached the integral stage, Ken Wilber was already there, man. Like, it already got done. But the meta-modernists are just kind of like resuscitating it, right? And I don't want to say just, but also like when they look at postmodernism, they go modernism, postmodernism. Sorry, it looks like we lost Owen. But yeah, when you go modernism, postmodernism, and they're like, we need meta-modernism, I go, oh, I couldn't agree more. But then they don't have any attempt at a material analysis for these things, or at least not a thoroughgoing one, and not one that's in any kind of dialectical conversation with people who for the last 150 years have been the staunch historical materialist tradition, which is to say Marxists. They just cut that out, and they act like postmodernism is not a, hey, welcome back, Owen. I'm just saying that I decided to elaborate on my critique of metamodernism by just saying that they don't.
It was great.
They don't do history, and by that I mean that they talk about like, oh, postmodernism, blah blah blah. They'll characterize it, and then they'll say that we need to go beyond it, but they never talk about how it's a response to the totalitarian 20th century. It's a response to Stalinism and Nazism. It's a response to worldview Marxism and the burnout of May 68. And they have no dialectical, historical, material consciousness of these events, and they don't try to, and they definitely don't talk about the PMC or of the rise of, say, neo-feudalism. This is not even on the table. It's like they just embrace the identity, but without self-awareness, and then move forward like they can solve the problems by doing shrooms. Okay, there you go. But I love them. I love them. I think that there's a lot of great people over there. I genuinely do believe that there's a lot of really smart people there.
Literally just happened.
What happened?
Owen just gave you an alley-oop pass, and you friggin' jumped, man. and you did a 360 dunk. That was.
I love these guys. I mean, I really do. Anyway, okay. So where were you going with that before you got?
Love them too, yeah.
Yeah. Where were you going with that though, Owen? Before you? So
that was actually my last point. Is that I think? I mean, it's some of these meta-modern guys, that scene, they're even interested in Neoplatonism. So it's doubly funny. It's like Neoplatonism is this strand of philosophy in the end of the Roman Empire emerging in the academy that ultimately is quite boring and not many of the philosophers are remembered.
Well, I just have to say in defense of Neoplatonism that one of my fellow travelers is really into it, and I suspect I have a lot to learn on it because I think that there's a lot that gets called Platonism or Plato, and you know the way he's taught in introductory courses and the way that sort of naive idealists embrace Plato has very little to do with what Plato was actually doing as an author. Like he's actually this not just a metaphysician. People like, oh, they want to take on the Platonic forms and this kind of airy-fairy metaphysics, but there's something deeper as a writer that he's doing, or at least there's an argument there that, you know, the literary device he's using called Socrates, you know, that is probably a real-world referent that had influence on him and Aristotle, and the development of that flourishing period of, you know, philosophy in Greece at that time. That's something different than what becomes of it as it becomes Latinized and inherited by the Romans, who were very, we'll just say, it's not even like appropriation. It's just like they just kind of like, they copied and pasted their shitty misrecognition of what was going on in that scene. Or actually, it's not a scene, it's a milieu. And then they brought it into, they imported it into their scene. And maybe we could even argue that the Romans, they were just a bunch of scene kids. I don't know. There's something there. There's something that can be done to salvage Plato and Aristotle, but it would require learning Greek and spending 15 years.
There's always stuff to salvage. And I think that's where it's kind of interesting that actually, I think what happened with Christianity is that there were people drawing from Neoplatonism, but also from these underground Dionysus cults and Jewish cults. And so it became something that actually had a participatory mystery about life and death in it, which the Neoplatonism had lost into kind of formalism.
I like it. Okay, cool. And so now I really want to swing back around here. Empire in Decline, were you talking about Spangler?
No,
No.
someone else.
Okay. And then you've interviewed Dugan?
Yes.
Okay. And multiple times?
No, just once.
Okay.
Just once it came about, someone, Peter Limberg, who's kind of adjacent in these networks, the guy from The Stoa, now Less Foolish, had interviewed him. And Daniel Fraga, who I was doing technosocial with, said, should we try and get Dugan? He's a famous philosopher. It'll be controversial and we might learn something. And I thought, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. So we did. We came on.
I think that's probably the best reason to do it. And that's probably... Here's my thing. I think that Dugan has monopolized a bunch of truth. But he uses it in this sort of ideological state way. And of course, you know, considering the fact that they just blew up his daughter... and that he's like struck from, you can't even buy his books on Amazon. Like the guy has been disappeared in the US, makes him more interesting. Like at Theory Underground, like I'm teaching Heidegger. The Division 2 of Being in Time starts this Saturday. I've been, when I'm not doing this organizing work, I'm grinding to try to prepare myself for that lecture because nobody really engages with Division 2 very seriously. And in a sort of sense, it's because they don't know how to square it with their existentialist, individualist version of Heidegger. Of course, you can, use the first couple of chapters of Being in Time, Division 2, to start talking about this existentialist, individualist thing. Oh, we feel guilty because we're not like living up to our own calling and our own ideals and our own authentic possibilities, blah, blah, blah. But what they miss, the liberals like Hubert Dreyfus and William Blattner, who we owe so much to as students of philosophy, the issue is that they read this in a sort of depoliticized context, and what they're missing is the facticity of Heidegger's historicity. And it was honestly like hearing that Dugan uses Dasein in this way that first clued me in. It wasn't the whole like controversy over the black notebooks. It wasn't the, he thinks it's the Jews, guys, or whatever. Okay, cool, whatever. He was a fucking reactionary. What can you expect? He didn't have a real material analysis, and he didn't take Das Kapital seriously. So, of course, he just essentialized it to some racial trait in the same way that woke scolds and neoliberals talk about whiteness today. Oh, look, white people are disproportionately represented in places of power. Therefore, when we say systemic or structural, we mean the pattern that privileges whiteness and the characteristics that serve it. And it's like, you're just saying Jewry, guys. It's the same fucking thing. You're doing it. You're doing what Heidegger did. But of course, coming from a more material basis, we go, oh, actually, you can swap out all the people in power with minority groups, and you would still have the functioning of the system that would be the same. The form, would be the same. The content could be a little different, maybe a little bit more colorful, maybe a little bit more rainbow. Who knows? But bringing it back to Dugan, I just want to say that we've not had a course on Dugan. We have had a course on Nick Land, and it's interesting to think that Nick Land and Dugan are the two most prominent, controversial thinkers of the 21st century for the right side of the internet, when they basically are opposites. Like they couldn't be more different, and their solutions, I don't think, can really coexist. And it's funny that one is like the ideologue of Russia and the other is like the ideologue of potentially China. I mean, I don't know how official that is, but that is kind of how it's framed.
Yeah, I want to experiment with a little something here with your idea, and I just want to say, in the context of the live stream, which I've been listening, is that there seems to be here's my proposal for the contemporary symptom in our sort of weird niche area of the internet, is just the left and the right metaphor.
Yeah.
Like, this is a huge symptom. Like, it's coming up. Everyone's basically, no one has come on here today and said, I'm strongly identifying as a leftist. Most people feel like they're somehow an outcast politically, or something's really not working. I just want to use the example of Nick Land and Dugan here as, you said, figures of the right, and saying, how are these both figures of the right when they're basically opposing figures? Is that the left and the right is a spatial metaphor. Left and the right is a spatial metaphor, which is derived from the French Revolution and sort of the organizing sort of the political sort of institution of that time. And maybe what's being left out here and what's disorienting us with left and right is that we need a temporal metaphor. And that like that if you leave time out of the equation, then you're going to become disoriented in space. And so, for example, when we think about Dugan and Nick Land, what's the big difference between Nick Land and Dugan, if I'm just thinking spontaneously ideologically, is that Dugan's kind of like more, let's go back to a traditional way of life kind of way of thinking. And Nick Land is like, bring on the friggin' techno-capitalist apocalypse, like, it's just like, let's go into the friggin' techno-capitalist apocalypse. And even the techno-capitalist apocalypse is beautiful, and let's just get rid of humans, right? So are they opposite spatially? Maybe not. Are they opposite temporally? Maybe, yeah. So they're a temporal opposite. So I'm just saying, maybe our left and right, we need to think past and future. We need to think time. Yeah, I don't know how that lands with you, Owen.
Yeah, very cool point. I'm gonna have to sit with that and think with that.
I would just say that the left as a metaphor is already, so it's a master signifier that is intuitively based in our spatial sense of having left and right sides of our bodies, and that we literally navigate the world with those. And of course, you go left too many times, you've actually gone in a circle. And so there's this interesting sort of idea that kind of invokes horseshoe logic, which is to say that the extremes start to mirror one another. And then people like to, who love the idea of the left and you love this as a signifier, and they think it's useful. They have a problem with horseshoe logic. They want to say that there's a fundamental difference between the extremes, even though they do start to mirror one another in their appearance. And I think, well, sorry, but that's the trap of your metaphor. Your metaphor that you're operationalizing on the masses invokes its opposite. So it invokes an opposition. You can't not invoke an opposition with it. And that today, when not checking every single intersectional box gets you labeled a Nazi, you're basically, by saying, oh, I'm a leftist, I organize with the left, and my friends are leftists, oh, we're comrades, blah, 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 you are signaling to the rest of the world, probably to like 90% of the world, fuck you. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Is like, of course, you're saying I'm the only true representative of you, and I, believe in equality for you. But at the same time, you're also saying, but if you don't agree with me on everything, fuck you. And so the problem with this spatial metaphor, I'd say, applies to the temporal metaphor as well. You're right that one is more past, one is more future, but that the left tends to take itself as the side of progress, which is why Land was, supposedly at some point, like, basically a leftist. And it's because of this temporal idea. And the issue is that guys like Dugan and Bannon don't believe that there's a going back. Now, I understand from our position, they're talking about going back. They're talking about autocracy. They're talking about a world.
Doesn't Land fall in the right because he's anti-humanist? Like, that the left always has a like their progress is always in relationship to a universal humanism.
Yeah, he's anti-democratic, right?
Yeah, he's anti-democratic. So if
communists are anti-democratic.
Yeah, exactly. And being but also communists are anti-humanist. So, it's, and then of course Mikey's working on a very interesting piece right now. By the way, hi Mikey. He's in the chat, and I think this is not too much of a spoiler to say that the piece he's going to drop is going to talk about some of the weird similarities between the Landian, Moldbugian, neo-cameralist state and like a world of Soviets, you know?
Oh, dude, I've just been thinking that left-wing Yarvinism is fucking the next thing that's going to happen. Because the Yarvinists are thinking about a fucking global monarch that will coordinate everybody. That is where the fucking old-school communist Stalinist logic goes. Left Yarvinism. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if Land was always just trying to turn the right into a bunch of leftists, you know, because get them excited about the future, get them excited about anti-democracy and anti-humanism, when in reality that was already a big thing on the left. So, but anyway, I just feel like this past versus future metaphor, where I was going with that is just to say that Dugan and Bannon, both of them believe in this idea of eternity that is cyclical, but it's never the same. So it's always repetition with difference. And so it's not just a pure repetition. And then even Heidegger, you know, like freedom in Division 2 of Being and Time is choosing your fate, but it is your fate. And it's your fate because you come from a specific historicity. And so you can either own up to your culture and its heritage and learn how to inherit that, or you're disavowing something and you're actually going to not be able to achieve anything, and you're just going to be undifferentiated or inauthentic forever. So, but this rooting, I mean, really the Being in Time not being read as an individualist versus existentialist, that whole thread that I was playing with, I will just kind of close it out by saying that Dugan was my point of entry into realizing, no, it's not just that Heidegger lends himself to this. This is what he was doing. And if you read him in 1933 and you see him saying German Dasein this and German Dasein that, it's all of a sudden like, he's not talking about German individuals, guys. He's talking about a collectivity. And the reason is because even though he'll talk about particular Dasein and he'll move between the collective and the individual in a confusing way because he's trying to break the language games we are stuck in, he does ultimately say that all of the structures of being in the world, all of the existentialia in Being in Time are rooted in historicity, your particular historicality. And that's where it's easy for Dugan to then use Heidegger with Spengler and Junger and Evola and all these other actual fascists, and they kind of put them all into his own little thing, which is when people say, oh, it's just fascist, I feel like no one's really giving him the credit where it's due, which is like, look, I ultimately do disagree with him on some things. But when I say that he's monopolized some kernels of truth there, yeah, it's because the whole world shouldn't speak English. The whole world shouldn't have to do capitalism. The whole world shouldn't be under the threat of being invaded by the United States if it doesn't check all of the boxes on the progressive agenda. So, duh. You know, he's definitely monopolized that position. And a universalist position, whether we call it left or not, that doesn't embrace and allow a lot of local autonomy and cultural particularity is genocidal. Right? But the problem is I think the genocide has already happened. The Russian genocide has already happened. Like, that's where I would say that he is trying to preserve something that's done for, because it's like, I'm sorry, Russian capitalism is no less capitalism, my friend.
You know, I think this is a really interesting sort of window into Duganism, because I remember when I was studying anthropology in my undergrad, there was the hottest anthropologist at the time was this guy named Wade Davis, who wrote a book about disappearing languages. And he's basically saying, look, you know, some of these languages are down to under 100 people. They're basically dead languages. And he likened it to the extinction rate. Like, we always talk in ecology about the extinction rate of organisms. How many organisms are in threat in the 21st century? And he was approaching the same thing through languages and cultures. And it brings up this really interesting, you know, dichotomy between, on the one hand, preserving sort of multiplicity for multiplicity's sake, and on the other hand, you'll have a lot of sort of, let's say, tech bro libertarians who are saying the world is all flat, the world is all one thing, the world is all interconnected, and we should all just, basically get on one platform and speak one language. And so this is an interesting tension point, which I think it's not obvious how to think through this. But yeah, I mean, in that sense, yeah, Dugin's monopolizing a certain truth.
Yeah. So with the last 18 minutes we've got here, I kind of want to turn it over back to the question of the new Dark Age and what is different now versus then. Obviously, this will just kind of help us get the gears turning for what we will do on the European tour in May. Okay. So Nance, I just wanted to see if anything immediate comes to mind for you in terms of critical media theory or anything else that we've been studying, as far as differences between, say, the actual Dark Age and what we're calling like this 21st century Dark Age.
I think, at least right now, like what jumps out is this positivity, this idea that because of our technological interface with the world around us, we have access to anything we could ever want. Whereas in the past, like the destitution was kind of like inarguable. People were like, yeah, we have nothing. Of course we have nothing. Now we have nothing, but we believe we have everything, or at least access to everything. And the speed at which that all changes us, I think, is the main difference when it comes to us and our situatedness. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what that does to us, but I think, I don't know, that's what's most interesting to me right now is the positivity, like the ideological belief that we are living in the end of history, and it's a good thing.
And would you say that's a symptom of the new media condition itself, or is that also a symptom of other things that you would want to point out?
I mean, yeah, it's, I don't know. I guess it's probably chicken or egg, right? Like, is it because society moved in this direction, we developed these technologies, or did we develop these technologies because we had some, I don't know, diffuse social desire to have everything? I don't know. It's probably more complicated than one or the other. Like it's probably a complex give and take and back and forth flow.
Owen, Cadell, what would you guys want to bring into, say, if maybe like topics you might want to research, or maybe like, paper ideas or anything that you would want to like, that just comes to mind as something that you might be playing with in the next couple of months?
Certainly for me, I think the most interesting space is the intersection between psychoanalysis and the occult. I think these are, to my mind, the two disciplines that are exploring the unconscious or the negativities of subjectivities, the things that can't be spoken of easily, not only because they're taboo, but because actually you can't even point them out unless people kind of are ready to see what you're pointing out. And they both appear to kind of have, I mean, the occult has been going on forever, and psychoanalysis, you could argue, is actually just an offspring of the occult. Like, it's kind of interesting to think Freud himself as a kind of Kabbalistic mystic who goes rationalist with it. But still, and that's a kind of, that's too much to expand on. But basically, these are ways of seeing and ways of working intersubjectively that unlock different types of relationships, different forms of creativity, ultimately even potentially different forms of love, community, and politics potentially going forwards. I mean, it's kind of like my kind of two lineages have been, on the one hand, the heavy metal scene, and then in my period in university studying Zizek. And so I was kind of getting Lacanian psychoanalysis and heavy metal. And then I traced heavy metal going, okay, there's a lot of occult revival. There's a lot of Crowley going into this. I think that's actually the kind of driving motive behind it. And there's always seemed to be something that rhymes between the two. But I think it remains completely unclarified. And I think there's like what exists, for example, in the occult underground, which is quite big, is a lot of people who are experimenting with different ways of doing culture, different ways of doing religion, ways of having a kind of like, basically you could say peasant or working class community fabric where they're not relying on mainstream medical institutions and mainstream academic institutions to get education, to look after themselves, to know how to parent, to know how to be healthy.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're kind of, it remains a little bit philosophically naive, I think. I think it's like a lot of the occult scene has kind of become quite postmodern in that there's just kind of like, you can have your paganism and I'll have my paganism and I have my gods and you have my gods and it all works and we kind of smoosh together. But there are now writers, I always mention them, Peter Gray and Alkistis Demetra too. He's a theorist, she's a Butoh dancer, who are starting to bring psychoanalysis to witchcraft and to Crowley. They're trying to bring Foucault to witchcraft and to Crowley. They're trying to bring Bataille. They're thinking, okay, what does it mean to take this stuff that's been developed, but rather than kind of floating in an endless imaginary, to connect it to kind of like fundamental reals of birth, sex, death, and then to build up from there. So that's where I'm super interested.
Yeah, and connecting it to fundamental reals like love, birth, death, sex is exactly where I'm also behind the scenes doing a lot of stuff. And so I'd love to potentially do a panel on that topic when we're in London. And I think Nina Power would want to do it as well. Because what's being erased is natality itself. What's being erased, it's not, there's a superficial level of the culture war that just says, oh, it's just these trans activists, blah, blah, blah. And I think it's scapegoating to just look at that. What's really in question for our generation is what does it mean to be a man or a woman? Like, I think this is a deep question. It's not an easy question. And anybody who makes it easy, for instance, when I have her on later, if she just has a really easy answer, like, oh, it's just chromosomes or whatever, well, I'm sorry, that's not true because, and I don't think she's going to go there. It is a deeper problem because it's and I can talk to a conservative about this as well, and they will agree with me. And I can say, you can be an adult man, an adult male, and not a man because you're a man child or you're a boy who in an adult body, right? And they will always say yes. Well, then we're not talking about biology. That is a social thing. And that is a cultural problem that we all feel like. I would like to be a man. I would. At this point, or maybe I think I would like to be one, but I don't know what that means. And I haven't known what that means for a long time because I grew up in a place where you have to kill a deer to be a man. And for me, I was like, well, I'm not gonna, so I guess I'm not a man. Fuck you. And then, of course, a lot of people go, oh, you're not making a real six-figure salary. You're not a man. There's all these different kinds of ideas of what makes someone the man. This is the logic of the phallus. And of course, we can kind of perform that we are negating the phallus in a sort of sense. Then now we really have it, right? But outside of the symbolic games, outside of the structuralist logic, outside of all of these other things, though, birth is real. It's in the real. It's an actual portal into a new generation. And that generation is an actual extension of you in a weird sort of way. And Levinas is really good for this. And nowadays, feminist critics just like to dismiss him. But one of the things we'll be doing is reading the second half of Totality Infinity seriously. And not in this kind of, oh, he just totalizes women. Okay, we'll be open to that interpretation that Simone de Beauvoir has. But more importantly, no, there's something about what he calls fecundity. And that is to say, natality that is beyond and outside of our conceptions, our totalizations, our rationalizations, our language games, our social games. And it doesn't fit into our boxes and it's messy,
Yeah, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. I mean, there's maybe not enough time for me to expand on sort of what I'm hoping to write about in 2024, but I can just sort of say that for me, I went through all of the philosophical conversations I had in 2023 and sort of came up with 3 signifiers that I thought captured most of the conversations. And those three signifiers were theopolitics, the connection between theology and politics, psychoanalysis outside of the clinic, taking psychoanalytic knowledge and applying it socially, thinking about it outside of just clinical structure, clinical settings, and then frontier philosophy, basically the edge of speculative cognition, basically. And I just think about, like, what am I doing to engage in frontier philosophy? I think it just requires actually thinking through and working through deep issues of theology and politics in what I'm actually doing, building concretely, taking on those challenges as they appear. And I think the best tools to bring along the way to do that is psychoanalytic knowledge, but outside of a clinical setting. And I think that, one of the things for psychoanalysis that I do think we need to think about is, and I'm not a clinician, is, when Freud started psychoanalysis, I mean, people were going for like 5 years. Like, people were going to the clinic for 5 years, like 5 times a week, and it's just like, what have we been talking about? Like, what's the main point, like, that I think that Nance brought up that was so good is just basically the accelerationism, like things are so quick now. Like, does the old psychoanalytic model and the clinical structure work in this accelerated time? Maybe we do need it to slow things down, but at least for me, in terms of getting things done, I mean, the psychoanalytic reel just presents itself to me. I mean, Dave, that's, I think, one of the main things we talked about on the live stream between you and I is, like, just the way the psychoanalytic reel comes up. And then just the last thing I'll say in terms of, I want to engage a little bit and end a little bit on what does it mean to be a man or a woman. I mean, at the end of the Acree, Lacan says that there is no essence or physical material or social identity upon which we can clearly identify I am a man or I am a woman, that there is just sort of a unified negativity here. There is just sort of a contradiction that you're brought to here that you have to tarry with. When it comes to am I a man or a woman, I think it is the tarrying with the negativity par excellence. And then when it comes to sort of, I would like to feel like a man, I think the Jordan Peterson route is like, we have this axiom of take responsibility, and the paradigm is clean your room, right? And I think that when it comes to, the psychoanalytic tradition, someone like Lacan is basically saying, yes, you have to take responsibility, but you have to take responsibility for your unconscious. You have to take responsibility for your unconscious and the ethics of desire. So I think, to me, what that means is you have to be a man is to take responsibility for your deepest fantasies about fusion with the mother. You have to accept the void there. You have to embrace the void there. And I think that is the only way that you can stop idealizing the woman and open the conditions of possibility for the child. And then I think that, to me, that's at least, what I think about. I'll stop there.
Nance, do you have some closing thoughts on this?
Yeah, the whole gender thing, right? Like, we're all little boys or little girls or little non-specific, all of us. And it's impossible to be the grown-up, the man, the woman, or the, assertive non-binary. Like, yeah, like it's impossible. And I think maybe through coming to terms with the impossibility of it is when you can overcome it and fulfill it through, I don't know, eschewing it. But it's a big question, and it's really meaningful to a lot of people. And I think for me, it's easy to kind of just, well, I don't care about that because I don't care about that because it doesn't really affect me. It hasn't got in the way of my own self-actualization. So it's easy to just ignore it. At least superficially, right? Because it's still operant somewhere deep down in my psyche. I don't know. It's a big question. I don't really have thoughts on it other than just like, no, it's an impossible thing that we nevertheless, it's an ongoing process.
And as far as stuff that you're thinking about, that you're researching, that you might be presenting on tour. I mean, you get more the two of us get more chances to present on our ideas than anyone else because we get to present at every one of the venues on the tour, right? That's how it ended up being with the US Canada tour as well. Yeah, just a couple of things that you're thinking about wanting to write or present on.
I like the idea of a contemporary Dark Ages. I think we are facing collapse. And I think in that collapse there may be opportunities. We're going to have some new opportunities that we can seize, or we're all going to go out and it's just going to be the dance party at the end of the world. But I think it is largely technological. I think it has to do with the way we interact with the world, the way the world comes to us, rather than us going out into the world and acting upon the world. So I'm probably going to be writing and talking about that.
Amazing. All right. Well, I hope to be able to bring the two of you, Cadell and Owen, back soon, either together or myself on your platforms or individually one-on-one. Like, just, I don't know. I want this conversation to continue before the conference, hopefully. And I'd like to also put our heads together as far as the experimental and really cool sounding events that you guys are working on in March and ways that we might incorporate aspects of that.
I was just going to say, we didn't even get a chance to talk about some of the events that are actually coming up. So I think we should use those actual events as materials for future discussion down the road in the first quarter 2024. But thanks for having us on, Dave.
Wonderful. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. And we'll be right back after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program And also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Oh my God, we were muted there. Hold on. Oh my God, muted all the time, muted. I think it's because of Twitch, man. I've been really good on my mute game, but as soon as you get back on Twitch, something goes wrong where you just start to boomer out, because you want to give them an opportunity to sit there and say, you're a fucking boomer, you're a fucking retard, piece of shit, blah, blah, all the things that they like to say about us, which is true. It's all true. It's absolutely correct. But anyway, all right. So as I was saying, welcome, OG Rose, Daniel Garner in the house. How's it going, man?
I'm well, David. It's good to see you and Nance. And I started your series on Marx last night, and I have to applaud you both for that deep, close reading of an incredibly deep text. I'm not actually familiar with anyone doing that, so well done to you. And that's the kind of work that is needed, like you've said before, on working class theory being so tied to liberation, freedom, or thinking new possibilities. Well, that's what it takes. So well done to you both to be taking on that work.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to... we do so many of these exegetical reading sessions, long form, anywhere between 4 and 8 hours, but we've not been doing the note taking as seriously as we need to, and a lot of it's just it's really exciting stuff. It's easier to react to, or I already know how to elaborate on it. And capital is for me like a vexed question, because I've seen the way that as a signifier it quilts discourses. People use it as the boogeyman. People use it as this force. It's like this kind of weird thing, and ultimately, to really ground ourselves out in the material, historical, but mostly critique levels of analysis when it comes to this world historical thing we call capital that is so good and so bad. You really do have to go back to not just all of these books, but also you've got to go to the expansion packs and insider and outsider critiques. And so also we're one of the biggest questions that has developed for us is value form Marxism versus labor theory of value Marxism. Value form Marxism is sort of springboard into so many of the things that Nance cares about, that I care about, that Mikey cares about, to the point where even if Marx turns out to be a labor theory of value, if he turns out to be a labor theory of value guy, he's really a petite Ricardo, like Lenin thinks, like Kautsky thinks, like Engels thought, like everyone, well then we are going to have to challenge Marx using this interpretation from the value form Marxists, and that's ultimately part of a post-left or a post-Marxist or a post-whatever, post-politics standpoint that we're inhabiting right now. And that, we were just having a conversation with Ted Reese earlier, and he's in London, and he's a Marxist, and he already agreed to join us on a panel on Marxism versus post-Marxism, value form Marxism versus labor theory of value Marxism, all of this stuff. And so it's we're very intimidated. He's a very smart guy. All of these people are just way ahead of us in a lot of ways. We're just these, as Nance says in his piece here in Underground Theory, I ain't no big city Marxist or anything. He says so. How did you say? Yeah, that's how you said that, right?
Yeah, oh, I'm not a big city lawyer that, but I'm no big city Marxist. I'm just a country proletarian dickhead or whatever.
Yeah. It really felt like that getting with Chris Catrone and Daniel Tutt, like Daniel Tutt in Washington fucking DC, where the air shimmers with the charge of the symbolic. Like, it's like, whoa, oh, power resides here. And then
we drove right by the Pentagon.
Yeah.
We drove right by the Pentagon.
Yeah. They texted me. They were like, hey, we see you there. And then in Chicago with Catrone at like this super bougie art school, like where all these kids were snobs, like is amazing. Not all of them, but Anyway, let's take all that and segue it into what I wanted to talk to you about, and that is time energy structural stultification, or the structural stultification of time energy. You wrote an amazing review on my book, Time Energy, Why You Have No Time or Energy. In fact, you're the first person. So really, you get some kind of like a special award for being first to the game in a sort of sense. So good job. Absolutely. You did it. And I wanted to get into Ivan Illich and disablement because you think that there's a connection there. And so this all relates to the capital stuff, obviously, because capital and Marx and Heidegger working between and then going beyond Marx and Heidegger is, for me, where time energy theory comes out of. That plus my own personal life, working class. Nobody in my family went to college. Nobody ever had large energy infused repeatable blocks of time. We can't even imagine how our lives would be different if we did have that. And seeing that that's actually one of the major causal problems in our dysfunction. And it's not my parents' fault. It's not my pastor's fault. It's not my neighbor's fault. It's not my, realizing that at the end of the day, there are people with agency involved, but their horizon of possibilities has been collapsed by structural stultification of time energy in its reduction to labor power, and our entire lives being orchestrated towards a job-centric society. And this becomes a critique of most versions of socialism as well, which would propose that their alternative is still a job-centric society. And so you've read the book, you've had a lot to think about it, but you've also been seriously engaged with Ivan Illich for a long time. You've taught courses on Illich. My closest fellow traveler, or one of them, is going to be teaching a course on Ivan Illich at Theory Underground this year, and you had said props to him for that. But I want to give you an opportunity to kind of just like give us your Illich and kind of using time energy structural stultification as a springboard into talking about this idea of disablement.
Well, outstanding, gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity. And I think the idea that the conditions of society do not allow the full realization of the human subject outside the logic of capital is extremely important, because if you do not realize that, then when you're given free time, the very thoughts that you think are going to be so conditioned by capital that you are not actually going to engage in realization that would have you work outside the logic of capital. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong about anything I say regarding your book, but I understand time energy to be an alternative logic to the logic of capital. Like, it's not merely free time. Like, obviously, free time with energy to do something with it is part of it, but there's also an entire horizon or hermeneutic of experience that comes with it. The reason why I also think this kind of as a little note speaks to why we have to go back to the original text, like of Marx or Hegel or et cetera, so forth, is because we don't actually realize that our very interpretation of these books is through the logic they're saying we're trapped in, which makes it very difficult to understand them. So then it's like so for example, I've been doing a lot on Tocqueville, and Tocqueville talks a lot about basically democracy is doomed because people can't handle anxiety, which is unmediated experience of the other. And what we tend to do is run to titles to hide from the other. Oh, I'm a business, and that's where he's like, the logic of commerce is going to take over. Well, the problem is, to really understand what Tocqueville is getting at as a very deep sociological reality, it's very hard to imagine the kind of anxiety that he is describing that people run from, because you're already situated in a socioeconomic order with capital. So it's like, what is Tocqueville talking about here? Well, likewise, it's very difficult to think of an alternative horizon of being to sort of suggest that Marx is suggesting we've lost, because you have lost it. Now you're reading Marx, you're like, what is this guy getting at? So there's always a funny problem that when you read a book telling you about a certain paradigm that you're in and trying to bring it to your attention, you're in that paradigm, which makes it difficult to understand what they're saying. And if you go too quick to the secondary literature, Actually, it's very likely often the secondary literature is interpreting through the paradigm that they're warning about, so it actually contributes to problems. And so you have, and this, I think, getting to Ivan Illich is very important. When you read Ivan Illich, he sounds kind of crazy. He's talking about like learning webs and the medical nemesis and this idea of shadow work. Is like, what is the guy talking about? The problem is that Ivan Illich is describing an entire different horizon of operation, something that would be more akin to time energy, that if you don't have time energy, it's hard to understand what the guy is saying. So you say, oh, he's just being a critic of like capitalism or something. Oh, he's just being difficult, blah, 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 blah. Well, this is where I think it gets into stultification as you're describing. One of the reasons why we have to go through these books, and actually, in a sense, time energy has a hermeneutical reality, just like capital, because if you realize that when you read books, you always read them from the position of the logic of the society you are in, then you also actually need time energy in order to understand these texts in terms of time energy, right? So it's kind of interesting, and this kind of speaks to, like, I know you've spoken on Heidegger, where it's so important to realize that when Heidegger talks about Dasein, it's to get to deeper sociological reality. Some people talk about the clearing. It's not just to end on the existential, but the existential is to say, what is the horizon of the being in the world today that let's poke on and see if this actually suggests there's some deeper problem in operation, and you're trying to get to that. So likewise, what we have to do is understand that if we see that the average individual is lacking time energy or is bound by a certain logic of capital, then the question is, what are the conditions of society that make people have this logic? And here's the trick. In order for the logic of capital to have this kind of effect, you have to not realize your logic is situated by capital, right? Like, it's the idea of ignorance. You're only ignorant of something if you don't know you're ignorant. If you know you're ignorant, you're actually on the way out of it. So paradigms have to operate by making you not realize they're in the paradigm, because if you did, then that would be kind of step one to escaping. It's like the Kierkegaard notion that the man in despair must not know that they're in despair, because if you know you're in your despair, you're on the way out. So whenever you're talking about these entire logics that operate a society, there is the logic itself has a concealing mechanism. It has a way of not making it an option of logic, but the logic. It's like capital is not a logic of capital. It becomes the logic by which you operate, right? And so what happens is when you come into someone, the first thing I would say to start, in a lot of these concepts of a lot of these great thinkers, when you go in, you have to be skeptical of your inherent knee-jerk against them, or your sense of, they're all over the place, because actually that itself is part of the conditioning of capital to keep you from seeing the operations of capital, to use the Marxist language. So, and I think Ivan Illich in particular has actually been hurt by this. Also, the other is precisely because there's a kind of notion that it's hard to really understand what he's talking about because you're operating within a paradigm that he's critiquing as a whole. And then the other reason why is because I like to call Ivan Illich a core thinker versus more of a systematic thinker, which means just like in Nietzsche, I think there's a hot core of a critique of what I call bestocentrism, which is a notion of getting your values from something bestowed externally upon you. He critiques not just religion, but science, pragmatism, nationalism, all these things that bestow value, and it's in favor of choosing your own values. But it's a core that kind of pops up like lava all over the place in Nietzsche. Likewise, in Ivan Illich, when he's talking about the medical nemesis, when he's talking about the rights to useful unemployment, he has wonderful essays on the problems of disablement and how it disables us from thinking the possibility of different horizons or leisures in terms of development in foreign nations. He says we now define development in terms of becoming more disabled. Literally, what he says is like your development and your prosperity is in terms of how much you're operating according to capital without knowing it. Wow, what a kind of irony. That's an operation, right? But all throughout Ivan Illich, the core that's popping up, and then I'll pass it back to you, is basically, I call it a apocalypse of a revelation of the role of non-rationality in thinking. And what that means is the need for the ability to think outside the logic of the system that you find yourself presented in, which in this case would be capital. Because if you can only think according to that, then the rational thing to do would have you more following the system or losing time energy, all in the name of productivity. So that's a theme. So what happens if we only have one way of thinking when we go into schooling? What happens if we only have one way of thinking when we go into medicine or using our time or thinking about making the most of ourselves? If we only have one way of defining what a rational use of our potential is, that one way of using our potential is probably in service of the logic of the society. And he's thinking about, and basically then disablement is the inability to even think of the possibility of alternative logics. Like, and then if you're not able to think them, you also can't think that you're unable to think them. So it becomes a complete concealment. And that's occurring out throughout all of Ivan Illich.
That's amazing. Yeah, that goes really good with the structural stultification of time energy and this problem that so many people are facing, which is that they really want to read this very short book about why they don't have time or energy, but they know they don't have time or energy, and so then they don't do it. And part of the issue is that energy doesn't just happen in a void. Energy is libidinal. Energy comes from the friction between desire and drive. Energy is, in a sort of sense, tied to or in relation to desire being desire of the other. And so when people tell me that they don't have time energy, it's just like, well, yeah, the transference hasn't happened enough yet, because otherwise you would have fucking read it. You actually would have. Because when a person actually has like this idea, oh, there's something in this book that I don't already know, and it gets at this problem about time and energy, they read it in a sitting. They always read it in a single sitting. Nobody who's told me they love this book didn't read it in a single sitting. They all read it in a single sitting. And then of course you get all these people who are like, oh my God, I can't even get to it. And it's just like, yeah, well, you've got like this endless list of books, and there's, you know, it's too much, and of course you'll never get to it. But the logic of capital and its accumulation is something that I kind of want to get into in a minute. But just to say that, like, we read books in a way that is in the logic of capital, right? And which would mean that going to Bourdieu, it's about the accumulation of social and cultural capital, right? So a person who says, oh, I want to read your book, is ultimately saying something. It's a social capital accumulation. Oh yeah, you know, I'm trying to maintain some networking connections. I'm just letting you know. Oh yeah, in theory I like, but okay, yeah, but what is it actually doing as a text? Well, the thing is if you read in this mode of cultural and social accumulation, it's all about like being able to have a hot take to say about every book. Maybe you've never even picked it up before, and you say, oh, well, that's actually just labor time. Or you say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just otium. Or you say, oh yeah, that's just, which is like the, you know, talk about totalization, right? The word just is one of the most violent words, if we're going to use violent in that totally unacceptable way that Levinas uses it, which is to say it downplays, dismisses, reduces, and totalizes. So I guess I want to turn it back over in terms of reading itself and how the logic of capital interferes with our reading. I want to hear this from Nance as well, but I want to give you the floor here for a second to kind of just go off on the logic, how you're thinking about how the logic of capital, its circuit, actually gets in the way of our ability to read, to interpret, to understand, and ultimately this structural stultification of time energy and disablement results in what I've been calling functional illiteracy, which, I mean, it's people use this term, but I mean, I use it in a very specific way. But I think this is exactly what you're getting at, which is that people aren't able to seriously sink their teeth into texts, right?
Excellent. To put it very quickly, the problem is we read books to be good at trivia games. So when we're asked random questions, we know the answers. Neil Postman had one of the most useful analysis of education as a medium. And I think we spoke about this before. And basically, the schoolroom in its very medium teaches you that a smart person is good at trivia. Because who knows the answer quickest than the teacher? And his whole point is that we're way too concerned, just like a Marshall McLuhan thing, we're way too concerned about the content of the schoolroom, not the medium of the schoolroom, which basically teaches you that in education, an educated person is good at fragmentation, basically. Like, do you know random stuff? It doesn't matter if you can connect all the answers together, just can you answer the quickest? Well, then the problem is you go into reading books not to wrestle with a great opponent, not to have your life called out, but to be good at trivia. And being good at trivia is then, well, the logic of capital. You showed up when you were told. It's all very authoritarian, basically, because what was the random question that was asked? You jumped through the hoop, you answered it. When are you supposed to be at work? You did it, and so on and so forth. Also, too, one of the reasons why the logic of capital and reading books like this works is because, in a way, it requires less of you. Now, in the long run, it takes your time, energy, so it costs more of you. But in the immediate, if you're just able to say the cliff notes of Marx, for example, that's way easier than, say, going like you're doing in the video, what line by line, what the heck is this guy talking about? So there's a kind of irony that, I'm obsessed with irony because I think a lot of this is irony. And irony is where X does Y to get Z, and Y is why X doesn't get Z. So likewise, we often approach society in a manner to save energy, but the very activities of trying to save energy are why we lose time energy, actually. Because, and so there's an irony at play. And that irony also feeds into the logic of capital because you should save energy for work. But then, of course, that means you're never using energy to kind of sublate it into some sort of different mode of being, right? So there's always an irony that's at play. So we read books in terms of efficiency. We go in to be like, how can I read this and save the most energy? Which then means you basically have to paraphrase it, right? But the great books, of course, so for me personally, the way I read books from a mode of, I don't know what I don't know. And not to win trivia, but from a place of, there's been so many times in my life when I look back and be like, I've read all the books, I've read enough books. I've had enough thoughts. I'm good to go. And then 10 years later, you're like, I wasn't even 3% in. Wow, I was an arrogant prick, right? And once you get that, once the penny drops, your relationship to books changes because you're aware that you're always prone to irony. You're always prone to having your logic be captured by an alternative logic. And you're always aware that actually, if you don't know something, you also don't know something. So that means you're vulnerable. And reading books can be a perpetual practice of keeping your eye on the ball. And keeping aware. And also, the very activity of reading a book and a sort of wrestling with it is precisely what starts to train the brain to not actually be susceptible to the logic of capital. Because one of the reasons why the logic of capital works so well, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I have to admit, I got an hour into your talk, but if I recall from chapter 1 of Marx, there's really an emphasis on like flattening, compressing of logic into kind of price. Okay. So, well, the problem is the brain does that. Like the brain, when I look at a room, I don't see the whole room. I basically am always saying bookcase, I'm compressing, right? So basically capital comes along and says, hey, brain, you naturally do that. So let's create a socioeconomic paradigm that just aids you in that. Now, there's actually some use in that. Like there's some value, and I don't need to know the whole story of the product I'm buying. It's just the price. Okay. But here's the problem. That then trains you into a habit of compressing and never opening back up in your brain. And compression that stays compression is now flattening. Now it's impoverishment. And so what ends up happening is the entire way that the human operates in the world is naturally, because of the way the brain compresses to understand, susceptible to the loss of time energy, to being captured by the logic of capital, and actually ending up captured without realizing it. So you must regularly engage in practices that makes you resist the vulnerability to a compression that stays a flattening, and you have to view therefore books are basically an invaluable source of that training. So if you do not learn to read in this way, you are basically handing over your life to this kind of flattening. So that's one of the ways I think about it. And if you go into books realizing that, what is the Sloterdijk idea? You must change your life, this kind of you must kind of change it kind of notion. You must approach books as the call on you to change your life, or else you will fall into a logic of compression that becomes flattening. And if you do, you will not even know you did. And then, of course, you can't think that you did. And so these structural elements, I think, are quite important.
And what's flat? Cartoon characters.
What? Say that again, sir?
Cartoon characters. You become...
Yes.
You become, so it's like I use the term cartoon brained, right? But really, like, we all become shadows of ourselves. We all become cartoon characters. We all become flattened out, reductive. Like, you might be a full-grown adult, male or female, with a house and kids and taxes and blah, blah, blah. You've got a career. You've got the whole setup. But you're cartoonishly devoid of dimensionality, right? Sophistication, nuance, et cetera, et cetera. And so at a certain level, what can time energy theory do for society? What kind of politics does it lead to? I've got ideas about that, of course, and plenty to come. But at a certain level, it is about your own personal emancipation. If you are drowning and everybody's drowning, and someone is like, you're swimming for shore, you're trying to grab a life raft or whatever, and then somebody's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You realize everybody else is drowning too. It's like, bitch, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta get to shore. As soon as I get to shore, yeah, we can talk about getting more life rafts. We can talk about ropes and helicopters and the National Guard. Fucking like, we'll see. We'll see once I am not drowning. But that's the thing, is that structural stultification of time energy is drowning. It is ultimately to help you see that you are drowning, right, already. And so I think, like, I didn't realize that Illich wrote on disablement. But anyway, I'm sure this has provoked a lot of thought for both of you. And so, Nance, I'm just curious what you got so far. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like, it's like we're drowning, but we're drowning in a kiddie pool, and we don't realize we can, like, we're like this, and we can just do this and stop drowning. But we don't realize that, because the fish in the water, right? You referenced McLuhan, like, it's very much, you don't know what you don't know, and just having the ability to, it's not even about imagining new things. It's about imagining that there can be new things, imagining that there is a space for new things. And going back to Marx, I've realized that a lot of, maybe not realized, I think a lot of the Marxists that we think are getting it wrong, that are clinging to this labor theory of value thing, they are taking the idea of value on capital's terms, and that's what they're getting wrong. Like, that's what they're wrong about. They're wrong about the very thing itself. And that's not to say they're stupid and they're dumb. It's like, no, just put your feet down, man. Just rotate your orientation. And it's funny, the irony thing. Yesterday, we went to the dog park, my partner and I. And on the way there, she's like, oh, I want to go to Dutch Brothers and get a coffee. And she didn't tell me that before we got in the car. And I was angry because I like things a certain way, right? And I get upset when I don't have my way. So I got angry, and I was like, it's going to take 30 minutes. She's like, no, it's not. So we sat in the fucking drive-thru for 35 minutes to get this coffee. And the irony is that, like, oh, you go through the drive-thru because it's quick and easy and it saves time, right? But no, we actually wasted more time. We could have had our coffee and left in 7 minutes, but because we did the American thing of going through the drive-thru, we wasted over half an hour. We did the thing that kept us from getting the thing that we wanted to get. Yeah.
Well, I would know that's a wonderful example, because so much of the logic of capital leads you into irony that you can't identify as irony, but the way of things. Like, one of the key notions of Ivan Illich is that much of wage labor requires work outside of wage labor that he calls shadow work, that without wage labor is not possible, but you don't even think of it as labor because it's just what you do. Like, an example he makes is sitting in traffic. Like, in order for most wage labor to be possible, people have to do the work of sitting in traffic. Well, we don't even think of it as work. And he's like, yeah, that's exactly right. Because you're not paid for it. And the only thing that counts as quote unquote productive is what you're paid for. So you don't even have the eyes to see that you're working without getting compensated for it, right? And he also, like, the notion of data, and I'll give it to you, Nance, like the notion of creating data on Facebook, it's a similar sort of thing. That's an operation. Please, Nance.
I was just going to interject with data. Now it's even more so productive. Not only do we get to work so we can be productive, but while we're sitting in traffic, we're generating data for the data brokers. So the level of exploitation has just, like, exponentially increased on all of us. And we do see it as just the way things are, just the way it goes, rather than a situation, an artificial situation that we've been trapped in by the logic of capital.
Well, and also, too, I should just note, like, I know that with Cadell and Owen, y'all were talking about basically the impoverishment of the right, left, liberal, conservative types of things. You know, it's very important to realize that so much of classical conservatism, you know, if you look at your Tocquevilles, if you consider that, or Burke or whatever, is a defense of a common space, the commons, which was basically like there must always be something outside of the logic of market, because if not, actually both will be worse off. Market will be pathological, and like an example as I make is today, we find it basically impossible to have a home. All we can do is have an apartment. Because a home is a certain sort of dwelling space, is what Ivan Illich would say, right? But in order to have a house be a home or an apartment be a home, you have to have a ability to think outside the logic of what? Exchange, right? So, you know, one of the reasons why, like, there's a lot of classical conservative thought that actually is extremely critical of market logic and was trying to defend it. And, you know, you were speaking on Dugan. You know, Dugan, there's something about that. Now, this is why actually we need major thinking, because we have to think about the possibility of preserving spaces that defend us from logic market without using racism, xenophobia, and nationalism. That will definitely create you a space. That'll create you a barrier. And basically what it comes down to is ultimately, if we want to create, as to make a giant claim, if we want to create a space that is able to operate according to non-market logic, we as subjects have to create it for ourselves, as opposed to rely on sort of moral system or work to create it for us, because that's what we've mostly done in history, right? Like, to create non-market spaces, we've either created nationalism, we've created racism, we've created barriers. The reason why I've become very interested in the Nietzschean child, as Cadell has taught on in different things, is because the Nietzschean child does what? They choose their own values, which means they choose their own restrictions. Nietzsche talks about hanging a law over your neck, which means the child, from their own subjectivity, creates their own separate space, right? Now, this runs the danger of being atomistic and sort of separating from everyone, but that sort of space that you create as your own dwelling, that you operate according to your own values and your own logic within, is the only possibility of creating a space outside of wage labor now that is able to operate according to a logic that is not susceptible to the capture, and I'll talk about self-effacement and disablement we've talked about. But here's the trick. To be the kind of subject that can do that, you're going to need to read these books. You're going to need to engage in philosophy, handle anxiety. This is basically like Theory Underground, or, you know, these different spaces, is the necessary training to be the kind of subject that can choose your own values to create a space outside of market logic, which requires facing anxiety. And we've done everything in our power to avoid that. In the key notion of disablement, and then I'll pass it on, Ivan Illich has this wonderful idea, that line in his The Right to Useful Unemployment, where he says, if you decide to build your own house, like you get the skills and you build your own house with no help from experts, you're seen as a deviant, and you're seen as immoral, and you're seen as irrational. But actually, here's the key. The guy who can build his own house is what? He's capable. He's enabled. He's more fully human. But you're actually seen as kind of immoral for doing this sort of thing, or stupid, right? This is key. If you go online now and create a space outside of academia that actually is necessary for the creation of childhood so you can make a space of dwelling, you're seen as what? Wasting your time, irrational, so on and so forth. That's the logic of disablement that disables us from creating the spaces where we can have an area that's outside of capital logic, that if we don't have, then we have to only be susceptible to the logic of capital. But that means we have to face a certain anxiety and do something that I would call not irrational, but non-rational, meaning is it outside the logic of rationality defined as the society. So the whole Theory Underground, liminal web, people have different, is a space of non-rationality that can only be sustained by quote-unquote children, that if it does not exist, there is no space by which to train ourselves in the possibility of dwelling, that if we cannot do, then we must be basically captured by the logic of capital. But one of the reasons we like to be captured by the logic of capital, because all of this is very anxious producing, and we don't want to be seen by others as, irrational. But we have to face that. Thus, I think Mr. Ebert has a point when he says the meaning of life is courage. There's a lot of truth to that, I think.
Boom. Is this coming through okay? Is this microphone working?
Yes.
All right. You see I've changed things around a little bit here. I've got the whiteboard. New Year's. What's up, everybody? This is like the new year where my experiments with the virtual classroom and the medium are, ready for a new phase. This is what I was trying to set up back in 2020, and then it didn't work out. So now we actually have a real whiteboard. I tried to use Zoom whiteboards, man. Doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work. And it's I actually need it. And so for the people who are joining, YouTube and Twitch, also people in the future who are watching this individual standalone segment. What's up, everybody? Yes, the liminal web or the underground theory scene, which ultimately Theory Underground and OG Rose and Philosophy Portal, we're all a part of trying to turn it, to bootstrap it into something more than just, short form, content that is like a sort of, well, what did you say? You said reading becomes trivia? Reading becomes...
Yeah, trivia becomes, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when Nance comes back, we'll give him an opportunity to talk about reading, because he said recently that until last year he had never read before. Obviously, he'd been reading for like 10 or 15 years. But when you're functionally illiterate and you don't have the time energy and you're operating in the circuit of capital and you don't have odium and you don't have relative time energy, which are different things, then you're not going to be able to read. And so what I put here on the whiteboard is the logic of capital. And so maybe this is open to some kind of modification. Maybe this is, subject to change. Maybe it has already changed. Maybe there's all kinds of nuance that we can add to it. Ultimately, we need to be able to do a sort of symbolic logic for capital in the 21st century, and that's the goal of Capital Mondays that I'm doing with Nance here. But it's just like, the plan wasn't to talk so much about Marx. The plan was not to talk so much explicitly about capital. It's just very, serendipitous, synergistic. The fact that this did take, it transpired this way. I love that. And so I wanted to come over here and kind of put the main names of the thinkers that we've been drawing upon in this conversation, because it's not just Illich, which was going to be more like the plan. No, it's Marx, it's Heidegger, it's Illich, it's Levinas. And the way the Heidegger factors in was when you said it's about the horizon, it's about the hermeneutic situation, and that's exactly right. So like the logic of capital is not just something that happens at this big structural level. It's like it actually happens in our hermeneutic devolvement or debasement, or you could say the structural stultification of time energy leads to these three equiprimordial things for Heidegger and being in time: understanding, discourse, state of mind, turning into nothing more than idle chatter and ambiguity and superficial curiosity that never commits to actually following anything through to its end. And of course, when you're talking about people getting caught up in these modes because just really being part of that circuit, I think that what it results in is we're constant positivity. We can have everything all the time, right? But we can't. And that's what time energy is supposed to make you realize, is that there are specific kinds of activities. I've got a bunch. I'll be doing a surprise lecture here after this where I'll go into my New Year's vision board and the problem with it concerning time energy as a sort of way of promoting the course that's coming up as well as the book. But just think about it, like multilingualism, music, intellectual comprehensive capabilities and limits, mental health and emotional showing up or communicating, physical fitness and health, being present, and networking or intellectual milieus are all different things. And most people outside of work only have the resources they think to take on one of them at a time. And the actual commodity form has installed itself in such a way so that this is true. So that if you want to be a runner and do marathons, or if you want to do jiu-jitsu, or if you want to be weight training, and well, guess what? You choose one, motherfucker. You're not going to be able to afford all of those things. You choose one and you go to it 3 times a week, and that's your life. And it's like, well, I want to do all 3. What am I supposed to do? The problem is that the communities that form around these activities form around the idea of the hobby that becomes the passion, where it's like you're just doing that one thing outside of work. And it's like, yeah, but I also want to do yoga, and I also want to be slacklining and rock climbing and playing the piano and dancing and doing the harmonica, and like, come on, I want to be able to practice French and German and Spanish. And so when people see that we're doing all of these things at Theory Underground, it's like, well, where's the theory? Well, outside of the courses, obviously there's the theory. Outside of the books, obviously there's the theory. This is also the theory in practice. The praxis is to show ourselves that there is a way, or if there isn't a way, to find out where are the limits and what is possible given our current situation. And obviously, if we can hack it so that we have relative time energy, so that we are freed up from working all the time. Right now, I'm only working part-time at Amazon. It's amazing to only work part-time. Last year, I was working full-time. Now, thanks to my subscribers, I'm working part-time. I hope in the next month to be able to quit my job. If I could just get a few more subscribers, let me grift. The point of that is to free myself up so that I can actually make the actualization of this kind of a lifestyle possible for myself, but also in being regularly doing runs and weight training and jiu-jitsu. I'm doing it with other people. Doing French, German, Spanish, I'm doing it with other people. Doing yoga and slacklining and rock climbing, I'm doing it with other people. Piano, dance, harmonica, I'm doing it with other people. Not everybody has the time or energy to do all of these things, and of course they don't, but I'm going to fucking do all of these things, god damn it. I want to be a whole human being. I want to be a person. It's not a right. There's no such thing as rights. I don't know that there are such things as natural rights. It's always been a privilege. It's kept away from us and hoarded by the few. And I want to do it. And that's me drowning, saying I will be defiant and I will do it. And people are like, oh, well, it's just this bourgeois fucking circle jerk of people just try. No, we're trying to show people what is possible. And if we can do it ourselves, to the degree that we can do it, we might be able to inspire other people to realize that there's something more than this insane logic. That this is not what should be running the world, right? All right, but with that, I want to throw it back to Nance, and I'm going to run out of the room. I'll be right there, though. I'm listening. But Nance, can you talk about reading? And then we'll turn it back over to Daniel, and he'll talk a little bit more about reading, and then we'll probably close out in a minute. But
yeah,
we've got like 15 minutes.
On your little spiel, your little rant you just went on, I think it's important to, I don't know, for me to drive home the point, like that's the point. Like doing this, the process itself is fighting back against the instrumentalization and the mechanization and the logic of capital. Like that is it. So like for me, kind of talking to other people who don't already get it, it is difficult to articulate like, well, what are you doing? Because it's like on any given day, we might be doing French, German, Spanish, and a film club, and then reading, I don't know, Richard Rollins for 8 hours. Like we might do all those things in a given day. And it's hard to explain to people who aren't already hip to what we got going on. But that's it. Like the process itself is the point. And when it comes to reading, before really having the opportunity to sit down with these books, any given book, and go through it, and maybe not do line by line every time, but do deep readings and do readings with the intention of coming back to it, and maybe not necessarily clinging to the linearity of the text itself, but looking at the text as an object, and looking at the text as an object within a larger system of objects, and like really truly engaging with books. Like, yeah, I'd like to say I'd never read a book until reading a book with Dave. And I've read lots and lots of books. Sure, I'm a smart guy. I read all the books. Look at how smart I am. But no, like I haven't truly read a book before going through it and really tarrying with it and saying, I don't understand this. Let me sit here. Like, I'm not going to worry about progressing because I have to complete this book. Like, no, I want to understand this part so I can move on to the next part, so I can move on to the next part. And now, since I understand these parts, let me go back and reread and see how that changes and requilts everything. I used to just chew through books to add to the like list of achievements. And now, no, it is about, I'm going to tarry with this book until I have a good understanding of what it's saying before I move on to the next.
Magnificent. A few things come to mind. I don't believe we read or know how to read until something lights up within us, until some flame catches. The word passion is also very interesting. We don't use that word very well in society. A passion is something you're willing to suffer for. And often if you want to ask people, like when people are like, oh, I don't know what to choose or what to focus on, there's so many possibilities, like the centipede, how does it use all its legs? What should I choose? And we don't know. A general heuristic that can be useful is what is something you're willing to suffer for or suffer to do? That tends to suggest there's something more going on. And actually, if the logic of capital, like I know you all have spoken on, is the system doesn't care if you rebel against it as long as your prime modus is to enjoy, right? So freedom is found in the willingness not to enjoy. So the thing that you are willing to do that causes you suffering is your training ground, if you will, to move outside the logic of capital. And you don't read until you read in a manner that makes you willing to suffer for that very reading, because that is an introduction of the alternative logic. Now, a way I've languaged it, we don't have to, this is the way I use it, is the difference between like discourse and rhetoric. And discourse is just the logic of capital, and it's just how I word it, and it's based on some of, obviously your Adorno's and your Foucault, like this notion of the structuring of the discourse. But I think it's very dangerous to suggest that there's only the discourse. There is the possibility of our structuring ourselves by a different mode or a different way of thinking, which some people have put as rhetoric. Now, that's a word that's loaded in the history of philosophy, but if you grant it to me here. The difference is between also lower order and high order causality. And low order causality, which I would align with the logic of capital or discourse, is when you see a billiard ball roll across the table, it hits another billiard ball and it moves. Basic law, cause and effect. High order causality is when a billiard ball rolls across the table, it hits another one, and you remember that time you used to play pool with your sister, and so you think to call her. There is a cause and effect there, but it is not reducible to what is observable, material, and immediate. The key to escaping the logic of capital is to engage in the practices that have you operate according to high-order causalities, not merely low-order causalities. Because if all you're doing is low order, then you're going to be captured by the logic of capital, and the system can predict you. So, for the attention economy to not just be in service of the logic of capital, it has to be a training ground for people to live according to high-order causalities, logics outside of capital, which means it's changing how you think. So you ask yourself the following question. Am I reading books so that I can win trivia games or add to the certification? Or am I reading in such a manner that changes how I think? And the key characteristic you want your thinking to change is that you begin to value difficulty. If you can find a thing that makes you value difficulty, not because you can tell other people I've done difficult things, but because it, not for certification or pride in a negative sense, but because you realize that your brain is stuck in irony, your brain is stuck in a logic of capital, and it is only through said difficulty, willingness to suffer for something, that your mind begins to open up to a different way of experience. That's what you want to watch. Those YouTube channels, those are the books you want to read. Those are the things you want to do, because that's moving you out of the imperative to enjoy. And then what I would say, I always love this from Schopenhauer's, and it makes me think of Austin Farrer as well. But Schopenhauer describes how much of education today is there's this ladder, and a man comes along with a bag, and he takes the rungs off the ladder and he stuffs it to go show people the rungs of the ladder. He's like, that's what we do education today, to collect rungs on a ladder and show them off. Really what education is supposed to be is you see the ladder and climb it. You climb the ladder. So what content is making you climb a ladder as opposed to collect rungs? What books and how reading books is making you climb a ladder versus collect rungs? And the key to climbing the ladder is that means something has lit inside of you that compels you to climb, as opposed to collect. Climbing a ladder can be difficult. It requires a certain suffering. Oh, and by the way, you can't see the top, so there's no guarantees. You don't know if it will give you your enjoyment. But something has lit. So the question is the following, and I pass it on. How does one read to have something lit within you that then makes you willing to do something even if it requires suffering for you for its own sake, because of the way that it changes how you experience the world? A few tips. 1, when you read a book, assume they're smarter than you. 2, assume that they use words differently than you think. 3, assume that you don't know what you don't know. 4, assume they don't fit into any simple ideology like left or right. 5, assume that they didn't write this book because they thought a bunch of people were going to be PhDs on it, and they're like, oh boy, I'm going to write this book so there's a bunch of scholars on me who can tell everyone they're Marx scholars. No, they wrote this book because they saw a problem with the world, and they wanted to help other people understand it. And by the way, if they were right, you've probably been captured in your thinking to be incapable to see the problem. So go into books assuming that they are going to help you see something that you do not have the eyes to see. And once you get that, you are going to work a lot harder. So there's more to be said, but those things come to mind.
Amazing. Fucking hats off. I say that, but I'm going to leave my hat on, and the clapping's not real, so it's all fake. Don't worry, everybody. But fucking amazing. No, for real. I think we've got a couple minutes here to close out before we've got Ashley Frowley joining us from Athens, Greece. Oh, my God. But I just wanted to say, like, I think when it comes to Marx and Heidegger and the way that they've been inherited, in the way that one has been whitewashed of his political involvements, or those political involvements were overstated in a sense that also flattens and reduces his genuine intervention and contributions. It's exactly what you're talking about here. But with Marx, it's the opposite. Instead of removing the political, whitewashing him like his family estate has done, it's the inheritors of his estate being a part of the Second International, Kautsky and Bernstein, that has such a huge part in turning his most theoretical moments, his most unsure moments, into overstated, definitive, confident moments for the sake of political mobilization of obviously something that he was a part of, but that he was not simply a part of, and that he was always super critical of, and that criticalness gets leveled out, and to the point where I don't even think Marx would be a Marxist. And I know that he said to his son-in-law or nephew that he wasn't, but beyond that, I just think that he wouldn't be. I think that he would do what we're doing, which is to say, create a new clearing, or you don't create the clearing. It's being disclosed by the situation. You have to become receptive to it, and you have to remove from yourself those things in the way. And the list of tips that Daniel just rattled off, I mean, that was amazing. Some of those are things that I address in my 3 Principles of Study as a Way of Life article, but a bunch of those are not. And so, first of all, if you, I would love to put something you write on that in a volume on method. There's a definite book in the works on method that will be one of the features coming out of the October conference in Boise. So I hope that you'll be able to make it to Boise, Daniel. I hope that you'll be able to make it to Portugal between the 23rd and 25th of May. There's 2 conferences. One is the one that's in Portugal. Of course, the whole tour is a distributed conference, but there's going to be like this sort of culminating event in Evora. Is that how you say it? Patricia's not here. I think it's Evora, which is like an hour from Lisbon. If you get flights now, it's only like $750 to $1,000, which is round trip from the States. If you leave from the right city, that's not too bad. Honestly, if you buy tickets last minute to come to the Boise October conference, it'll be about that much. So it's all about when you get those tickets. And so really, people who are good at spontaneity tend to be the ones who are in these streams, because I tend to organize kind of everything last minute, but I'm trying to get better about that. And so there's actually going to be a sequel event with Alenka Zupancic and others in 2 weeks from today on Thursday. It's going to be a continuation of the exact same thing. We're going to be talking about all of these same things, related stuff that we want to talk about on tour. I'll be rolling out the list of different anthologies that Theory Underground is going to be putting out, but basically we've got one on the concept of the PMC, which I'll be talking about with Benjamin Studebaker at the end of today's live stream. But we've also got one on critical media theory, and we've got another one on post-Marxism versus Marxism. We've got another one on it's called Human Futures. And I think it's going to actually have a question mark, and I'll want people who do stuff with Illich and people who do stuff who care about humanity, but also people who are post and transhumanist, to be able to enter into some kind of a dialogue there. And there will also be an entire anthology dedicated to the idea of the new Dark Age, or the 21st century Dark Age, and the Council of Nicaea event. So the Dark Age panel is going to be happening in Portugal, and the Council of Nicaea / Renaissance conversation is going to be in Boise in October. And so the two things go together, and this is just the way it's developing. It's amazing, and it's so much cooler than I thought it was going to be even 2 weeks ago. So, but with that, the questions of interpretation with Marx and Heidegger, people in Being in Time Division 2 are going to be learning all about the ways that he has been flattened and reduced by the one side that's liberal and depoliticizes, and the other side that's liberal and just calls him a fascist. And in reality, like, they're both partially right, but there's something way more interesting going on there, and we'll be getting into all of that. And I mean, if Thomas Sheehan is right, then the entire history of Marx of Heidegger's scholarship has actually been misunderstanding him as the thinker of being, when really he's the thinker of intelligibility itself. What is a source of intelligibility itself? And then, of course, with Marx, the whole history has been confusing his value for Marxism for Petit Ricardo and labor theory of value that reifies the circular logic of capital, which makes it so that even if you do some kind of a vanguardist state intervention, this just gets set in stone all the better, and its actual contradictions get hidden from view, but they're there nonetheless. And so the question is I mean, we know that time energy is the basis for what it ultimately gets flattened into labor power and then exchanged for money, commodities, more money, right? But on the other side, you've got like commodities, money, commodities, more, capital. And this is a circuit, right? Time energy is behind it on both sides, but also time energy is so much more outside of that, because then we get down into purpose and passion. So you're so good on bringing this in. I get into that in the afterword to my first book, Waypoint, where I talk about how does a mere passing curiosity develop into a research interest that can eventually become a passion. And I talk about it like a fire that gets going. Like at first it's just a spark of curiosity, and then you add fuel to it over time, and then it might, if you're lucky, and also cursed, consume you. And so that's the passion element. And we might not get the enjoyment in the sense that you were using the term, but if it turns into a passion, then you're definitely getting the other kind of enjoyment, the jouissance, the drive, right? And so, but I say that ultimately purpose is a really big part of that. We're creatures of purpose, that we've always been virtual purposive creatures. And outside of that, we're flat, cartoonish mockeries of ourselves. And so that's my little thing I wanted to say in close here. And now I want to give you guys each a chance, 1 minute, and you're out. And then we'll move on to Nance, then Daniel.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. I love the idea of passion being something you're willing to suffer for. I've been thinking about a lot about how we're resisting this instrumentalization and how it takes a lot of time, energy, dedication, and how that in itself might be seen as suffering from a certain perspective. But without that, like, no, I don't want to sit around and just eat Cheetos and be a lazy piece of shit, because that's what I would be doing were it not for pursuing the life of the mind. That type of suffering that's unacceptable. Like I would rather, maybe it's the Sisyphus thing. I don't fucking know, but I like it a lot.
Divine, and I've enjoyed this immensely, and thank you for the opportunity. I definitely think the critical notion is that the only way to have a different kind of mode in the being that you could say is more fulfilling, that is deeper, there's almost a difference between pleasure and deep, only comes through suffering. And that's really what humans thrive on, but that requires thinking outside the logic of immediacy. To close, I would also note when I read like Marx, I actually try to, every time I look at Marx, say Karl instead, and use the first names of thinkers, because that helps you escape the structure or trying to sit. So I read Adam Smith as Adam, because you're triggering, because really the last thing I'll say is the ability to say what you just did, Dave, on speaking, like I would call that rhetoric, a philosophical explanation where you're tying things together, you're seeing it together. That's very different from the conversation of discourse, which tends to make up a lot of chit chat, which is what'd you do today? What are you planning? What's your 5-year plan? It's what? Trivia. The ability to speak in this philosophical way, which I call rhetoric again, is actually a training to move outside the logic of capital. It is a way of talking that then being able to do changes how your mind thinks. And being able to do those sorts of things also helps you train to have the courage to operate outside the logic of capital. And really, as just a general heuristic, one of the things we can say is if you're wondering what your purpose would be, a general good thing is to become courageous. And if you focus on the things you need to do to be more courageous, that will have the secondary effect of helping you operate outside the logic of capital. More can be said, but gentlemen, I've appreciated it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll be right back after this. Take care, everybody.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, Nance? You're the man of the hour, it looks like.
You got to move the focus point on the other camera. Down
Was
to
it
the
there?
bottom. It was in the middle.
Was it there the whole fucking time?
Yeah, the
God.
big red box. It wasn't too bad. But it was right up there in the middle. So next time you switch over, make sure you check that.
All right. Well, I mean, you made a decision to not interrupt the thing for that. And, I respect it. But you can always also, if you want, be like, yo, fix that shit.
It wasn't horrible. The board was still legible. Your face was still visible for the most part. So
They're all probably calling me names on Twitch because of that. Well,
oh, yeah. I keep forgetting Twitch is.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it exists.
Too much of a boomer, dude.
We just kind of exist over here like making fun of Twitch. That's what we're really here to. The only reason we come on the platform is to. No, I genuinely believe that somebody on the platform is going to like tune in and go, what the fuck? This is going on? And they're going to binge all of the Theory Underground content and they're going to be like, what the fuck? This is way more interesting than speedrunning Minecraft or whatever, which is also very interesting, I admit. But,
Dude, I always struggled to listen to Twitch, watch Twitch, whatever, because the mobile app sucks. Like, that's why I listen to podcasts on YouTube, because the mobile app is great. Like I never bothered to, because I was working, and like when you're at work, you can't be constantly like on your phone dicking around and shit. Like you just, with YouTube, you press play and you go, and it works. It's reliable. Twitch, on the other hand, is not, or for me, was not the greatest solution for listening while working.
No, well, it doesn't allow you to go back to the beginning, so it's kind of actually as a medium filtering out people who like to go back to the beginning and catch up, which is to me why I've always privileged YouTube. As much as I hate YouTube, and I genuinely, like at a structural level, I think that YouTube is responsible for a lot of really bad things in the world because it plays into us thinking that we have alternative media when in fact mainstream media already bought it out. Like that's such a big problem. Like if you look up any political topic, you're only going to find videos from CBS, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Like that's all you will find. Maybe the Young Turks. That, you know.
I mean, there's other, I guess, influencers and content creators that do reach the mainstream, I think, but they're like, I don't know. They tend to be safer than actual alternative media would be. Like they're presenting a very mainstream view, just packaged in an alternative packaging. Yeah, thinking that we're communicating when we're not really communicating, that itself is a problem. Like, never mind, do we have alternative media, and YouTube kind of making us believe we do. The fact that we think we're actually communicating with people or we're expressing ourselves online, I think that's a bigger problem. Like, I don't really care about the idea of media. I guess I take like a postman type view on like being globally informed. Like, is it important? Yeah, to a degree, I guess it is important, but also like there's no reason that truck drivers in Arizona should be concerned with local politics in Vermont. That's not to say that you should never get informed, but it is to say that like there's so much of this content that is very niche, and it's like it's designed to fit the category or the demographic, right? So as a leftist truck driver, I might be consuming content that's about these global movements and stuff, but what is it really doing? Nothing. It's not doing anything for me. It's not doing anything for these global movements. I don't have any resources to support the local movements, but it's generating data for the platforms itself, and it's reifying the idea on my end that I'm getting informed, and on the local movements end that they're communicating, right? No, because they're not actually doing effective action locally. They're just creating this online presentation, and they have been made to believe that that's effective action.
Yeah, which is where we get into the difference between Debord and Baudrillard when it comes to critical media theory, which is to say, is it about everyone being made passive, which is, I think, probably more the Postian kind of position, or is it about everyone being hyperactive, but it's pseudo action? And this is, Mikey gave me the cliff notes. I said, Mikey, what's the main difference between Debord and Baudrillard? And he said, it really comes down to, are we being made passive or are we being made pseudo active? And if I see anybody else on the internet in the next 2 years talk about this distinction without giving credit to Mikey, I'm going to never associate with you motherfuckers again. I swear to God. And I'll probably talk shit to everybody I meet on tour about you, because everyone keeps stealing from Mikey. And that's why he's got so much of his shit under lock and key until his first major book comes out, is because he's got all of these amazing insights that come from so much hard work distilled down into amazing devices like that distinction right there. And it's like, I'm sorry, you could go read the whole internet, you're not going to come up with something that clear. So, of course, then it brings us to like, well, is it a dialectic between hyperactivity and passivity? And I think yes, because of course, like every time I see this pseudo activity, I think, fuck it, man, the world's burning. I might as well just go sit on the couch and eat potato chips, you know?
Right. And I think there's like two ways to enter that position of fuck it. It's either like out of desperation, like, oh, like nothing can be done anyway, so I might as well like indulge in my base, drives. But then there's also like maybe like a more enlightened pessimism of just like nothing can be done. And I think if you're in that position of like nothing can be done, well, welcome to the party. The thing is, like, there is a space where we can come up with something to do. And that's the space that really, it seems like, especially this morning, or today for all our West Coast of America people, today, all the conversations have been leading to that space. That space of that open horizon, right? We don't have the answers. We're not here making grand proclamations and declarative statements other than like things aren't working. Let's try to come up with something else. That is the only declaration that seems to be coming out of everyone today.
Yeah, and it's very much like the organizing principle here is the fact that that's been our position for a long time, and that we are only inviting people on who are of that position. So if people are like, oh my God, we didn't know about these people, well, welcome. There's a whole bunch more coming soon. Ashley Frowley was going to be here right now. That was on the schedule. We've probably got a few people in the audience who are here just for her because she's amazing. And so of course you're here for her. And so I'm sorry that you're all looking at our stupid heads. We were hopefully going to be in conversation with her, but no, now we're going to do our own thing. We're going to improvise. And so I wanted to bring it back really quick to the circuit of capital conversation and what I've got going on over here on the whiteboard, because impromptu lecture time is now, motherfuckers. So Jay Steegs, could you let everyone know what Jay Steegs thought you said? That was real funny.
Yeah. They thought I said leftist drunk drivers, and I don't know. I do mumble. I have poor diction, so I apologize if I sound like I'm mumbling. And my mustache obscures my mouth, so it makes it hard for people who are relying on lip reading to see what I'm saying. But I didn't say leftist drunk drivers. I said leftist truck drivers.
Your mustache, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how you feel about the differently abled. Your mustache is, structurally speaking, at a systemic level, ableist. So
shit.
Shame on you. So yeah, we've got this logic of capital thing going on here. Is that fucking thing still on the screen?
Before you get going, yeah, move the autofocus box. Just move it down to the bottom corner.
All right, so it's the window wheel on the back here. So Nance gave me this camera. Everybody, thank you, Nance, for this camera. So that's why he understands these things. Hey, I can probably put it around the stream deck. There we go. We'll put it right around, and people will be like, "What the fuck is that?" And well, you know what? I'm sorry. This is old technology, and we're doing.
No, man, that's high tech. We're living in the future, dude.
We're doing stuff we're not supposed to be doing right now.
Tight, yeah.
So, all right. Well, let's just assume that we've got another 15 minutes that Ashley's not coming, and we'll hopefully catch her later. I do have, I think, an opening that she could fill, but right now she's probably, I'm guessing, just sick and like unconscious because she was recovering from an illness a couple days ago, and so I'm just guessing it's you know how it is to go to like fall asleep, take a little nap, and then you like, I don't know. We'll suppose we'll find out later what's real, but. For now, let's go back to this. So we have the logic of capital. MC, M prime, C, M, C prime. Just the circuit that goes on forever. Now, help me clarify this. Which one is from the standpoint of the capitalist and which one is from the standpoint of the, I'd say, worker, right? This is a distinction, right?
I mean, it's a. I think it is a distinction, but I don't know how. First of all, concrete and absolute a distinction it is. I also don't know how useful a distinction it is, the way people use it. But from the perspective of the capitalist, it is MCM prime, and from the perspective of the worker/consumer, it would be CMC prime.
See, when I wrote this,
and
I felt like I might have been fucking up, and I was fucking up. So basically, got to replace job with profit and profit with job. So that's what I was doing. So here we go. So, wait, I just did it again. So profit is on the level of MCM prime. So profit centric versus job centric. And so, what we have here is a distinction between two standpoints within a capitalist society. Do you use your money to buy things, or do you use your money to grow more money? Right?
Yeah, or are you in the situation of selling your labor power so that you can get more money, so that you can purchase the products that you need and also desire? Or are you in the position of having quote unquote disposable money that you can spend to purchase more commodities, labor power included, so you can magically generate more money through the fetishized process of value?
Right, and so that's why we have here. Actually, I should probably make my side bigger and your side smaller. Let me fix that really quick, because I realized on the screen side you're all big, and that's probably, we want the whiteboard to be a bit bigger now. So I'm gonna fix that. Trade our spots here. People in the chat, are you excited to see this whiteboard? Like, you should be, because it's been a long time coming. I've been really, really stoked for this for a long time. But I have to fix it. It's all like, here, gotta go like this. Boom, gotta make it bigger for you all. There we go. Oh shit, son. You see that up there? Does everybody see that up there? This is an art.
Yo.
It's an art thing I made. Do you see that, everybody? This is time energy becoming money, and then just turning it back into capital prime, which is to say people like this family in the image, they're losing their time energy as it's siphoned away by the accumulation of capital. So that's that's why that's up there. So now you all are in on the secret. I don't know if we can call it real art. It was an experiment. I used Midjourney. It's not real art, but it is.
That's what makes it art, dude. The fact that it's experimental. That's why it is art.
Yeah, dude. Like non-artists experimenting with art is the real art project. Fuck that shit, dude. No, I am an artist, but it's just not my main
dude.
thing.
And, like the category artist itself, or the label artist itself. Oh no, the camera died. Kind of defeats the purpose of art. So welcome to the stream, everybody, where technical difficulties are a mainstay.
Yeah, we're back. So this camera can go for 45 minutes before it turns off, but it can also turn off after 10 minutes. And we've spent like 40 minutes in the settings trying to get that fixed, and whatever, it doesn't matter. So if anybody wants to send us a newer camera that has better settings, be my guest. But in the meantime, so bringing it back around, so the logic of capital versus the logic of time energy, because I appreciated that Daniel is incisive enough of a reader to be able to see that it is a different logic altogether, and that it actually is a logic that if people value time energy alone and were to prioritize it over a lot of other bread and butter concerns that are prerequisites for time energy nonetheless, it would actually undermine the circuit of capital to some degree. We're not saying that would cause it to break down. That wouldn't cause necessarily, like, say, a revolution. It wouldn't necessarily blah, blah, blah. Like, there's all kinds of limitations on that statement, but it is, nonetheless, as an alternative logic, also a way of thinking about ways of doing things differently. And so I'm going to write here the logic of capital, And since, okay, this is impromptu, right? Like, I'm going to go ahead and just say, we were just talking with Daniel Garner about Ivan Illich, and we never really got into the tools of conviviality. He did touch on shadow work, the kinds of work that we do in the background to be able to make things go, which is obviously, it became very popular in the wages for housework movement with people like Federici, Caliban and the Witch, stuff like that, which is all getting at something important, but also kind of insane. And I think that Gores is very good for critiquing this conclusion by that tendency of feminists. That's not to say that the critique is not correct. The critique is correct. Housework is not respected. Housework is the prerequisite for the reduction of time, energy, into labor power. Absolutely, of course. But the issue is the idea of wages for housework. Yeah, this is where you actually have people like Joseph Biden advocating for people need more maids. People need more houseworkers to come in and help so that they can parent, or so that women can achieve equality by spending more time in the workplace, right? Of course, oh my God, it just turned off again. This piece of shit camera. Anyway, so I was writing the logic of capital a second time. I meant to say time energy down here. So let's just put the symbol for time energy. Boom. The logic of time energy. Now, this is obviously something that we're playing with behind the scenes a lot, and there's a lot of nuances to it that we're not going to get into right now. But the long and short of it is that for those of us caught up in either the profit or job-centric sides of a capitalist society where money is for you pretty much a medium for the accumulation of capital and really just growing money, versus people who it's really just a way to get your means of subsistence and maybe pay for some Netflix subscriptions or whatever the fuck you're into. This is the trap. This is the prison. This is what we're in, right? And Illich has this idea of tools of conviviality that Andre Gores uses, and he uses it to think about the difference between types of work. And so beyond this distinction between waged work and unwaged shadow work, which Illich gets to, Gores actually talks about a very, very important distinction, which is heteronymous work. I'm just going to do het. I'm not going to sit here and write it out because I'd probably misspell it anyway. Het versus autonomous. So I'm just going to like that. Okay? Heteronymous versus autonomous forms of work. And then the autonomous
Camera's done again.
Oh my God, why is it turning off every second now?
Might be overheating.
And if you want to come in here and click it every time it dies instead of listening from the other room, you are definitely welcome to join the room. She's always welcome, but now more than ever. So anyway, so yeah, we got heteronymous versus autonomous forms of labor. And why does he make this distinction, Nance?
Because that kind of describes the sphere of necessity, socially necessary reproductive labor time, and it also describes what can be thought of as creative power, creative time. That heteronymous labor is the stuff that exists within the sphere of necessity and can be automated, can be improved to the point where it's bearable. Because right now, there are people in the world who spend their entire life, all of their time, energy is dumped into doing nothing but heteronymous labor. And there are scarcely few people who spend almost their entire life in this world of autonomy where they can virtually do whatever it is the fuck they want to do. And that rests on the masses being consumed in this heteronymous labor. But nailing down that distinction in the first place is important because that gets you outside of a workerism, where people talk about the dignity of work. We are passionate people. We are some large part of us is defined by
our purpose and our passions. But if you allow that to get confused with socially necessary reproductive labor, like then you're just going to have a job-centric society. Like, it is important to be productively engaged in some type of project, but if you think like heteronymous and autonomous labor are interchangeable, then you'll just be like, well, yeah, we'll give everyone jobs and it'll be okay. No, we don't want to just give everyone jobs and have that be okay. Like, yes, we understand at some level there is this necessity that we can't escape. You can't escape socially necessary reproductivity. But if you minimize that and you try to maximize this sphere of autonomy, then you can really let people experience maybe not the dignity of work, but the dignity of creativity or the dignity of autonomous productivity. And there goes the camera once again. Damn, son.
That's cool. That's cool. We got, hey, like people can, you know, Carl might be right. This could all be performance art. And in which case, you know, we actually, there is this conspiracy theory going around the Theory Underground circuit that all of the technical difficulties is actually just performance art. And so Nance and I spend a lot of time rehearsing these problems and actually...
And Anne's not in on it, though. That's...
Anne isn't in on it. It's all a way of pranking her, in fact.
Yeah. And you just got punked.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, at the point that you're ready to settle down, if you want to just sit there and click the button every time that camera turns off, you'll be welcome. Oh, sure. Super, super welcome. Yeah. She's kind of just like the prank continues. She says, "Yeah, exactly." Yeah, and so we've got time energy. It gets collapsed into labor power. It gets collapsed into a commodity on the market. Now, of course, part of the point of all of this post-Marxist stuff like Gores and Pistone and Heinrich is that to decommodify the commodity form by simply saying exchange is not going to be allowed or we're going to abolish markets doesn't actually get rid of it in sort of it puts it into a trench coat. It takes the reification of it to a whole new level, and it doesn't get us outside of the job-centric society issue. And so, you know, that's what I'm symbolizing up here. And, oh, fuck. My Stream Deck got unplugged. There's so many things I'm learning about this space and using it as a classroom. People, are you having fun watching us fuck around and improvise while we wait to see if Ashley will show up? Because this is ultimately what we're doing. We're filling time, but we're giving you a little glimpse of some of the fun stuff we're working around in the background here. And so, anyway, so this is your job-centric life. But of course, there are also people who are very lucky. They're like Frederick Engels. They are trust fund babies. And maybe they still have to show up and oversee, manage to some degree. Who knows? And they probably don't like that. That's probably a shitty job. And so in that sense, maybe it is also job-centric for them. But their job is centered around the accumulation of profit itself. Not just this simple exchange of their time and energy into labor power, but actually they have to kind of, their care and concern is kind of tied up in this MCM prime circuit, right? Well, such people do not get to have passion. Such people do not get to have passion for anything that is meaningful in life. And so what is ultimately meaningful in life, right? That's part of this question and part of what I wanted to do. And I think the lecture I'm going to be giving in a little bit here this is just a sort of preface to the lecture that I'll be giving in a little bit here. It's on now, but Anne just popped in. Every time it goes off, you just got to click this center button and then it will be, yeah. Yeah, so you got to hang out of here because the YouTube is like 15 seconds behind. So anyway, so the lecture I'm going to get into is about time, energy, and trying to be a whole person, trying to balance all of these things I was going over earlier, like multilingualism, music, intellectual comprehensive limits, That's why I keep making these Goggins fanboy call out videos for my YouTube shorts, is like to remind these guys who are like, oh yeah, but can you lift a boat? Hey, but can you do 10,000 pull-ups? Hey, what about, can you run 100 miles in 24 hours? Hey, can you deadlift 450 pounds? No, stop being a bitch, making excuses, and get back to the gym. And it's like, we respect it, guys. We respect the mindset. We really genuinely do. We have a similar mindset when it comes to pushing our capabilities. We're just not pushing only one. See, this is the only one here. This is the physical fitness and health one that is being pushed. And I would say they're even pushing the physical fitness so far that they forget about health. Goggins is pushing the physical fitness, and he is doing it despite his health, or in spite of his health. He's hurting himself. Like when he ran 70 miles without any training, he hadn't been really running very much that year, and then he ran 70 miles, his toenails all fell off. He was shitting and he was pissing blood down his sweatpants and shitting his pants. And then he goes and he tells people, well, you just got a poopy pants attitude. You just need to do. It's like, I like it. I like the pep talk, drill sergeant, man. But the issue is that you're actually pooping your pants now, bro. Like, you're actually destroying your health. You're wrecking yourself. So the idea of being human. I'll pass this back to you in a second here, Nance. I just had to close out like 2 threads. The idea of being human here is of balancing all of these things. Not just bulking out on the physical, but being able to maintain not just health, but also being, then you're just a granola person. Come on. No, and not just networking and being a soci. Not just music and dance and shows and, performance or playing. That's all wonderful. If you're doing that, then fucking amazing. But also like multilingualism and being able to practice all of these music or these language skills. But taking your intellectual and your comprehensive abilities to their limits is probably the hardest of all of these things to do. Like I could see doing yoga and dance and jiu-jitsu in a week while also working. But to be able to take on being in time and totality, infinity, and Kant's critique of pure reason, and Hegel's phenomenology of spirits, and the science of logic, and Lacan's seminars, and being able to do that in a way that brings it into conversation with our current situation and how things have changed since these guys. That's the real issue. That's a real task at hand, and it's a challenge. And of course, people go, "I don't have the time energy for that." I wrote the book on it. And of course you don't have the time and energy to read the book, apparently. Of course, I think Daniel will kind of help you see in the previous segment that you kind of do. This idea that you need to rest up, this obligation every night at 5 p.m. to wind down, or at 8 p.m. or at 10 p.m., whatever it is, you start winding down. It's this obligation that has been schooled into you. And of course, there's this part of us that rebels against it and that stays up and scrolls TikTok or whatever. There's this rebellion against that bedtime and knowing that you need to get to bed. So every night you're like, well, I need to get to bed. And then you're like, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to scroll. And so the critical media theory class that we're doing together at the seminar, it's an ongoing monthly thing. It's ultimately about extricating ourselves from that situation, getting a little bit more freedom with our devices. And then I'm gonna hand it back to you here in a second, and that's just to say, it all comes down to being a person, to reclaiming our humanity. Samuel Loncar is going to be joining us at 1500, 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Eastern time, and he'll be talking about becoming human and New Year's resolutions. And ultimately, I want to just talk about this right now, just to remind everybody that this is the time that is supercharged with motivation, and you're being told you can do everything, and you know that you can't do everything. And so ideologically, we need time energy theory to dismantle the New Year's resolution ideology, but also we need, in a sort of sense, to still instrumentalize our lives, and we still need to have goals, and we still need to try to find purpose and passion outside of the job-centric life. And that means cheating and cutting corners and streamlining and hacking and helping, and that's what it's all about. All right.
I think with Goggins specifically, but like that tendency in general to just overdo it, and like put all your eggs in one basket. And the fact that it becomes self-destructive, I think that like that itself is kind of complex. Like, first of all, it's you like burning off this excess. Like you're on the right track with this mindset of like go hard, but like somewhere you're still aware of the fact that you're only going hard in one direction. So you still have this like excess, I don't know, drive or whatever it is. So you overcome and you start to like harm yourself. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like I think you should take things a little bit too far. You just shouldn't put everything in, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. But just because it can be slightly self-destructive doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing. I also think it's interesting because there's this idea of like rebellion against the body itself. I think having a body is a horrible thing. Being trapped in a body is a terrible thing. The worst thing about being a human is being trapped in our bodies. So maybe there's like a little bit of desire to rebel against the body itself and do things that are destructive. I definitely think there's a lot of like drug habits that come from that. I know myself in my past, my drug habits have been not only trying to escape, but also that little bit of like self-destructive potential contained in a drug habit was also like an added benefit of having drugs or of doing drugs. But I think, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about the other day, but like we ended on keep it a little sketchy or whatever. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, like we should
we ended it on, we should be able to be a little sketchy some of the time.
Yeah. Like having everything nice and safe and secure and neatly packaged up into easily consumable and thus easily marketable packages of, oh, I am one who runs. I am one who lifts heavy objects. I am one who reads a lot of books. Like it's all just like you're still just consuming your category at that point. Having the ability to deal with the messy shit that like we're messy creatures. Human life itself is messy. And if you can't stomach a little bit of danger, whatever your specific species of danger is that's related to whatever project it is you're tied up in, then you're failing because you're just trying to fall back and do the thing I want to safely consume from a distance. But no, like Cadell the other day, that conversation we were having, like we are messy and we need to embrace the messiness. I like it. I like it a lot. So like, I don't want to dunk on Goggins and say, look, he's harming himself. I think it's a good thing to harm yourself to a small degree. Now, I'm not going to, like, I definitely don't take that too far. People on the internet, don't go harm yourselves. Do something that has the potential to harm you, I guess.
Well, this is, my presentation that I'll be doing on tour. One of them is the Comfort crisis. It's a Lacanian. It's taking Lacan into like this idea where the real, in some sense, is something only discoverable through resistance, and that resistance is the application of force on the world and trying to change things. And the resistance you meet teaches you lessons. And if you go into activities that are difficult, and all it does is confirm your hypothesis and give you a renewed sense of, oh, you already have it all figured out, then you're not in the real. This is a self-delusion. The real can only be something that challenges your symbolic conceptualization and the way things apparently are, via the imaginary or the perspectival. And so idea is outside of the job, you're supposed to be consuming comfort. You're supposed to be resting. You're supposed to be enjoying. You're supposed to be watching exhilarating or funny movies. You're supposed to be taking all of these like libidinal leftovers from the work week and giving them some kind of outlet, and ultimately so that you can achieve some kind of comfort, some kind of pleasure, which is the opposite of passion, which is the opposite of jouissance, which is the opposite and runs contrary to our drive itself. And so, I mean, bringing it back here with all of this. So this is the circuit of capital. We go time, energy. We all have large energy infused repeatable blocks of time, but it's not just we all as individuals, but specifically like the individual is a made up idea in the first place. Like at a certain level, there is truth to the fact that all of this comes from some kind of collective communitarian belonging in this, not in this one-to-one identity and we could be whole again kind of sense that the people who look backwards or whatever the fuck mean. No, but the baby in that bathwater is just to say that time energy is a communal resource. Every society is structured and can be understood as a way of structuring time energy itself. Oh, these people don't have to work and they just get to read books, and then they're going to tell the priests what to think, and then the priests will tell the people what to think, right? Oh, and ultimately it will serve the king, right? Or, and of course everyone else stays working except for a handful of retainers and people who like exchange gifts and do weird war game preparation bullshit stuff like the aristocracy traditionally did. But where most people have to work. Well, we still live in a job-centric society. We just don't have so much of a center to it, and it's all dispersed out. And there are people who want to bring everything back to some kind of a center, some kind of a central ideal. And whether they're putting God in that place or they're putting some kind of like an idea like the nation state or the Volksgemeinschaft, the race, the community, the racial community, whatever it is that they're doing, I think that's all a bunch of bullshit. It's ideological, but there is like this idea though that we without one another would have to do everything ourselves. And it's one thing to read, Robinson Crusoe. It's another thing to actually go do it. And guess what? The one thing he wasn't able to do was to read great ideas that came from outside of him. The one thing he wasn't able to do was to practice on a musical instrument that would have cost thousands of dollars, if not he doesn't have the technology on his little island to do that, right? So, we have this little thought experiment of being like a Robinson Crusoe and being a self-possessed person who can like build their own house, farm their own food, blah, 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 blah. Everything's Minecraft. Think about Minecraft. It's all from this individual standpoint. But in terms of time energy, it's just like, okay, yeah, you can do everything yourself, but also you can't. Like that's part of the lie of consumerism and of working. You have this idea that, well, I'm a labor power and you're all labor powers and we all exchange labor power and then we consume labor power. And so we're all part of this circle jerk of exchanging, exploiting, and consuming labor power. And that's the feast that we're all involved in. And so we can all have everything everywhere all at once, but no, we can't because, I thought it turned off again. Because it all comes back to we are not able to do the things that require time energy because the time energy itself is what's been fractured. So instead of large energy infused repeatable blocks of time throughout the week, what we have is garbage time, which is to say exhausted time, right? Which is what time energy becomes in a capitalist society when you're like this fragmented self. All you have is what Adorno called free time. And that's why someone in the chat earlier was saying, oh, okay, got it. You need free time to think. And I said, actually, free time is kind of the opposite of time energy. Free time, as we understand it, is recuperating time. And that's, Nance and I do an exegetical reading of Adorno's Free Time, which is an amazing piece that Mikey turned me on to a long time ago, because Mikey was always in on this, the importance of free time, but not free time in any kind of a cheap sense, but more like what Daniel Tudd is talking about when he talks about otium, or what Nietzsche was talking about when he was talking about otium. All the aristocracy has ever cared about is otium and bellum, which is to say leisure time and war. And of course they want to keep the masses working, because the condition of their otium is everyone else working. But time energy is the structural condition, and I would say structural existential condition of what becomes this division between slavery and freedom, of what becomes the distinction between labor time and otium, or leisure time. And so time energy is supposed to take a step further back to understand the bigger picture and to get us outside of the logic of capital that reifies the labor form or the value form and what it presumes about our selves and our existence being a part of labor power. And so, I mean, really, in a sense, like, if value form Marxism doesn't help us do that, we can throw it out. We don't care. Ultimately, this is what we care about. And that's why we think the value form Marxism is important.
Yeah, and on that, it does keep coming up. It was interesting when Daniel Tutt brought it up, because it was like, oh, okay, that's what you want to call it. Our little back and forth with Ted Reese, that's fun, and it's fun, and in a way, it's like, oh, this is why I like these guys. This is why I like Heinrich. This is why I like Postone, because they're doing this thing. But also, like, it's not about, oh, let's find another commitment to like cling to. Let's be value form Marxists instead of labor theory value Marxists. It's because what these so-called value form Marxists are talking about is getting outside of this structure of value itself as like this ontological category that is utilized by the circuit of capital. That's why it's interesting. It's not just because it's another flavor of Marxism. Oh, it's another thing. It's another category of person I can become. But these guys, quote unquote, these guys are talking about value in a way that, for me personally, and I assume for you, due to our conversations, makes sense and already made sense before we even were like, oh yeah, we stumbled upon this value for Marxism. So
exactly. It's
it's about getting outside of this, like, this reified fetish that is value itself, because there's something prior to that. And Marx discusses it. Like, to me, it's very clear that Marx is talking about the construct of value, but it seems like a lot of so-called Marxists are treating this construct as like just an ontological fact.
Paul Cockshott and Fred Mosley being two of the more active in this debate, who take the labor theory of value side of things, and then they like to point to certain pages. We would say, from where we stand now, and we can be corrected, out of context pages, where it's like, oh, look, Marx is saying the labor theory of value thing, so of course this is his position. And it's like, guys, you got to learn how to read Germans. Post-Hegelian Germans, anybody who's been, which is to say, not the people who think they can operate outside of Hegel, but who realize that, oh, immanent critique is valuable, and a sort of some kind of dialectical ideal of working through the contradictions and tarrying with the negative, like that kind of idea. If you don't read the Germans through that lens, then of course you come out just reading them, taking what they say on a page at face value, so that your foreconception, your kind of going in understanding of the entire book, then cherry picks the whole rest of the book in accordance with that kind of idea you have going in. Well, and it's not called the foreconception. Heidegger calls it the forehaving, which really he gets from Dilthey, who he gets it from Schleiermacher. But what the hermeneuticists are doing with this is the forestructure of understanding, which is to say, with every interpretation, there was already an idea going in of what its possibilities were. Then you read it with an eye to those possibilities, and then you developed your conception on that basis. And so you can, keep reading these guys in the boring way that our betters have been reading them, or you can actually try to read them hermeneutically, which is to say, both deconstructively and hermeneutically. It's not an either or. There used to be a debate in academia over these two options, when neither one, properly speaking, is a simple method that can be applied. Both are challenges. Both are processes. Both are intrinsic to genuine reading itself. You cannot escape the task of a hermeneutical deconstruction. And you have to do it because you come in with your own conception that has to be, like Garner was saying, you suspend the assumption that they mean words the same way that you do. And that's not what a lot of people are taught in schooling. In school, they're like, this word means this thing, end of story, let's move on. And so no wonder we have stupid fucking evangelical fundamentalists interpretations of scripture or what have you. Right?
Yeah. They're trying to mathematize all, knowledge and wisdom, because things that are mathematized are very easily dealt with in the logic of capital. It's like, that's, I don't know, that's a large part of what's going on is resisting this total instrumentalization of ideas, of concepts. But that's not to say taking it too far and doing like Byung-Chul Han would have us do and just become the idiot. And like, I think we have to maintain a balance. And that's why it took us, 6 hours to read one section of chapter 1 of volume 1 of Capital. Like, we're walking a fucking tightrope, and we're blind, and we're fucking stupid, and we're trying to do all this delicate work, and it's not as easy as just, oh yeah, let me read this 2,500 page book, or collection of 3 books, if you will. Let me read it so I can say I've read it, so I can tell other people that they don't have to read it because I read it and they can trust me. It is about like, let's figure this shit out. Let's stop and smell the roses, so to speak. But instead of smelling roses, we're, tarrying with fucking ideas.
Right. And it didn't just
we have no idea. None of us has any idea of what the fuck is actually going on. And clinging to that surety that you do know what's going on, is a surefire way to stay stuck exactly where you are.
Yeah, and this didn't just take us 6 hours to read that first chapter. First of all, we read the entire book in the past, volume 1 of that is, and then, obviously summaries of the rest of it, because who can get to the rest of Capital? It's like, you want to get onto other books. You can't have this take over your life. People who allow it to take over their lives sound like robots. And so obviously you want to be more balanced than that, and you want to be able to read other theorists and stuff like that. And so, you read volume 1 or parts of volume 1, and then you do summaries, and then you think that you're good. Well, instead, we've spent not 6 hours. I think it's more like 25 at this point. Let's be realistic. There's 5 videos in the playlist so far, and they range between 4 and 6.5 hours so far. And it's not just chapter 1, because reading chapter 1 required reading this book right here, which was Michael Heinrichs' book. Speaking of which,
camera's off.
Oh, son of a bitch. Anne, help. I think she's just like brushing her teeth and like getting ready for the day. So don't worry about it, Anne. We can deal with the technical difficulties. No one else seems to mind either. But, okay, bringing it back around here. I want to say something on the value form stuff, just to say, what we're saying is that Marx is, at least according to the value form Marxists, not out here saying that labor is the sole source of value. Actually, it is the exchange of commodities itself that is done vis-a-vis the idea of socially necessary labor time, which is the reification arche point. Like, all of it hinges on this idea. Yeah.
It's the entire process of valorization itself. Like, it's not just the act of productive concrete labor. Like, it is the entire process itself. Like, it's the process of valorization. Like, that means valueization, right? It's production, it's circulation, it's consumption, it's need, it's all these things, and this idea that it's all interchangeable, we're all fungible, it's all reduced down to the lowest common denominator. That's why it works. And Marx is very plain in expressing all this stuff. The idea that he is this, vulgar labor theory thinker, I think is a foolish idea, because I don't think he is.
But it's something like I think we get excited about it because, without having read Smith and Ricardo, you think it's an original contribution. Without having read, the anarchist predecessors, Proudhon and the others, you think, oh, well, wow, labor really is a source of value. And of course, the reason it's so seductive is because it's the logic of capital, is the idea that ultimately all of our time energy can be rendered exchangeable between individual units of humanity on some kind of a world market. And then, of course, if you say, oh, we'll collectivize instead of individualize the labor power, it's the same fucking thing. You're still being like, this worker goes here, that worker goes there. We're going to have all the workers get distributed within the system. They'll be paid better. Hopefully, they'll actually get some kind of like healthcare and support system, blah, blah, blah. They'll get some kind of representation, recognition, stuff that we're supposed to be against in the first place because it's a dead end and it's easy to co-opt and it just lives in the simulacrum. But, no, we're talking about how time energy gets killed. And the biggest way that it gets killed is by thinking of it in job-centric terms. So when people are all hustle and grind, instrumentalize, Byung-Chul Han responds with, be an idiot, sit by the river, Byung-Chul Han's solution is Eckhart Tolle. Focus on the breath. Just breathe. Just sit there like a little frog on a leaf and breathe. It's the solution.
Be a flower.
And I'm like, how does that help me learn multiple languages? How does that help me learn to play multiple instruments? How does that help me do Jiu Jitsu and run and do strength conditioning? And how does that help me enter therapeutic spaces and check in with loved ones and do date nights, love rehab kind of work? That's work, guys. You have to show up for it. You can't be passive. That's what episode 1 of Workers of Amazon was all about. Check it out on Spotify or iHeartRadio or Podcast Addict or whatever the fuck you need to. But check out the conversation I had with Juan. He was all Goggins' mindset, and then he realized like there needs to be like part of the issue with that mindset is that it's all or nothing. If people are not on board, then they get cut out of the picture, and so it's really toxic for like a relationship that is supposed to be a nurturant relationship, because not everything about your family unit needs to be fully instrumentalized in this military boot camp style. But of course, most people, because of the comfort crisis, are so out of touch with actually taking on passions because of like meaningful purposes that it is exciting to hear him go on. And the fact is he's done more in his life than we will ever do, and it's because he doesn't care about getting in harm's way. And of course people call him a masochist, and of course people say he's a shouty asshole, but I mean, no, it's impressive what he's been able to do with himself. He's completely reinvented himself from someone who was like 400 pounds and failed out of boot camp to someone who could become a Navy SEAL and do the Ranger training and survive Hell Week 3 times within a short span of time, and then do like these 100-mile marathons and win the world record of pull-ups. Like, if you don't know about Goggins, you got to find out about it. Apparently, I'm just late to the game. Everyone else already knew. Nance was talking about it on tour. Stop being a bitch. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. There's a guy who's just on about that shit. And of course, people just think that he's like some kind of Andrew Tate. They're wrong. He's not. He actually he does have some respect for like human dignity that like Tate bros seemingly lack. And so, look, guys, it's about balancing these things, though. So ultimately, bringing it all back around, it's balancing these things. And right now, you're being told, oh, well, you can be a yoga instructor, and she can be a philosophy professor, and he can be a doctor, and that person can be a cop, and we're all exchanging our labor power. And if you didn't do good at school, it's because you're just not as bright as the other ones. You're not as disciplined as the other ones. You're not as deserving as the other ones. So you're going to have to, instead of specializing, you're just going to be at this base level of reducing all of your time and energy into labor power, right? all you'll have left over is time and energy in its fractured sense. Fractured time is point time. It's not reliably repeatable, right? You can't do stuff with other people in a cooperative way or in a sustained hardcore way if you don't have reliable, repeatable time. You can't learn the violin in a day. You can't take on giant, difficult thinkers on your own, especially not just with a single day or a random weekend here or there. You got to be able to show up day after day after day after day after day and get after it, right? So that's what it's all about. And this, bring it all back around, we're going to close. Well, we don't actually have to close it. We're going to kind of reach a sort of halftime for this lecture, where we'll kind of step back, and then I'll lay out some more things. But I'm going to hand it over to Nance here in a second, is what I'm trying to say. So the distinction between heteronomous and autonomous versus like cooperative forms of labor is something that I want to get back to, because it was brought up earlier in the lecture. And because the camera died and I had written it too low down, nobody could see it. But now I think you can see it, right? Eyeballs? You got it?
Yeah, but there's a glare from the light that's covering up the het, which is okay. We're okay with head erasure, right?
Is this, yeah. Is that better?
That's better, yeah. So that word is het for anyone looking at the screen. Het versus aut or cooperative, which is heteronymous, versus autonomous / cooperative, or those are the words.
Yeah. And so obviously, as Marx points out, capitalism is already one of the most cooperative ways human beings have ever existed on this planet. It's just cooperating within this sphere alone, which is the profit-centric / job-centric realm. And of course, you could replace profit with power and production, which is what the Soviet Union tried to do. It doesn't change the fact that it's still job-centric, though.
Or control for any, fellow delusions.
Yeah, you can replace it with control.
Power, profit. Mm-hmm. It's all kind of interchangeable in a way.
Yeah, these are all different ways of talking about the same fucking elephant. But the reason I do autonomous / cooperative is for ease of understanding, though it is like Gores talks about them as three separate things. Autonomous time is the precondition for being able to do things cooperatively with other people. So, outside of trying to build a resume and show that you do volunteer work, would you actually show up for your community garden? Would it actually be a part of your real life? Well, I guess we'll never know, because we don't live in that world, do we? Right? People think, oh yeah, I volunteer there 3 times a year. Well, guess what? Outside of the fact that they're using you in the most minimal fucking way possible, you're not essential. You're exchangeable with other people. Now, if you prove to be reliable, if it actually becomes a significant part of your life, well then sure. Now you're part of the process. But you don't just become a part of the process by showing up and being able to write down in your resume that you did some volunteer work. Well, the cooperative garden is just an example. There's a million other ways of doing cooperative things. Now, of course, there is this approach that says, well, what we should have is a society that's run by cooperatives. This is where Richard Wolff is most popularly understood. Apparently, he's more nuanced in his books, but he does make it sound like we could go from capitalism to a cooperative workplace society, which doesn't get us outside of the problem, right? Well, I think that the point that Gores is trying to make is that we can dignify this impulse. We can dignify this idea that people want to have, like, hey, if we want to have a coffee shop and it's got a theater stage in the back and we've got a study space and a lecture hall and it's all like hybrid and somehow hooked up to the Theory Underground, like, we want to do this and we want to do it cooperatively. Like Mikey, he's going to be like, he's got a place that he shows up and then he just like tutors people in philosophy. He teaches like an introductory course every year, and then he teaches special topics if he wants to, if it's going to help him with his research. Otherwise, the rest of the time he's just researching there at the coffee shop. In that world where he's able to do that, and Anne's able to be organizing theater in the theater side of things, but also running the coffee shop side with some other people. And I'm able to focus on the lectures and the organizing. And Nance, I don't know what you're doing, but it's probably exactly what we're doing right now. We're just fucking doing this, and you're probably teaching a Lumen course and shit like that year. In that like utopian cooperative model, of course, we love to play these kinds of games. We know that it's not possible right now. Like, we know it's utopian in the sense that we don't have time energy right now. We know that we ultimately have to do this reduction to socially necessary labor time on the basis of what our means of subsistence actually cost, right? So we do this thought experiment where we justify our own exploitation on the basis of what is socially necessary in order to be able to make whatever it is that we think we need to be able to make to be able to live whatever kind of lifestyle that we think that we're trying to live as consumers, which is great. I don't care. That's not the point. The point is that we can't do the cooperative thing, but we also can't do the autonomous thing. All right, and without the autonomous thing, you don't have the cooperative thing. It's not genuinely cooperative if you don't have autonomy, which is why there's the realm of heteronomy. And currently, whether you're doing yoga or you're a professor or you're a dump truck driver or you're a doctor, a lawyer, it doesn't matter what you are. If you're cleaning out toilets for 15 years or whatever, Nance, I forget exactly how that biographical detail goes, but you're cleaning toilets for a while. And that's all considered heteronomous labor. Now, in reality, not all of those things are as necessary as we think that they are. The yoga instructor would still do it if he or she wanted to, in a society that has restricted the realm of heteronomous labor to those things that really are socially necessary. That means we cut out Hannah Montana or Taylor Swift bobbleheads from the world of production. That means that we cut out the bullshit jobs David Graeber is talking about in his book, where people feel the soul suckiness of reality. They might be PMC or not, who knows? They're definitely not part of the standard working class, and they fucking hate their lives because they know that everything they're doing is bullshit. But also, at a certain level, there's all these struggling pizza shops in existence, and only so many of them are actually good. And the ones that are struggling, they're like, well, we're really putting food on the table for people. And it's like, really? Are you? Would you be doing that?
That shitty pizza shop I ate in Boise under the fucking bridge by the skate park. That place sucked, dude.
Would you really be running that business if you didn't have to? Would you really be a yoga instructor if you didn't have to? Would you really be running that shitty pizza shop if you didn't have to? Look, I want amazing pizza experiences, but there are people who would do it even though they don't have to. And that's why we got to figure out what actually belongs in this restricted realm of heteronomous labor so as to structurally free up time energy. And you do that to some degree with labor power. And it's, a conversation I'm looking forward to eventually having with Catherine Liu. She's defined the PMC as, to some degree, being people who think that all real work can be automated out of existence. And I think that most of the PMC does not think that way at all. But there is a tendency on the left, a very particular kind of utopian left, that thinks, oh, everything could be autonomous and cooperative, nothing needs to be heteronomous, everything heteronomous could be automated. And that's just not true. You got to have robots making robots, making robots, making robots, and at a certain level, there's just going to be shitty jobs. Hopefully, people don't have to clean out those toilets, but if they fucking do, it shouldn't be their whole life. And there's no reason that a philosophy professor or a yoga instructor doesn't have to clean some toilets every once in a while. People act like this was the worst part of Mao's Cultural Revolution, was telling intellectuals get out in the fields. And I'm like, that's like the one part that's kind of cool, though. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, dude.
That's my favorite part. What's everyone's problem with that part? Of course, it didn't look very beautiful, and it kind of backfired, and it wasn't done in a way that could really challenge things. But experiments, man, experiments. We love experiments here, and so so that's what I would call part one of this lecture that is going to continue here for another 40 minutes. But I just wanted to hand it over here let Nance kind of say some stuff while I put some more things on the board.
I think like a way to explain this idea of like heteronymous labor, people turn it into a workerism. People tend to think, oh yeah, it's okay. Like if everything is just like a syndicate or, you know, a bunch of unions or firms or whatever word they want to use for it, if everyone can voluntarily associate, then they'll just do the jobs that need to be done, and that's freedom. Like they don't ever actually entertain the idea that there's anything outside of the realm of necessity, the sphere of necessity. And I think like making that distinction between heteronymous and then autonomous and cooperative projects, work, labor, I don't know, whatever it needs to be called, really does allow you to communicate with not just leftists, but, you know, people
Normal
from all walks of life, from all persuasions. Yeah. Normal people. Yeah. Normal people in real life, not just people on the internet who already know all the words and already have commitments and are just doing this thing for the sake of doing the thing itself, not because they're actually interested in any long-term projects. I think it's great. I think it's radical to really design a rhetoric that gets to the masses or everyday people, normies, whatever. I think that's radical. I think it's something that needs to be done. And I think if you're not willing to do it, then I think you're part of the problem, which is weird. And it kind of goes back to something that it's always bothered me. I've always really wanted to ask him about it, and I've never had time. Like every time we're talking, we run out of time before I remember to ask him. But when Patron talks about like you're either left or like if you're not left, then you're necessarily right or reactionary or whatever. Like dude, every time we talk to him, I always forget to ask him, but I have big problems with that statement. I have big problems with that sentiment. And I want to ask him what he means by that, because I've never really heard him really expound upon it.
I
want to ask him because I have faith that
Can we get an earbud on you? Here, actually, here. Hold on one sec, Nance. Don't talk. You're wasting your breath. Anne can't hear you, and she's more important than all these people in the live chat. Just kidding, guys. You're all more important than my wife. Sucker. That's the real joke. Okay, here we go. You can connect those to your phone, and then you can listen to. My hero. Wait, but you have to just get in the call, actually. So it's just the. Sorry, Nance. One sec. We're going to make it so that Anne is able to hear you without having all of the same old Bluetooth problems that we always have. Here, I'm going to send you the Zoom link right here. There we go. All right. I need that music for the elevator, you know? Like the elevator music. Yeah.
Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing. That's Jeopardy.
So he's bing bong bing ba ding bong bing or something. So
just keep going for now.
Anne said just keep going for now. Okay, turning it back over to you there, Nance. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think on Catron, like I have faith that he doesn't have like a foolish, smooth-brained position, which is why I really want to talk to him in depth about it. But I do think that's a very smooth-brained position that a lot of people tend to have, especially people on the internet who consume left media, or even, I don't know, ostensibly centrist media or whatever. Like people just, they reify this power struggle between left and right. And I think that's kind of silly. We should be thinking as came up earlier, temporally and even multidimensionally, up, down, left, right, forward and backward in time. But I think that the heteronymous distinction really allows you to explain it to people. Like you can explain that to normies who haven't spent years reading books or consuming content or even thinking about stuff politically. All they know is work. They spend all their time working, and what little time they have left, they regret. They regret not being able to actually dive into projects and follow their passions. And you can explain the problem. You can explain what the fuck is really going on to them with the idea of heteronomy versus autonomy and the idea of time energy. Instead of just always kind of going back to labor power, labor time, labor value. No, this is real, like, problem-oriented thinking, solution-oriented language, and I like it a lot. And it's funny that there have already been people that have tried to just say, oh, post left. Oh, you guys aren't really doing much. Oh, you get what did that person say? You guys are just a taste. We're a taste association.
That was Catrone.
No.
Oh, no. No, Catrone didn't say it. It was the guy who said, "I'm only here for Catrone. You guys really are just tastemakers, bunch of theory bros." That's what it was.
Yeah. There we go. I think it's funny. I mean, hey, that's cool. Maybe that person will hate watch. Maybe they're invested libidinally because they felt the need to make that comment. I do think there is some libidinal investment there. Maybe they're watching this right now, and if that is the case, and you think we're wrong about everything, come join one of the courses or join one of the cohorts or the groups and explain how we're wrong and what we're wrong about. Because I would, like, if I am wrong, I would like to know, because I would like to not be wrong. And first of all, I know I'm always going to be wrong until the end of time, because it's an ongoing process and there's no such thing as absolute knowing. But I would like to be less wrong. So if we are wrong, which I don't think we are, that's the thing. Like, but if we are, come tell us.
Tell us that we're wrong about being wrong, because that's our position. Yeah. So it's like it's a weird position to have. But then people think, no, but you're wrong for this really facile, really stupid caricature that I'm putting on you. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, keep doing that. Perfect, yeah. Ann saved the day. Good job. Thank you. So Ann's the man. That's right. She really is. And I don't know, Nance, just looking at this whiteboard here with stuff that I've added onto it, I just wanted to kind of give you an opportunity to sort of like free associate here. But also, like, okay, so in terms of heteronymous versus autonomous and cooperative, like, how many of these things that we love are actually kind of ruined because they've been done in the realm of heteronymous as opposed to autonomous or cooperative?
All of it, dude.
Passion projects.
Everything that can be packaged and sold gets ruined by the form, gets ruined by the fact that it is commoditized. Mental health, that's one that I can see right there. That gets fucking destroyed because it gets turned into this functionalistic ego psychology, instrumentalized, will get you back to okay enough to go back to work. Like, mental health is a serious thing. It's a real problem. It's a thing we all contend with. And it's a thing that can be debilitating if it goes fucky on you. And it should be taken seriously. We should have the ability to really, like, investigate for ourselves and with other people who are able to just get better, like, to be good enough to go out and live a good life rather than being healthy enough to just get back to work. But that's what it always comes back down to. It always comes back down to getting you healthy enough to be a productive consumer. And that's it. It's horrible.
At this point, the only thing that I've done positively or I'd say not the only thing, the main thing I've done positively for my own mental health ever since I realized I should be careful. Like, I don't know. I think everybody, when they grow up, at some point they realize there's limits to things. Like, you need sleep. You shouldn't just experiment with psychedelic drugs all the time. You should practice critical thinking instead of just entertaining big ideas, right? Like, there's just certain things that if you're not being careful, it necessarily leads to mental health crises of various sorts. And so, anyway, I'd say the most helpful thing I've done in terms of the mental health stuff, outside of being critical of blah, 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 it's avoiding people where this is their end-all, be-all community. Mm-hmm. It is my number one thing. It's like, I'm never going to be that guy who's out here on the internet saying, look, if you got mental health problems, stay the fuck away. But if you come here and blow up the spot and make it all about that, yeah, it's going to be a problem, because we've got a problem with therapy culture, therapism, psychiatry, like go down the line. These are all problems. They're not easy to sort through. There's a lot of sophisticated tools necessary for being able to have those conversations in a mature way. People who come in and try to turn the space into what they imagine a good mental health group kind of space is going to be like. I don't like it. I don't want to be a part of it. And I don't like the problems that come from it. And biggest thing is like, in a sort of sense, like, if I'm spiraling out and then you have the potential to spiral out, then you actually might start spiraling out when I come around you, right? Like, we have to try to find healthy people and center them in our lives. And if your family's toxic for you, or if whatever, like, then find healthy people. I don't care where you make it, you've got to find them. Get the fuck out of that situation. But the same thing is true with everything else. Look, the one beneath this says presence. The one that beneath it, I'll hand it back to you in a second here, Nance, but the one that says presence, I have that for my own New Year's goals, being yoga, catwalking, and slacklining. Okay? And of course, there's like some breath work and some kind of focusing and some kind of like stepping away from all the busyness of your life and all the things that you're juggling. So that's part of presence. But the catwalking, by the way, is like one of the most zen activities you can possibly do. I'll tell you about it later. But as far as slacklining and yoga and meditation kinds of practices go, each one becomes a sort of suffocating, stifling, and like, I don't know, like, it's a worst kind of community ever. Like, I've tried to find one where I'm like, yes, I can do the thing here. But it's never the thing, because the thing gets turned into some kind of like idol. And so almost every one of these, because of the industry, because the people who specialize and obsess and just do the one thing all the time, it gets ruined. And of course, I think there's probably good people, that's why they call us theory bros, is they think that there's too much machismo in this space, there's too many men, there's too much obsession, obsessional energy is a neurotic male kind of tendency. It's not always male, but it is dominated by dudes, I guess, kind of like us, and I don't fucking think that's always a bad thing. I love that Anne is always saying, it's not exactly a bad thing. It's not necessarily bad. But obviously it can degenerate into something bad. And that's why, it's interesting to have like guys like Cadell and Owen on earlier, because they talk about having done men's work. And those men's work circles can really turn into super toxic spaces as well. Or they turn into a bunch of little cuck boys jacking each other off. I don't give a shit. I don't like the two sides of it. If it's Andrew Tate versus fucking Thought Slime, I don't want it. And so it's like, this is about balancing all of these things that require pushing yourself up against certain kinds of discomfort. And they're all different kinds of challenges, all different kinds of resistance, all different kinds of discomfort. And each one gets co-opted by the commodity form. Each one becomes a be-all, end-all thing that's supposed to get you back to work. And ultimately, we should be able to do them all. But we can't when they are serving heteronymous labor. There you go, Ness.
Just like, I guess to stay with the mental health for a minute, but it does apply to everything. Everything on the board and everything not on the board. Like when people take a feature or a fact about themselves and they try to turn it into the most interesting thing about them. Like, I think that's probably something we can all relate to. There's some people that I've interacted with, I'm sure there's some people that everyone has interacted with, where you just can't fucking stand them because all they ever do is they talk about this one fact or feature. Like, just their entire world is mediated through one thing, be it mental health, be it gender, be it background, be it ethnicity, be it ability, be it whatever. Like, you just can't fucking stand these people because they suck, because they have no dimensionality. Like, that way of interacting with the world and interacting with the social is forced upon us by the commodity form itself. Because commodities need to be discrete things that they have to be nice and neatly packaged up into easily marketable boxes. They can't stand this difference. Why is Anne hiding? That's a dope pin.
Doing busy work. Thank you.
It's Anne's doing busy work and managing the camera. But I wanted to, and she's listening with rapt attention. I just wanted to point out, though, Anne, that all you have to do, if you do want to pop in, oh shit, now Nance can't see us at all.
No, yeah, I can't see you, dude.
Yeah, let's start the video, and then, hold on. Oh, here we go. So we go like this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but anyway, so Anne, theoretically, you will in the future be able to, when you want, chime in by changing the camera to that other one, and then making it so that you show self view, and then everyone will be able to see you. Just unmute and you can talk. I just wanted Anne to know she has the capacity, the virtual capacity, yeah, to be able to do it whenever she wants. So, okay, sorry, Nance. Oh my God, this fucking camera is killing Anne because she's sitting here trying to write letters and she can't get through like a word writing the address onto one of these Christmas cards without having to.
It's okay.
Talk about the shadow work that goes on in the background. This is a perfect example of shadow work. The fact that she's filling out Christmas cards. The people who get these cards are going to have pictures of us on their fridges all year long. So instead of forgetting that I exist, they'll remember, oh yeah, Dave exists in this beautiful relationship with Anne. And then they'll love us and they'll send thoughts our way and then we'll catch up and it'll be like nothing has happened. They'll be like, they'll know that they're in our thoughts as well. And that's because she's doing this right now while we're obsessing out doing this fucking thing. And so, you know, it really is shadow work, you know, and it really is amazing. And so I just wanted to highlight it for a second. Yeah, of course.
It is amazing. And it does create space to be able to obsess, you know, do long sessions of reading books and having theoretical conversations. It creates the space to be able to do that and also have something of a normal life. Because without Anne doing all that work, like you wouldn't have these relationships. Like the maintenance of the relationships does tend to fall on our partners as obsessive males, and that is something that often gets taken for granted.
Dude, Anne is like my litmus test. People who don't appreciate her or treat her like she's fundamental when they meet us on tour, like it's obvious, and it's just like, oh, okay, I'll remember that. Fuck you, you know, you don't get it. You don't get what this is. But and it's just like, because they want to treat it like, oh, well, this is like a public intellectual existing in a sphere outside of the private, and it's just like, yeah, no, but there's also like this in-between space between those things that we're all kind of stuck in, and part of the underground is being stuck in this place where we never have privacy, we never have the public, we don't have the possibility of the public. In fact, there's no possible serious avenues towards genuine recognition of our achievements in most of these realms. So, I mean, you would, for instance, if we were saying theater, add that into sort of this musical side of things, if you don't dedicate your life to it, then you really aren't going to be able to do it for real. It's like in a society that was not heteronymous centric, where more people could do theater, it wouldn't just be community theater versus professional Broadway. There would be this flourishing of other kinds of theater that are developing already. They're developing because Anne's been thinking about it for the better part of a decade. Philip's been thinking about it for probably about as long, if not longer. He's working on a play right now that we might actually do on tour. Who knows? But yeah, these things are all siloed, stultified, siphoned away. And ultimately, it does make sense. People are like, well, it's got to turn a profit at the end of the day. Theater has to stay afloat. The whatever has to stay afloat. And so I'm going to just draw these red lines here coming up and just put them all, like, this is all going towards this one thing here, which is the growth of profit, right? And of course, like, people are trying to find their existence as persons, trying to develop themselves as people by doing any of these things. And it's becoming increasingly hard to even do them in the first place. The civic networks that existed for our grandparents are not there. And our parents slept on it and didn't even realize it was happening. And now they think that they have it when they don't. Or they're sad and bitter, and for good reason, because ultimately everything's fucked. But they're probably blaming themselves or you or me or something, right? But the point is it's none of us. It is this issue. It's always been this issue. This is why I got into this shit in the first place like 10 years ago. And this is why I got involved with various political movements, was because I thought in some way they were dealing with this issue. And it turns out they're not. And that's ultimately what we're doing here, is trying to conceptualize this situation. And, I don't know. I think, I guess my cynicism that comes with doing all this critical theory all the time is really on the other side of like this tremendous hope that I have, that things really can change. And it's not like this kind of change that's necessarily progressive, because I don't think it will look progressive in all of this. I think that there will be a flourishing of conservative values. There will be a flourishing of liberal values. There will be a flourishing of family. There will be a flourishing of community. There will also be a flourishing of school and of all of these other routes to potential recognition, and bringing it back to that idea that we can't get potential recognition except for some simulation of it, where it's like, oh, here's a degree, you're clearly a thinker now, you have a PhD. Outside of that, the only real realm where you can objectively prove that you did the fucking thing is the kind of shit that Goggins goes hard on. In the world of theory and philosophy, it's really easy to act like you're doing the work. And some of these people who come around and talk a big game about other people don't read books, and they've got it all figured out. They've got their politics and their historical narrative down, and now they're here to be like the representative of the movement or whatever. They become, like, in the media space, the proxy for having read. They're here they're here to tell you they did the reading, and that by following them, it's like you did the reading. They're supposed to make you feel that way. We're here doing the exact opposite, swimming upriver, telling you, not only have you not read, we haven't read, none of us have read, the conditions of possibility for being able to read have been undermined.
Dude, that's why, I don't know, like, I always go back to the fact that the process itself is what's really happening. The process itself is what matters. And I guess I always try to put it in reference to, like, trying to explain to someone else, like, well, what is it? What are you doing? What's going on? And that's it. Like, that is what is going on. We're investigating new ways to put our feet down and resolutely, scream from the rooftops, like, no, God damn it, I won't take this anymore. I'm a fucking human being, and I want to have a human existence. I don't want to be totally instrumentalized in my every single moment of my waking hours, like, because it currently is all of your time, no matter what you do, whether you're a worker or whether you're a fucking lazy piece of shit. It's instrumentalized. You're producing data, your consumption habits, your geolocation, like all of these things, you are being productive from the point of view of the machine itself. And there's no way to get out of that. So we just have to take that on. We have to accept it, and we have to move forward and try to do things, like you said, swimming upstream, going against the grain, doing things that on the surface may appear counterintuitive, that may appear silly, it may appear like we're wasting time. Although to some other people, I think they get at least some part of it. They realize we're not just wasting time. But that's it. That process itself is what it is. Like it's not, oh, I'm going to work out so I can get heavy so I can join the 1,000 club. I want to run a 100-mile marathon. I want to read 100 books and then write 100 essays. It's none of that. We're not looking at like a mechanized, instrumentalized end result that we can package and market to somebody. We are looking at an ongoing process that necessarily has no definite end. Like you have to get outside of that thinking of achievement. You have to get outside of that thinking of like paying a cost and receiving something like in return for the cost that you're paying. Like, no, you're paying a cost because you're already roped into it. There's no way to escape paying a cost. The fact that you were born necessitates the fact that you will continue paying this price, this cost, whatever, until you die.
And I need to sit
so
there.
you're not going to be given something in return for the price that you're paying. You have to fucking take it for yourself. And that looks like this. That looks like taking it for yourself. I want to do this. I want to have these experiences. I want to be able to think for myself. I want to be able to engage and interact with the world itself. And that's it. Like, that's the process. It's not settling and saying, oh, well, you know, maybe this will make me leftist enough, or, oh, maybe this will make me radical enough, or, oh, maybe this will make me respected enough by people that I respect. You know, maybe I can write something and they'll think I'm smart and they'll give me recognition. Like, no, it's not about any of that. We have to be willing to like commit ourselves to an ongoing, never-ending process that other people may or may not realize. And it's not about them realizing it. It's about doing this for yourself. So everyone out there on the internet, go do something. Like, say, fuck it. I'm going to read a goddamn book. I'm going to run a marathon. I'm going to go learn how to skateboard. I'm going to go learn how to slackline. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do that. I'm going to take something back for myself, because everything has been taken from you, and everything was taken from you before you were even fucking born. And it will be a never-ending fucking struggle against the machine. Welcome to the fucking party. There's no end in sight. And because of that fact, there is hope, because we're doing it nonetheless.
This dude on Twitch is like, you'll look back on this in 10 years and think, what the fuck was I saying? True. But
hopefully, dude.
Literally the point. That's literally the point. Welcome to the club. That's what it's about. If you're not looking back and thinking, what the fuck was I saying? What are you even doing? Right? I mean, that's how I see it anyways. So now we're going to slowly transition to Nina Powers. So we've got 15 or 12 minutes here to close out this. Zachary Smith says, thank you, LMAO, when he said, isn't that the point? Yeah. How's this dude not know how a camera and timeout work and think he's going to change the world? LOL. I know you're not supposed to read. I know you're not supposed to read these people, but it's kind of like part of the fun of putting something out on Twitch is like, this is exactly what you get. So you have someone who isn't reading difficult texts, who is not part of a theater community, who is not able to practice multiple music instruments, who is not practicing multiple languages every week, who is watching somebody who has learned how to do all of those things and experiment with new media, and then the form of trolling they take, you know, it's for their enjoyment or whatever, is just to be like, ho, 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 ho. And it's just like, it's good. It doesn't keep me humble though. I admit, it actually makes me feel like a badass, and it reminds me of how stupid some people really can be and how pathetic they are. And I'm sorry that like the internet really is teeming with like these people who talk to themselves on the bus, but like that's basically what you are, dude. Like that's literally what you that's you, dude. That's you. That's your whole fucking existence. Amen. And it doesn't have to be that way. You can pull your head out of your ass. It is literally possible. I'm not just trying to bully here, but it's like you got to realize like it's real people here, and I don't know if, like you can either choose
that's part of what's like that's part of this process is like we're discovering what it is to be human through enduring and suffering and also enjoying and experiencing and all these things. Because we've largely forgotten what it means to be human, because for the most part, the human contact we get is two-dimensional. It's on a fucking screen. Everyone is just on call, waiting for you to either upvote them or downvote them, either to celebrate them or to fucking call them a retard. And that's what other people have become. Other people have been flattened out into nothing more than posts. And yeah, you get libidinally invested in it, and some people like to talk shit. Other people like to do things that cause other people to talk shit about them. I don't know. It is what it is. And it's all a game that we're all playing at the same time, but it's not the only game. It's not the only game there is. Like, there's an entire fucking world outside your window. Go fucking do something, man. Go break a law. If you're such a badass, super cool, radical leftist, go set something on fire, dude. I don't know. You're muted.
Go skateboard, dude. I don't know.
Yeah. Go hard flip a 9-stair and send me footage. Like, you're not. That's what I challenge, bitch. Go hard flip a fucking 9-stair, and then you can talk shit.
Yeah, translate Junger and come back to us. We'll talk later. So, yeah, but no, this camera issue. He's right though. It is bananas, actually. This camera situation. But you know what, YouTubers, thank you for being here. There's like 37 of you. Makes me feel good about, only having 4 on Twitch. I'd rather have this ratio any day. But, Twitch does make it so that we can ultimately, potentially expand out and reach some other people. And so the worst thing that ever happened to me was when I went from being basically a YouTube essayist, and I admit to having thought of myself as some kind of an influencer and cringe, but going from that to being forced onto Twitch and that being my only platform, or at least I felt forced, that was crazy. And the reason it happened was because I got terminated from YouTube, and it took like 3 months of advocating, maybe 2 months of advocating to be able to get my my YouTube channel back. And I part of the whole point of the Twitch thing I started doing was advocating to #FreeThePlebe, which was to say my channel used to be called Theory Plebe, and I was just trying to get it back because that's where all my videos were. They had been erased, right? But if it wasn't for all of the kinds of, like, if it wasn't just for the YouTube termination, but also for the fact that my housing situation kept getting undermined, and that I couldn't ever really set up a space, if it wasn't for the couple years of genuine resistance from the real that I was facing, I would not be doing any of the things that I'm currently doing. And so that genuine resistance from the real, it comes from other people when other people don't fit into your categories, and that shit gets messy with other human beings, and you realize they say one thing and then they walk another talk altogether, or saying one thing, doing another walk. I don't know how, there's a saying for this. It's escaping me, but
quack like a duck.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know, dude.
That shit, combined with actual lessons from the real, as in like resistance in the form of, oh yeah, I'm going to do this thing. Like, for instance, oh, I'm going to use this other camera, and then I'm going to do this thing on this whiteboard, and then realizing how much of a pain in the ass it actually is. Because when we spent 40 minutes and then we finally decided, oh, we'll just let it turn off every once in a while, we'll turn it back on, we did not foresee that it would turn off sometimes in 20 seconds. That was actually not, because before it was like 45 minutes and then it turns off, 20 minutes it turns off, 45 minutes it turns off. 20 seconds is very distracting when I'm trying to lecture, when I'm trying to actually have a real conversation with you and do shit like this. But I want to say, like, one of my favorite things from the tour was watching you develop as a public speaker. And that's why I expected that when I asked the question about best versus worst organizing, you were going to say something about Theory Underground Tour, because it's like not all of the events went so smoothly. We would feel confident going up to it, and then shit was weird. Like maybe the audience was distractible and disrespectful, or like, maybe there was presenters who didn't give a fuck about what was actually going on, didn't care about the organization, didn't respect anything about what we were doing, and was using it literally just as an opportunity to talk. And it's like, cool, whatever, but like, we're trying to do something here. And they were just treating us like we're some influencers, when it's like, we're trying to break that mold, guys. And so there's a lot of these lessons that came from things. And I'm saying that, like, watching you develop as a speaker was one of the big ones. Watching the fact that you kind of became a speaker was also one of them, because it wasn't exactly the plan going in. But then it's like, well, you are part of the volume, and you're not going to just present at one stop on the tour. You're here. Why not, actually do something? And you practice reading off of your notes. You practice going off the cuff. You've discovered that you liked going off of the cuff a lot more. Like the first no audience place that we did a presentation in was what's the fucking town called in not Denver, Bridgeport, Bridgington.
I don't know. Philip, are you there, dude? Where was that?
Breckenridge, Colorado.
Breckenridge.
Hey, thanks, Ann. Breckenridge. Okay, so yeah, that Breckenridge trip was really interesting. Like, we got to do stuff on a really awesome stage, but we had faulty cameras and we didn't have reliable live stream, and so the footage is fucking terrible. But the topic was really interesting, and we had a fun time anyway, even though nobody was there. But I remember you were like last second, kind of like, I'll do this better if we're in conversation. And so we ended up doing that. And I just want to say, on this tour for Europe, I kind of want to bring our conversations component to things. If I do a lecture on something, I want to do it where it's like you're there and it's like this back and forth. But also sometimes it'll be more like a live podcast where the two of us are just talking and we're telling people about some shit. There's all kinds of shit that we want to tell people about. There's all kinds of classes that we've taken together. And so, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think that's dope. I always find myself in this situation. I feel foolish. I feel like I don't have anything. I do have things to say, and I think I do have things that are worth saying. I just feel like I'm not the best person to say them, or maybe I can't come up with them on my own. I don't fucking know. I just feel like I feel foolish when people are paying attention to me when I'm talking and people are paying attention. Like, who the fuck am I? You guys have better things to do. And I think that's true, but also I do feel like some of the things I want to say are worth saying and worth being heard by other people. So it's a weird tension that I don't know. I do like the conversational format though a lot. Like I think the fact that we've read so much together.
Yeah.
I mean, we fucking have read so many books, essays, articles, fragments, and already had so many of these conversations. That background does, I think, contain a wealth of like shit to be shared with other people. So I do like that format a lot.
I guess before we roll the PSA in 3 minutes here, I'm just going to say, like, look, guys, we're going to get canceled for having Nina Power on again. It inevitably happens. And I'll talk about that a little bit when I bring her on. We can't not talk about it because it's become such a thing. But she was around for a long time before this became a thing. And, you know, it's sad that she is kind of pigeonholed now as this person who has to talk about being the scapegoat, being labeled a TERF, Nazi, bitch, fucking whatever people call her, harass her, throw coffee at her when they see her in public. Like this kind of stuff happens. And you could say that she deserves it if you genuinely believe a set of assumptions that I simply do not believe about platforming, which I think might even have something to them when we're talking about an actual political agenda on a real political platform. But in an anti-political or a post-political space where the point is education and thinking and understanding and dialectics, such people become, I would say, a sort of litmus test for whether or not you're actually doing the thing. So, if you are all about, Palestine or Israel or something like that, and that's your entire platform, and then you keep bringing on people who somehow are a problem for the message that you're advocating, then the whole logic of platform reductionism or this person's spreading this harmful idea, you cannot share that, whatever, that somehow gains a little bit more validity than it does in a space that is supposed to be critical and second-guessing itself, and ultimately setting up a wide array of contradicting perspectives. And so, with the last open house we did for the Underground Theory contributors, Christine Louis Sully fundamentally disagrees with Nina Power on the trans issue. And there's a lot of nuanced sauce, I think, that we can all tease out from actually sitting with their contradiction and letting it air. And maybe we'll eventually get to, but for right now, it's us. And we're actually bringing her on. And this will be her first time on the platform just as an individual in being like subject of interview, getting to meet us. And her piece in Underground Theory is literally just about people should be able to talk, right? And so this was like the missed opportunity when I did my course site 2-day marathon, 30-hour stream last year. She was supposed to be, I was supposed to be able to interview her, but instead what happened was that time frames got mixed up and blah, blah, blah. And then she ended up coming in on the middle of the Daniel Tutt conversation, and that turned into something special that the internet will never forget.
Dude, that was such a great conversation that they had. Like there was initially some tension, a little friction. I think that was successfully overcome, and they had a good conversation, very good conversation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, I'm about to roll this PSA. Hopefully she'll be here. I know Ashley wasn't. Hopefully we'll be able to bring Ashley on later today or in the near future. Something must have gotten mixed up. We don't know what happened there, but hopefully this next one works out. I keep second guessing my own organizing because it's really hard to think in terms of different time zones, because London and Athens and Portugal are not on CET. So Central European time, I got that one down. I can always tell you what time it is in Poland, Germany, France. I can just do that off the top of my head, just based off of the time where I'm at. And, it's like, I know where Eastern time is. I know what we're set. So I'm developing that sort of international clock comprehension ability, but it's mostly coming through like these failures, constant failures. And so I keep second guessing myself, like, did I send out the wrong times? But I think I've been good. When I was over there a little earlier, I went through some of the emails and it was like, oh yeah, no, we're good. So hopefully, yeah, we'll have Nina on here in a minute. I hope you all welcome, if not her, then like the fact of what kind of space this actually is. And if some people come in here and they don't understand what kind of space this is, which is to say, not a political activist space, not a some kind of issue advocacy space, but instead like an imminent dialectical discursive space where we believe that understanding is based in allowing contradictions to sort themselves out and actually work through things, then remind them. So I don't keep an eye on chat. It's not healthy. So you all, make sure to like remind people. And if I need to,
some sense into those
Anne just came in and said she'll knock some sense into some of those motherfuckers. Yeah, that's right. Actually, Anne, yeah, here she is. Look at Anne's all punching her. Yeah, that's right. Well, and you also have, the ability to boot people if they're getting too rowdy. So,
yeah, tolerate no bullshit, especially towards Nina, because she's saying important things.
Sorry. All right. And Nance, I'm really excited to hear the ways in which you will complicate this or bring, a different kind of, I'm sure it'll be more or less transhumanist and cyborg, advocating perspective into the conversation, because there's babies in these bathwaters and we love babies. All right. With that, we'll be right back. Gonna roll the PSA. Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, and yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist. He's like, how's so-and-so's a new book? Have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive at this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living. And then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. All right, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time, and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.
Actually, we're live now, so welcome. Yeah. Nina, Nance, great to have you both. Nance has been here for this whole marathon stream, and Nina, we're so grateful to have you on here, and it's wonderful that we finally get to do the thing that we tried to do last year when I did a marathon stream. And so yeah, welcome. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. In London, it's raining very hard. You know, the birds are still singing. All is well.
That's wonderful. I need to go outside and touch grass at some point here, you know, because I feel like I'm getting a little screen fried. But we did take a break and do some stuff where I was able to just kind of focus on the whiteboard and like impromptu lecture talking about all kinds of things. But for the audience, I just want to say a couple of things that I kind of alluded to before we went to that PSA. So first of all, Nina Power is an intellectual. She has been around for a long time. And
That's really old.
Well, I mean, you don't look old, but you've been around since at least, I mean, you were like brushing shoulders with Nick Land and Mark Fisher back at Warwick University, back before I was a twinkle in my mom's eye, I think. Intellectually, I was not even thinking yet in a sort of sense. In fact, I think that you were teaching at a time that I still couldn't read. I was thinking about this. It's like, I am 36, but I didn't learn how to read until I was 12. And so like, I've just structurally speaking, I've always been kind of back a bit. And it was, you know, that's because my parents prioritized pioneering over the homeschooling. You know, it was a kind of a homesteading setup. And so I just didn't learn how to read. But you were doing all this amazing stuff with those people then. I got into your work, and I wanted to let everybody know about this. I got into your work because of this anthology that you had edited called Why Work, which is really important for both anti-work as well as what I would say is, more importantly, the critique of workerism, which centers the idea that the activities we engage in a job-centric society are the be-all, end-all. But in more recent years, you have become the subject of not just controversy, but so much controversy that this book became famous for no fucking reason at all. When Daniel Tutt shared a screenshot of the early edition of it, and people were saying things like, people who purchase this book should be barred from public life. And that's a direct quote from Twitter. Famous theory blogger person said, "These are the most dangerous thinkers on the internet. Engaging with them gives them credibility, so you are morally obligated to avoid this info hazard at all costs. Also, their graphic design is bad. They should have thought about that." It goes on and on. There's a bunch of these other ones. They're all really funny. So that's why we put them on the back of the book, because we didn't have any real reviews at that point. So, but
I mean, you couldn't ask for better publicity, to be honest.
No, we couldn't. And you made it all possible. And that wasn't even the plan, so thank you, I guess.
I didn't even see any of this. I'm presumably blocked by all of these people who are morally disapproving.
Like 260,000 people saw these tweets. And I don't know, it's probably about 100 people signal boosting it, about 100 people who surely have you blocked, So
amazing.
And of course, it wasn't all you, let's be fair. There were some people who focused on Slavoj Žižek. He's a TERF, he's bad man, he made that article this year, blah, blah, blah.
But that's because he published in Compact and he wrote about sex and gender. So, I mean, in a way, that's also partly tangentially my fault as well. So just to embrace the hatred and the blame. And
well, and so I would like to kind of, with that, hopefully having whetted people's appetites a little bit as to, okay, something's going on here, give you the floor and let you introduce yourself, what you've been up to, the kinds of intellectual projects you've been engaged in, etc.
Sure. Well, thank you, Dave. And just to say, I'm very pro your project in general, and I admire your verve and your commitment and your sort of, I don't know, like subjective desire for philosophy in this like marathon-esque sort of way. It's like Herzogian in its sort of epic quality. Anyway, so. And I'm excited to talk about at some point like the tour you might do and this kind of thing. So I think, and it's part of what I've been involved in for a few years now, which is, I guess, like the post-academic or para-academic world, particularly around ideas and philosophy. I think there are other figures like Justin Murphy and Michael Milliman and various projects like Parisia and the Melbourne School of Continental Philosophy. And, there's been a whole host of people trying to get out of the academy, or having been in it, leaving it, or having never been in it, but being dedicated to discussion. And it's certainly clear to me after 13 years of teaching at universities that the life is outside of those walls. And not through any fault of the students that I was teaching, who were lovely, but just because of this sort of increasing commercialization, the fact that people were borrowing so much money, they were in a state of anxiety. You can't really think or, just make mistakes, which is what you have to do when you're arguing in seminars, and people were becoming anxious about saying the wrong thing, and the institutions themselves were becoming more bureaucratic and centralized and so on. So I'm very, very critical of institutions, just as I'm critical of work as the measure of value. As you mentioned that book I wrote the preface for, which is largely kind of anarchist and autonomist or post-autonomous really approaches to work, which I came through largely through thinking about unpaid labor, as discussed in many of the Italian feminists and so on, people like Silvia Federici. And I was very interested in various anti-work ideas, or really how we think about ourselves in relation to questions of production, reproduction, and so on. I was into that mindset for about 5 years, I think, and then I kind of moved on to thinking about men and masculinity. It does follow from my work on feminism, which, like, I had this short pamphlet out in 2004, I think, no, 2009, called One Dimensional Woman, which was very, very short book, not really even a book, I can't really dignify it, but it was part of this wave of bloggers at that time. And this is before social media as we know it now, right? Like, there was no Facebook, no Twitter, but people had these kind of theory blogs. Mark Fisher was really the sovereign blogger of this period, and everybody kind of wanted to emulate Mark. And he was very encouraging to people, either that he knew or didn't know, in fact, so he was very enthusiastic, and he encouraged a lot of people to write and to experiment with thinking online. And he was really the master of this kind of making ideas kind of vibrant and vital, and taking philosophy out of its sort of potentially stuffy, analytic kind of sherry drinking image, particularly in Britain, and linking it to kind of music and cinema, and he was just kind of excellent at this. And yeah, I mean, I was at Warwick in the 90s. I am obviously significantly older than you, but when I went to Warwick in 97, I was 18, and the people who I was talking to, including Mark, were kind of a lot older. I mean, significantly older. They were postgrads. I didn't really know what to expect, and I just came across this kind of crowd of amazing people, and they had been taught by Sadie Plant and Nick Land and Keith Ansel Pearson and Stephen Holgate, and there was a lot of kind of foment and kind of craziness, and I mean, to be honest, lots of drinking and drugs, and but it was all sort of directed towards this kind of experiment in thinking. And they had various conferences before I got there, like in the 93, 94, that were kind of called Virtual Futures, that were around thinking about what was going to come in terms of technology and the internet. And, it was really pioneering, cutting edge stuff around post-humanism, transhumanism, as was. I mean, I'm very critical of some of those perspectives now, but there was, at that moment, I think, a real utopian dimension to imagining what the future would hold, and that was really what was at stake. And people were largely working on kind of Spinoza, Deleuze, Foucault, and kind of cyberspace. And I don't think cyberspace quite went down how people thought it might, but we have elements of it, and I think there's something kind of. But I'm very influenced by Illich, so I am kind of techno-critical. But I think even Illich is dialectical on this point. And by the way, what he says about reading is very beautiful in relation to what you said. His final work is, maybe you know it, but like where he looks at writing as like one of the first technologies in a way, and he's actually extremely thoughtfully critical about writing as a technical practice because of what we lose. And obviously we also have that in Plato, the kind of tragic loss really of the dialogue, and the impersonness, and that perhaps the Greeks invented tragedy in order to cope with the invention of writing, because suddenly you can hear voices where there are none, and it induces a kind of cultural schizophrenia. It's a very beautiful argument by Walter Ong and others. So that that every technology, of course, brings with it promise and use, but also loss, right? And the Greeks knew this, and we should always, I think dialectically as we do about technology, and to always be on our guard from an Illichian point of view, to not become the tool of the tool, as he says, like the tool must be convivial above all, like it must contribute to human ends. And obviously the internet is a very double-edged sword, or maybe it's like an infinitely edged sword, really. So but here we are, and I think we have to recognize that a lot of these connections wouldn't be possible without like things we're doing now. And I taught like these courses all the way through lockdown, and it really was a lifeline, or like this point of connection. I mean, there's a kind of sadness about sort of getting to know people that you'll probably never meet, like people I spoke to in remote parts of Australia who did like a 12-week course with me on angels or whatever, and you never get to see how tall they are. There's this like sense of loss. It's very poetic, but sometimes you meet people, sometimes they come through, and then you're like, oh, hang out with me. So anyway, what am I doing? Right, so I did all this project on men, and because there had been this kind of strange turn in the culture that seemed to be, on the face of it, demonizing men, and this was not really very socialist or left-wing perspective from my point of view, right? And I, whatever phrases we use are a bit complicated, but being on the old left, or whatever we want to say, like there was a kind of almost sort of Christian values of I don't know how to put it, like forgiveness and flexibility, and a recognition that people would make mistakes, and a kind of compassion, and this sort of hardened into something much stranger that kind of went along with the rise of a certain kind of social media and all the other possibilities for mobbing at a distance and cancelling and all this. You know, that's kind of a boring discussion in some ways, but we have to recognise, again, like the capacities and the tendencies of these technologies, or what they can be used for. Like suddenly everyone can email your boss or whatever. You know, this is everyone is part of this acephalic Stasi monitoring recording machine, and you know, we have to think carefully about our own role. Like, and there's a very interesting interview with Stephen Elliott, who was somebody who was Me Too. There was a kind of men in media list. I can't remember. A woman set it up during the early days of Me Too, and it was basically like a shared Google spreadsheet where anyone could add any man's name with any accusation. Of course, this is open to serious abuse, so people were making all kinds of claims about various men and naming them, and it was public document. And one guy sued the woman who set it up and won the case, or they settled only about a year or two ago. But one of the interesting things that Stephen Elliott, and he's a novelist, writes about his experience was the fact that people forget that they've been part of a mob. And this really interests me, that, you know, we're all capable, like we've all been involved in ostracizing somebody or ignoring people or whatever. You know, it's not that there are like these saintly people who never cancel anyone, and then there are these bad people. Of course, they would sit the other way around, but it's that we have all participated to some degree in the social punishment of others, and we have to recognise our own complicity and our own capacity to do that, or you know, and we have done that. And I think so. He makes this very interesting point that there's almost like this structural need to forget that one participated in a mob, however virtually. And I think the virtual aspect, of course, makes it easier to do in some ways because, you know, it's at a distance, and you know, it might have real world ramifications for whoever you're going after, but you don't need to think about it in the same way as if you were in a village and you'd all decided to like cast someone out and, you know, that kind of thing. But it's the same pattern. So
it is.
Go on.
Oh, I just said it is, but I was gonna also ask, and I guess this is a good little point to maybe add a little direction before, you know, turning it back to you, and that is, so folks, at the end of the day, talking about what men want, what is a woman, or saying that you fundamentally disagree with or have issues with some of the major tendencies of activism today, especially if it is trans activism, is the rock against which most ships will break. You do not tread there. You should be very, very careful. You should be careful people say, well, I don't really know very much about that, and I'm just going to kind of go the other way. And you're not allowed to say the common sense thing, which of course for the left, well, you're fucked then, because if you can't say the common sense thing, then normal people are obviously going to distrust you. And so part of the conversation I'd like to be able to have here is on why it's important to talk to conservatives. And I think that conversation comes out of why it's important to include their voices, and then that conversation comes out of the work you're doing with Compact, and or at least it can. You know, I ultimately want to set you up to be able to say a few things about Compact, but I know you're also talking about art right now and stuff like that. Or sorry, no, that was a slip. That's also another thing I was hoping that you would talk about, because it's also something you've been canceled for, is art shows that showed flags, that had like all of the world's flags, but there happened to be, it's like all of history's flags were in the room, and then people were fixating on the fact that some of those were bad flags or whatever.
I mean, it wasn't even my show. I mean, they asked me to write the essay, but I was not involved. It was these artists, you know, and they should be respected for the fact that it was their show and their idea, you know what I mean? Like, and people were associating it with me, and it's like, it wasn't my idea. And I mean that in the sense that the artist should get the recognition for what was very interesting idea. And they weren't flags exactly. They were painted. I've forgotten about this whole affair, but yes, I'm basically cancelled in New Zealand at least twice. Once for this show. And the artist actually had to go into hiding at one point. I mean, it was kind of crazy. I mean, the New Zealand sounds like it's gone completely demented, but they were painted flags. So they weren't the flags, if you see what I mean. They were representations of the flag. Okay, you could say a flag is also a representation, but I think it's important that they were, you know, postcard sized paintings of the flags, right? This is part of the show. And indeed they had, you know, flags from all over the world and including of the Confederate flag, the Nazi flag, you know, flags from all over the country, flags from imaginary places and so on. And it was very thoughtful and really raised all these questions about belonging and representation and you know, everything you'd want an art show to do, actually, or you'd hope it would do. It's not just bashing you over the head with some story or some message that you're supposed to like, you know, accept and feel bad about. You know, you could feel bad looking at flags too, but that's another story. And I wrote this very banal short essay about flags and, you know, these things. And yeah, I mean, I have some really, really obsessive stalkers, and they can do a lot of damage by basically, if you know, and some of them don't have to work for a living because they're independently wealthy, so they can sit at home and just like fire off, you know, emails and make up fake grassroots campaigns and, you know, all this stuff. And it's very weird, you know.
Well, I remember I was bringing on somebody for one of the interviews, and he asked us beforehand about you because he's like, so what's the deal with me? Because someone's trying to get me to sign something. And I think I told you about it when it happened. I was like, hey, just so you know. And you're like, I know. But this to me feels like one of the problems with getting any scale in terms of reach or visibility in the world today, like any degree of scale or visibility, you basically open yourself up to insanely obsessive stalkers. But then if you speak on anything that you're not supposed to, well, then that compounds it. And then if you actually care about truth, and you've said that you care more about truth and understanding than, you know, the concept of justice itself, which means nothing outside of truth, then I think it's just going to compound even more. And so, you know, it's
I think go back to this, you know, you mentioned this idea of conservatism. I just wanted to like maybe talk about that. I mean, I think we need to be precise. I mean, I don't regard myself as a conservative. I'm not quite sure what that really means. I mean, I don't know if it's ever actually been tried. I mean, Edmund Burke is a kind of conservative, and often people understand it as like liberalism slightly slowed down, you know, like with the brakes on, but not opposed to ultimately the same kind of processes. And I mean, in reality, like Margaret Thatcher was a Tory, but she imposed this extraordinary, you know, revolution, if you like, a kind of capitalist revolution and the destruction of industry. And, you know, so really, I mean, in terms of creative destruction, there was nothing conservative about what she was doing in the sense of a preservationism, right? Like you'd think a conservative would want to conserve, not let the market loose and smash up like human life and destroy, you know, towns and cities, which is what actually happened. You know, I would say that I hold many of the same positions that I did when I was 15, which is to say I'm anti-war, I'm a feminist, you know, I believe in redistribution, and I'm basically a kind of de facto humanist. You know, I think that human beings are like wonderful, but also flawed, and that goes for all of us. I think we have to negotiate. I think that we should be wary of people who demand, you know, whatever it is they want without listening to other people. And, you know, we can talk about various pathologies that maybe have been encouraged by the internet. And I think a lot of institutions now are kind of dominated by a particular kind of person who is not prepared to negotiate. And then you're kind of being held hostage by like, so I don't know, like sort of conceptual terrorists or something, like, you know, unless you agree with me, like you're not going to be part of this thing. And, you know, so I wouldn't describe myself as a conservative, and I don't think Compact is a conservative project either. I think what we're doing is trying to establish a place for disagreement And somewhere in the middle, I hesitate to say the center, but because actually we're publishing people from across the spectrum. You know, like just in the past 2 days, we published like Alan Dershowitz defending Israel really badly. And then we published Musa Al-Ghabi talking about what's really going on, right? Like, so, you know, I think there's something kind of very provocative, potentially dangerous about doing things like that. But what we're trying to do is say, look, there are these different positions in the world. Like, you can't simply like block them out or block people and pretend that people don't have good reasons for their positions. They might be bad reasons, but they have reasons. And I think what we've seen on, you know, I don't know what to call it, but in recent years is this kind of just complete intolerance for viewpoint diversity, which is ironic given the emphasis on diversity, but you know, it's diversity at the level of representation and identity. And if you read people like Foucault and Deleuze properly, this is exactly what they were trying to get away from. You know, the idea of being pinned down and locked into identity. You know, these are philosophies of becoming, not of static, bureaucratic, sort of names, you know, which always come from outside and always limit. And so there's something very bizarre about this shift. And so I don't know, I mean, I'm a philosopher, I'm interested in dialogue and disagreement. I think this is the natural state of humanity. And when it comes to politics, and I'm not a politician, but I think politics is the art of negotiation. It cannot be the art of simple domination, right? Otherwise we're going to be at the mercy of a very small number of very crazy people who are very highly motivated.
Right, and this is why we led off the Theory Underground courses with a course on the idea of university, based in the book by the same title by Karl Jaspers, as well as a course on the professional managerial class, consciousness and ideology, where I represented basically a post-left position. I say basically because it's more complicated than that. But Elton, the co-instructor for that course, he is a DSA leftist, and so. But the reason that these two courses go together, Nance was one of the few people there for both of those courses, is because the idea of the university is the idea of a variety of viewpoints working towards the truth, being in a dialogue with one another, trying to approximate the universal, but coming from particularity, working through the particularity of specific fields, your own standpoint within those fields. And so obviously there's been a genocide of voice. And so we talk a lot about what you're calling conceptual terrorism. I call it epistemological gaslighting and social blackmail, right? So epistemological gaslighting is when you tell somebody that something is true and they just need to toe the line. When there is no expectation of you can sort that out on your own, you can figure it out for yourself, and so the social blackmail part is like, well, it's why they make an example of you, right?
No, for sure, and I think that's right. I mean, it's to scare other people and to say this will happen to you, right? Like, it's like, you will lose friends and possibly work, and people will hate you, and they'll make up whatever they want about you because you've been, you've got a little cross on you now, and people can then like unleash their sort of resentments, whether they're actually about you or not. It doesn't matter, like, because you're like. This is the thing. My next work. I'm really interested in these questions of evil and hatred. Like, it's going to be a very dark year, but I'm very happy about it, and because I'm very interested in this move, which is the one that says, you're allowed to hate these people because they hate, right? So like that's it. So the idea would be like that I hate trans people, right? Of course I don't hate trans people. I don't hate anybody. I mean, there are certain things I don't like. I don't think I possess more hatred than other people. I think hate is a necessary feature of certainly childhood development. Freud makes this very clear. Hate comes before love. It's absolutely imperative for children to have to take up distance against the world and against their parents and so on, right? So, we need hate. There's huge confusion at the moment about this word. Maybe there always is. It's very dangerous hate speech laws coming in Ireland and other places, or attempting to, which would criminalize for example, the statement of facts, and talk about what a fact is, but let's say truth claims, if they offend subjectively, right? So if you remove the objective measure for hate, that's complicated enough, but if you make everything a matter of offense and you turn even truthful statements into hateful statements, and I think, then this is pretty bleak, right? And we've already seen people being arrested for making statements which are correct. We've also seen people being arrested for praying outside of abortion clinics and so on. And I think, we have to defend things like freedom of conscience. I think it's very important. It's often overlooked when people talk about free speech and freedom of association, right to protest. And I was very involved in campaigns defending the right to protest and all of these great liberal values, which, by the way, Marx is not opposed to. We have to be clear that whilst Marx is criticizing the bourgeois cover stories, right, in terms of liberal rights, he is nevertheless also defending the freedom of the press, for example. He begins by talking about this. So there are a number of left-wing defenses of free speech. The fact that the left let this term and this phrase be taken up by the right is a terrible idea. I did try to say, as many people did, that this would come back to bite them in the ass. The moment any government or any culture says, actually, you can't defend communism either because communism is about mass murder and we're going to stop you from talking about Marx. Or, as we see with the Israel-Palestine discussion, we now see the exact same people who are calling for no platforming and cancelling of people over Brexit or sex and gender or whatever are now saying that they're being cancelled for defending Palestine, and they don't like it, and of course they don't. And I see literally some of the same people, the exact same people who try to lose me work, who try to get me cancelled from conferences, who refuse to speak on panels with me, and so on and so forth, making videos and writing articles defending free speech. And it's I defend your free speech, lady or man, but you didn't defend mine. But I think we should be gracious. I don't want to get into these resentful back and forths, right? And this, the book on men was partly of this. It was trying to say, how do we have a non-resentful relation between the sexes? And I can't get over sexual difference. You know what I mean? It's I do think there are two sexes. I'm entitled to this belief. I believe that I am a woman. I believe that human beings can't change sex. I think that a lot of things follow from this, and it's nothing against people who want to dress and act in a certain way or whatever. It's just that we have a different conceptual paradigm. It doesn't mean that I hate people who hold a different belief. They hate me, but I don't hate them.
Well, even then, I would expect they don't all hate you. There's got to be some people who are indifferent, or who. And I was touching on this earlier. We were talking about how there was the queerification of cyberspace, and everything was playing with identities, and then in the last 10 years, it's become about fixing those identities and saying, no, it's literally true, and if you don't believe me, then fuck you, you're a Nazi, and this whole thing that's just whoo. I thought it was a game. I thought we were all playing here, and now some people just got really serious, and now they have the force of law behind them. We've got Biden sitting here clapping along, and it's this is no longer some radical experimental free play thing I thought it was when I did genderqueer stuff back in the day. It's no, we're talking about something else, and I see it as sort of an avenue towards a terrible kind of neo-feudalism, but even worse, towards what I take to be the real struggles of the next couple of 100 years. And so I get into this with my piece that opens the coming volume called Human Futures at Theory Underground. And this volume is one that's going to develop out of the conference that happens in Portugal at the end of May. But you're of course invited to that. But it will also be happening at the conference that will be happening in October in Boise. And the Human Futures ultimately stems out of the debate between Zizek and Nick Land, which we've been instigating and we want to see it happen. Zizek is down. He said that he's down to do it with us, sometime in February. We're hoping to be able to get a hold of Land. He's not responded or anything, but we also just want to interview him because he opens a whole can of worms that have to be sorted through if we're actually serious about thinking about the future. And the struggle of the next couple hundred years, I mean, really, it could go on for thousands of years, is the struggle between saying that the real, insofar as there is something real outside of, the symbolic imaginary reality that we kind of take for granted, there's something of value in nature. Well, let's just say that for now. Versus a kind that says the only thing of value is sort of negating that and becoming our own thing and freeing ourselves from that. So it's, freeing ourselves from nature versus, I don't want to say just back to nature, but there is this, because there will always be this sort of, it's the granola back to nature people versus the transhumanist cyborg people. And of course, you get people like Degaris talking about how it's going to be the cosmists versus the Terrans, and the Terrans will be the people who want to stay on Earth, who want to preserve Earth, and the cosmists will be the people who want to create gods out of what technology, ultimately, the singularity, etc. But outside of the ideology and the really big picture of like, which side do you take? For me, I'm saying that the civil rights struggle of the next 200 to 1,000 years comes down to, are you allowed to say that you see some truth on both sides of that debate? Because if you're not allowed to say that, then the Civil War is going to be a lot worse than it has to be,
Sure. I mean, I think one way of synthesizing this dialectically would be to say, like, it's in our nature to try to escape our nature, or
for sure.
to kind of, like we are part of nature. I mean, we are nature, right? Like we are unavoidably animal to some degree. We are embodied. We are not uploaded to the cloud. We are not, we're not avatars. We have flesh. We have feelings. We die. I mean, these are not yet transcended. We haven't transcended things like childbirth. Every single human being at this point is still born of a woman. These are sort of, I get the Promethean, technophilia, the fantasy of escape, the desire to leave Earth, but like we've barely sort of begun to understand, and I think there is this kind of maybe an absence of a poetic relation to nature or to ourselves that we overlook, or we, in our rush, in our haste to get to something new, it's and often these new things are very destructive and create far more suffering than the acceptance of a certain limitation or a series of limitations, right? That doesn't mean that one can't think or speculate. On the contrary, I think it's by accepting our limitations that we are allowed then to think beyond them. But it doesn't mean that we should sort of, start like biohacking or, imagining a world without bodies. And well, we can imagine them, but to not try to sort of create that, force that somehow. It's not, there is no, I don't know. I mean, this discussion or this tension reasserts itself over and over and over again. Whether we're talking about the Romantics, the Enlightenment, it's kind of inescapable. And every genre of thought, feminism included, has this tension too. I mean, there are actually very few techno-feminists really, but people can take up the Firestone position. You have the xeno-feminists doing something like this, and trying to tie the kind of transgenderism to transhumanism, and to try to think about a post-family, post-birth world, and so on. The idea of reproductive technology solving, the natural condition of humanity. But I suppose I just, the older I get, I think, no, that's what's good about us. We're not Chat GPT, and that stuff just produces like 2 level essay garbage and nonsense and just like really boring stuff. Like, what's interesting about us is our flawed messed up combination of flesh and mind, you know, like between animals and angels, and the fact that this can generate all kinds of relations and the question of ethics and so on. And, you know, the rationalist attempt to solve problems, like, what if they're not problems in the first place?
I'm realizing our time constraints and what I would like to do in the last...
I'm like whittering on.
No, you're doing great. This is exactly, you know, I'm succeeding if I can get you talking, but I guess, so I've kind of given you like this rough outline of kind of like the real concern for me, because I see this current, the vehemence around this activism as the just like it's a foreshadowing of something that's only going to get worse. Because like right now, like for instance, it's not very common for there to be problems in schools because a child wants to be a cat or a dog, and they meow or they bark and they like to eat out of a bowl, and then the parents are, you know, upset because the school will not affirm their animal identity. But though it's not common, it has already happened. And so I know somebody who this happened in Colorado, and then I know someone else who knows, like, this happened in the city he lives in Australia. And so the fact that happened in those two places, obviously we can blame the internet, whatever. There's a lot of ways of talking about how TikTok's influence on all of this, but for me, it's like, okay, how far will this actually go before people kind of realize, okay, like there's an interesting thing here with parents and the responsibility of teachers, and these two very different kinds of responsibility versus like the freedom to be able to create ourselves or to denature ourselves and to be able to take on all these kinds of self-actualization projects that only become increasingly possible with you know, these kinds of genetic modification technologies that we have, to where it's not unlikely that in our lifetimes, like my own fucking kids probably gonna come home and be like, Dad, I'm getting a tail, I don't care. And I'm gonna be like, oh my God, you're getting a tail? And I'll be like, can you wait until you're 21? And then they'll be like, fuck you, and then run away from home. And I'm like, God damn it. Or my school will like then arrest me for not kind of affirming the child's desire to get a tail. And the thing is a tail wouldn't actually castrate you for life, right? And so that's where, for me, it's like with everything when it comes to this whole conversation, it's like, I'm all for critiquing gender and sex and like, let's do it all day. But where it grounds out in prisons, sports, and children is where the problems get complicated, and the people who want to act like it's not complicated and this is just a right-wing boogeyman, I think that they are out of touch. And by the way, I don't think Compact's conservative or that you're conservative, but I think that it's important to talk to them and to allow them to speak. And the reason that I even use that as like an avenue into this conversation is because if we define progress as identity affirmation, kind of taking like this sort of like pro-felicity view on identity, if that is progress and everything else is conservative, and well, then it becomes very important to maintain conversations with people who are being called conservative in this new environment that we're in. So.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree. And like, you know, my position on this is like talk to anybody and everybody, basically. And I think the only way to understand why someone holds the positions that they do is to talk to them. And if your mission is to change people's minds or to give a better explanation, then you have to do that through dialogue. I mean, you can just sort of block people and write them off, but this isn't going to help you any, like, even outside of politics. This is just going to like create, you know, self-isolating chambers and, you know, whatever. So I don't know. I mean, on the kind of the tail front, I think, yeah, I mean, what we've lost perhaps is this idea of play and becoming that we mentioned before, like the idea of like that there's a kind of transience in freedom in this, like not being pinned down, which has been replaced by, often fanatical insistence on a particular identity and the social demand that everybody recognize this identity, right? Which is, you know, has various kind of authoritarian aspects, and Yeah, I think a lot of what's going on is that people's desire to be good, to be compassionate, to seem open-minded is being kind of hijacked. And in order to be seen as like a nice person or a good person, and it's very difficult to not be seen like that. Like, I don't like being hated. Like, it's not very nice. Like, the reason why people don't want to be cancelled is because it's very unpleasant in some ways. Like, you can get used to it, and you have other motivations, like a commitment to the truth, or an attempt to try to describe reality, or the desire to think for yourself and not be bound by a kind of social conformism, especially when you think that social conformism is insane. And in a way that is its own reward, because that's, I don't know, I couldn't live with myself. And let's be clear, I haven't said that much about this issue. It's not even my main thing. Like, of course, I'm interested in sexual difference, psychoanalytically, and so on, and feminism. But for all of the stuff I've said, it's actually like a couple of articles, maybe 3, and a couple of comments, and that's it. But whatever, it doesn't matter. The tail thing. What do we say about this? I think it's part of this is part of a bigger collapse of. Or maybe like the end game of a certain kind of liberal individualism. Like, this is what we're looking at. I think what the post-liberals and like maybe compactors in this area are doing are trying to diagnose liberalism, which would include both left and right variants, would include leftism, also include conservatism. These are both kinds of liberalism. And basically trying to say, like, what comes after this, right? How do we avoid forms of neo-feudalism or techno-feudalism or whatever? How do we stop populism, which obviously has a huge appeal, from being not on the side of the workers, but rather being kind of just demagoguery, or just something potentially dangerous, potentially bad? Well, you have to speak with people who are populist. You have to understand why these figures are increasingly prevalent across South America, also in Europe with Geert Wilders and Millet, and of course they're different types of populists, or Trump, of course, but we have to understand why people find these men, largely men, appealing. Not only you have Meloni as well, but you know what I mean. So what is going on here? Like, the left is losing a kind of battle, and you could say it's sort of doubling down on particular issues, but really these issues are kind of symptomatic of a collapse of things like how to put it, even the hierarchy of parents and children. The idea that your parents know better than you. Like, if you want to talk about a kind of Rousseauianism, it's actually in this. It's the idea that there's a truth that children speak, and that children somehow know better than adults. Like, of course they bloody don't. They're children. You know what I mean? They need protecting from their own craziness. Like, adults should not be.
I don't even trust adults, but at some point we have to let them do their thing, so
somebody has to take responsibility. Like, basically we've had this kind of collapse of like the paternal function and its replacement by a kind of maternal function, but that's not sufficient actually to like, it can run bureaucracies and emphasize certain things like safety and this kind of misguided haywire compassion. But really, you do, at the end of the day, you need someone to say, like, the party's over, guys. Like, this is how it is. You need somebody. And this is the thing. It's like, do we want someone really authoritarian to come along and say, right, okay, I have an idea. Here's the order, right? Like, this is the order of things, right? And then no one gets to participate in it. And you just have to accept this, like, dictatorial order. Or do we have a kind of recognition of this collapse of the paternal function, and perhaps like a return to something that is a negotiation and a recognition of equality within difference, and the fact that, actually you do need certain kinds of hierarchy, like parents and children. Like, this is a hierarchy. Not all hierarchies are bad. Maybe this makes me a terrible person for saying, but, without any kind of like, judgment and somebody saying enough, basically you need someone to say no. Actually, this is what we're lacking. Nobody is saying no.
Right. Well, except that you're not allowed to talk about that, right? So.
Well, we just did. I did.
Yeah. Well, and I guess with the last 5 minutes here, and I'm going to step away for a brief second. I'll still be able to hear over my headphones. But I wanted to sort of give Nance the floor here as our local conflicted cyborg person, and let him say some things. And I kind of want all of our closing thoughts to be, instead of like our positions on things, to be more like, I know that you're both more of this mindset anyway, thinking about how we would like to proceed with talking about this. And so when we come to London, the two of us will be meeting with you at Alfie's pub, or potentially at the Portugal conference, as well as other stops on the tour that you are also welcome to come to. Any stop on the tour. If we were to do a panel kind of on this topic, like how should it be framed? What would you like to talk about? What's something that you've been thinking about that you're interested in? And I guess we'll start with Nance as our resident cyborg person. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think I'm not convinced either way, but I do think that our relationship with technology is somewhat constitutive of like our humanness, like our humanity itself. Like I think language itself is a technology, and without language, we wouldn't be recognizably human. And so I just get skeptical when we talk about essentializing human nature. Of course, we need to be reasonable and we need to be measured. But I don't know. Like I think maybe we should kind of cast it all away and just go bravely into the future. And I'm not convinced of that, but I think there's a tension there that I need to tarry with. Because I don't know what it means to be human.
Mm-hmm. Well, indeed. I mean, I think part of being human is this openness, right? Is the fact that our own, not to be too Heideggerian about it, but that our own being is in question for us, and the fact that we are tool-using beings is an essential part of our nature. And I don't think essential. People get very upset about essentialism, but you can have very open-ended essential descriptions, like, to say something is not that. Right. And to say it is this, or it has these properties, I don't think it's to limit a thing. Right. I think it's to try and understand a thing. And when it comes to human nature, we could say, well, actually, like part of our nature is not knowing what our nature is, or, experimenting with with matter, or do you know what I mean? And so I don't have a problem with essentialism insofar as there's often just this immediate like horror, like, oh, you're trying to pin me down. You're trying to say, oh, all women must be mothers, or all men must act like sailors, or whatever. No, like absolutely not. It's something. It's more fundamental than that. It's not about saying how people should act. The capacity to act is not the moral imperative to act in a particular way. But it doesn't mean that there aren't real differences and real essences. And I don't think we should be afraid. But precisely if we define the human as the tool-using animal, as the experimental animal, as all of these things, like then that openness is just absolutely included. And the history of humanity collectively is the history of its, I don't know, self-experimentation. It's speculative thought, its desire to live on Mars, and so on and so forth. And I think actually you need to have a range of people. I think this is also important. I mean, for any future project, you actually do need people to say, well, what about this limit? And otherwise people are just going to like send themselves up into space and die because no one said, oh, well, did we think that we needed oxygen? Or, you know what I mean? Like it can't just be like creative madness and throwing billions of pounds at ridiculous projects, because well, it can be that, but it's, in the future will very likely be sovereign billionaires versus techno managed masses, if we're not there already. And we have to think very cautiously about soma and addiction and technology and control, and the way in which people are being in fact held back from their own nature, and I think that the campaign against nature is actually a political one in some ways, right? To make people have a nihilistic view of what it is to be a human animal. So that would be my counterpoint to your position, but I'm not really in disagreement, but I'm saying we need both, right?
Yeah, I think we definitely need both for sure.
Mm.
And
I get to be the boring, hated one, I'm like the sit down children.
I like that you make so much discourse possible that wouldn't be taking place otherwise. I'm interested in your own personal project. I'm interested in your own thought, your thinking, as an intellectual. But I'm also the space that you help make for discourse in a world of genocide of voice, right? And these other academic escape artists you rattled off, like Justin Murphy and the Millerman School and is it Hyclone or Hisleon or?
Oh yeah. That's your. Yeah.
Yeah. I love what they're doing. I think that they're modeling something, and that ultimately I see myself as part of the same movement. And it's interesting, like they are different. Like Millerman versus Murphy is a debate I would love to host someday. But first I have to get to know them on individual terms. But Land versus Dugan is a battle that has to be thought through. And I disagree with both, but I also think that both of them have monopolized certain topics that are too dicey for most people to even broach. And it's like, we got to have these conversations, folks. So, the fact that you see some hope in what they're doing, the fact that you're willing to publish Land and Zizek side by side, and that you've already been doing that, for these last few years, I just hats off, appreciate it so much. And as far as like what we all actually think, because it's not what any of you actually think it is, it's some mysterious third thing. You won't know until the conference or unless we have a conversation, hopefully sooner than that, in preparation for what we'll do then. And for now, we didn't even get to most of the stuff, but it's been a pleasure having you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come on. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for inviting me. And just to say, I'm super committed to dialogue. I think it's one of the most enjoyable, if not the most enjoyable things to do. And we have to keep talking. I mean, if everybody thought and said the same thing, it would be an incredibly boring world, and it would be a very totalitarian world as well. So I think we have to keep opening the space, both lightheartedly and seriously, and I appreciate you taking the time, and I enjoyed very much both what you said. So
thank you so much. All right. And with that, I'm about to roll the PSA that starts with Philip, who will hopefully be here later, saying that thinking is not cool. And I just wanted to say there is no such thing as thinking when there's a genocide of voice. So there we go.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's what the underground movement has always been about, is just seeing what's in the mainstream, being it ain't there, and kind of cobbling something together, and yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist who's like, how's so-and-so's a new book? Have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of underground theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. Alright, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.
All right, everybody, welcome to the show. Welcome back. After that PSA, it's so good to have you all. Welcome. We've got Samuel Loncar in the house. How's it going, man?
Hey, great to be here, Dave. Happy New Year. How's it been going? What's been going on in the conversation?
Happy New Year's. So in the conversation so far, we've had a bunch of different guests on, and I've been going since 6 a.m. So Nancy, you've been here the whole time, right? So how long have we been doing this? For 7 hours now.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
philosophical aesthetics in the old ways.
There'll be 2 more. We also, I ended up doing like this impromptu lecture on New Year's goal planning, using New Year's resolution energy, because we all feel some kind of motivation, as a sort of inroad to talking about time energy theory and capital, ultimately. I had Daniel Garner from OG Rose on talking about Ivan Illich and disablement and real reading versus the sort of trivia reading we tend to do and that we're taught in school. And that was an amazing conversation, and it was, it's a big part of why I wanted you at this point of the conversation. We also just got off with Nina Power, who was on here talking about these sort of sacrificial cancellations that make people examples, blah, 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 as well as like the importance of dialogue, of dialectics, and of thinking about human futures. And I'll use the human futures thread to kind of set you up to go, because this is important to a lot of your work. But basically, is there such a thing as a human future? Do you actually hold out hope for a human future? And also, would it be instead like human futures, like as in like pluralizing that? These are some of the kinds of things that we're talking about. And in particular, using the controversy today around, like, say, what it is to be a woman. These are complicated issues. Obviously, being an adult female or male is not enough for people to respect you as a woman or a man in the first place. And in that sense, it's very easy for people who don't hold our values to see us as nothing but overgrown children, right? This is a sort of like, oh, you're a man child. Oh, you don't have X, Y, and Z boxes checked. And so this gender debate is interesting at that level, because it speaks to the breakdown of norms, expectations, and rites of passage. But on the other side, when we think of nature itself and whether nature actually has a role in sexuation, or when nature actually has something to do with the way that gender formations take, that was kind of that conversation. But what that sets the stage for is a different conversation that's related, which is really the struggle to be human and make sense of what it is to be human for the next 200 to 1,000 years as we become increasingly more cybernetic. And so the fact that it's so dangerous to talk about these kinds of complex issues at this point in our history is concerning, because it's very early into where we're going with the cybernetic revolution, and what we could say is like probably the transhumanist revolution. And there's a million different directions that can go. And Nance was here kind of, I called him our resident cyborg person. Like he's ready to upload his consciousness. He's ready to get the chip. He's ready to be a robot, but he's also conflicted. And we have debates about this kind of thing. But your project is called Becoming Human. And so human means something important to you. And within the context of what I take to be the biggest question of the next 1,000 years, what is it to be human, and what is your project all about?
Oh, all the small questions at once. It is a huge question, and I think you're right about the concern about that. It can even be dangerous this early to talk about these things. So, well, I'll try to get at that. But I think the direct question makes me think of a great quote from G.K. Chesterton. And I just read a great essay on Chesterton by Simon Lay, who, I don't know if you know him. He was he just recently passed away. He was a brilliant Australian sinologist. He was an expert in Chinese art history, and he was also just a terrific essayist. But I hadn't thought about Chesterton for a long time. But I'll adapt a quote from Chesterton about Christianity, about humanity, which is, humanity hasn't been tried and found wanting. It's been found difficult and left untried. So transhumanism is fundamentally what happens when you have an incredibly philosophically lazy culture with an enormous amount of financial and technological power. And then you get essentially infantile conceptualizing with nuclear and beyond level power resource allocation to those same infantile concepts. And that's very important, because I don't mean that as a put down. I mean, if you're thinking about this just psychoanalytically, and you ask yourself, per your question about adulthood and maturation and what human adults are, there's actually a really deep question, which is, are we in general talking to adults or children? Which raises the question of, like, what is an adult and a child? And in the modernist progressivist narrative that underlies transhumanism, there's a contempt for gendered women and of any kind, a contempt for the trans movement, like you can see in Elon Musk, a contempt for children in a certain sense. Not in the sense that every like good tech dad is not in some ways a kind of conservative, but there's a general contempt of children in the history of male culture, because children are embarrassing to men. They don't understand them. They're the world of women. They don't want to think about when they were children, because power is important to male masculine culture constructs. So ultimately, actually, there's a deep issue here about what is the child. And that brings us right to the new year. And I think this is connected to humanity very, very deeply, because I'm teaching a course right now, the first public course in the philosophy of science I've taught, on Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. That's my current course on YouTube. And it's going to set up my kind of critical social epistemology work for the public. And one of the things I've been struck by about Kuhn, like this is the lecture I'm about to record today, I think lecture 5 in the series, is about novelty. Really, the entire history of science and the problem it poses is how you make sense of novelty when the concept of knowledge is that you got it right and therefore it doesn't need to change. So you see, you can take the concept of novelty and put it through any axis in philosophy, whether epistemology, philosophy of science, ethics, and it's a problem. If you figured things out, the future shouldn't be different unless it's catastrophically bad. And from that standpoint, you generate immediately what isn't a conservative impulse. It's a very traditional impulse. It's not conservative. I'm also preparing a course on Dugin that I hope to be ready to teach by 2025.
No. What?
So I'm reading a ton of Dugin, and because he's important, but this is something I'm very struck by, is Dugin as a Russian philosopher is very sensitive to the radicality of the idea of novelty being normal. And he sees this as very Western and extremely modern, which is very true. And it's also a very deep theological difference. There's a kind of apocalyptic philosophical movement in antiquity that we call part of now Christianity. But Eastern Orthodoxy isn't like that. Eastern Orthodoxy is much more traditionally Platonic. And what's good is eternal or unchanging or somehow united to that. And so the question about what's good about anything new is, to me, the ultimate question moderns should force themselves to ask, because it's the one we take for granted. But it's the one that makes us the weirdos in the whole history of society and human culture. And so I think transhumanism is partly a frightening impulse that a child reacts to very rationally as a child, which is the future is uncontrollable. I can't even comprehend the present. I know fuck all about the past. And so the only way I can psychologically stabilize my world is to imagine that I can unilaterally construct the future out of my own agency. So I view this psychoanalytically as, first of all, transhumanism is a very scared psychic child. The modern human is incredibly infantile, I think, in terms of its, and there's an enormous regressive motion when you get towards apocalyptic cultural downturns like we're in, where the economy is very unstable and only really wealthy people can capitalize on that instability. So I think transhumanism in that sense is a truly new form of religion, like the UFO movement, because we need a type of assurance in the face of the incomprehensibility of the world that we have partly inherited, that we don't understand, and created. And I think, therefore, focusing on why the concept of humanity is already trying to be transcended, when the people who want to transcend it clearly haven't understood it in any sense. They can't give you the most minimum accurate account of why did the concept of humanity emerge? What's unique about it, right? So that's a lot, but maybe I'll just stop there with the kind of scattershot response, but I think those are some of the big thematic issues actually connected: novelty, kind of the psychological issue of maturity and what we're really dealing with philosophically, and how do we respectfully acknowledge that sometimes we are talking to infants without being condescending, because we recognize sometimes maybe we're being an infant and we don't know it when someone's, say, triggering a kind of complex, if you want to use that language. But I do think it's a grave mistake to treat transhumanism as the product of mature, well-adjusted minds. That is a grave mistake. Transhumanism is the product of a kind of unbelievably masculine culture that has very little emotional self-understanding, very little understanding of the world of nature, very little understanding of the world of the body, and very little understanding of the world of human history. It's the kind of incredible bias of engineering culture taken to the nth degree, combined with the crudest forms of Enlightenment Christian eschatology.
Ooh, that's good shit. Now, I know Nance is probably brimming with a bunch of things, and I hope, Nance, that you'll take a couple of bullet points here of as far as questions you'd like to ask for your, on your own, as well as points that you might want to, bring to the table. But really quick, I just want to say that this ties in really good with what we were just talking about, which is the structural stultification of our time energy, which is a collective communal precondition for what becomes the organization of labor power, exploitation, exchange, and consumption in society. And it is, also the precondition for being able to do any of the things that you see over there on the whiteboard. I was on the whiteboard using I have another camera, it's malfunctioning, but I'm able to stand there at the whiteboard and do stuff. And so we've got these different areas like physical health, intellectual health, mental health, emotional health, music. I don't, not health. A lot of these that I'm saying are health, they're actually spheres of life, and it's not just about health, it's also about challenges, genuine challenges, physical challenges, resistance from the real, something that makes you, it's a trial of the real in a sort of sense, in terms of say physical exertion that tests you and pushes you beyond anything that you knew was possible, right? But it's also humbling because you discover that you're not the Superman that you thought that you were when you tried to do X, Y, or Z things in the physical realm. But also the intellectual comprehensive realm is also something that you can push your comfort zone on, and you can actually take on extreme challenges. Well, a healthy, well-rounded person, or at least a person who gets to autonomously choose the ways that they endanger their health by taking on crazy challenges, should be able to alternate between these various options. And that it wouldn't just be the intellectual and the physical, but it would also be, you'd also be able to work on presence and meditation and yoga and slacklining and musical instruments and practicing multiple languages, and not just reading philosophy and difficult books, but also you could do literature and who knows, maybe poetry, and you gotta go down the list. And so what talking about the new year and the sort of the natality of feeling like it's a new chapter. This is, in a sort of sense, we can tap into the potential of the child and do something new, versus this sort of infantilized, structurally stultified and functionally illiterate disposition that we're put in, that we've become used to, that we've internalized, that we've made not just to feel normal but natural, to the point that we actually think it's reality. This is the landscape, and this is what we've been talking about. And so you came right in not knowing what we're talking about, you fit right into it. The whole stream is just this beautiful unity. And so thank you. But I guess I want you to elaborate a little bit on this idea that ultimately the reason that people, these maladjusted, we'll call them cyber tech bros, who think they've got it all figured out and they are ready to throw the baby, the human, out with the bathwater, and full steam ahead with the techno capital singularity future that they want to try to bring into reality. What is for you the human? I want to bring it back to that. What is you basically you've set it up to be well, because you didn't say functionally illiterate, but because they're functionally illiterate, they're not able to comprehend this thing, human, and they don't know why it came about. And I guess I'm really curious myself, why has it come about, and what is this thing that they do not understand? And I know at a certain level you can't tell a person what they don't understand, but also maybe you could kind of pave a picture as to how would we get there to being able to understand this.
That's a really good and hard question. I think the human is the apocalyptic event that we are all afraid of destroying us, and without which we all feel our lives are definitively meaningless. And the human event is so condensing of the general power of reality, which is the terror that we fear, right? Reality is the rumor that we know is going to destroy us because our lives are filled with illusions. And because we don't know the space between our illusions and our lies and our truths, if reality were to come in and just say, well, now it's all me, it's all the real, it's a death. And we fear that rationally. We fear the death of what we consider the construct of our ego, the death of sort of Neo sort of losing Mr. Anderson is the simplest way to put it. Whereas the Matrix isn't focused on that, but you could tell the same story focused on the residual trauma of, right, thinking that you're still this person. And the scene in the movie, actually, where he passes the noodle shop, one of the great scenes, you know, the typical green contrast as they come out of the blue of the Matrix coloring. And he says, I used to go to that noodle shop. He's like, what does that mean? Trinity says, it means that your past can't tell you who you are. That's actually essentially connected to this problem. I think, to not be unfair to, as you said, like tech bros, these are very accomplished people. And I want to be very clear about the fact that I think there is a big culture tension that's related to C.P. Snow's famous two culture essay about the culture of the so-called humanities and the sciences. So this is a really complicated issue. I do think there is a culture of people who can actually do math for money. So just put it simply, it's like math for money. Engineers, people who can do the hard sciences where you have to have significant mathematical abilities. You have to have not been a fucker up in college. You have to have done 4 to 8 hours of homework every day to pass 2 to 3 years of calculus courses, which is not the humanities. Okay, I did the humanities and I have worked very hard, but I am completely aware there is a major cultural difference. You cannot BS your way through advanced math courses the way you can BS your way through a 400 level English course at any university. And so that has led to a kind of contempt on the part of the science and engineering and math culture of both, you know, the West broadly, but specifically it's an Anglophone phenomenon. German, I don't think the German context is like this, or the French context in the same way. And I want to respect this because I don't want to seem, it can seem very denigrating. Oh, here's some philosophers saying all these people who are, you know, building rockets are just like these infantile people. Well, you could say the reaction is also infantile. And this is the problem, is if I were forced to choose sides, which I would not want to do, I would end up looking way closer to transhumanists than people who don't know a lot of my work might think. And the reason is the transhumanists know one thing about humans, which is that they know we're something like God. So this is the remnant of the Judeo-Christian Platonic heritage. What is philosophy according to Plato? Plato says famously, in the Theaetetus, through the Socrates, the purpose of philosophy is to become as much like the divine as possible. That is the purpose of philosophy. Philosophy is the way of life which leads you to be able to confront death with equanimity and become as like a god. So ultimately, this is the first major problem, is I think transhumanism is right about that. So to answer your question directly, but in two parts, that's the first half. What is a human? A human is a god and an animal, which is therefore neither of those things, but could become something different than either of them as we understand them. And then the traditional way to put that is we're the linguistic animal, which, right, where we are the animal that's capable of doing what we're doing, which is rationally reflecting on our nature and altering it in the process. This is not something we see evidence of in any other animal kingdom. We do not see evidence of animals self-consciously or even inadvertently radically redirecting the formation of their evolution. And so I think we have to be very scientific, and that's the first thing I want to start with. There's a bunch of pseudoscience, I think, in the humanities and theories world that pays no attention to the natural sciences. I pay a ton of attention to the natural sciences, and I work with natural scientists because I respect science. Obviously, I think there's an ideology around it being total, but so what are humans? Well, animalistically speaking, we're a very unique animal. We're the animal that's thinking about and categorizing all the other animals. We're the animal that's doing quantum field theory. We're the animal that's wondering how physics relates to math, right? We're the animal that's capable of understanding what happened within milliseconds after the Big Bang to a degree of exactitude, which is astounding. That's the kind of animal we are, and that's the kind of animal that people in transhumanism see us to be, and they think, what the fuck is animal about that? Let's go all in on math god. So I think behind transhumanism, there's a very deep, serious conversation, which almost never takes place, which is about the philosophy of mathematics and what the significance is that humans can do math. I've been watching a ton of physicists, just with something I do for fun, but also connected to the Kuhn lectures I'm doing. And I'm very struck by the fact that physicists, because they're mathematicians today, they really are very Platonic, whether they know it or not. And people who are in the humanities generally don't recognize the significance of the fact that we can do math and that it describes the natural world. Whereas if you read the famous essay by Eugene Wigner on the, I forgot the word he uses, the famous adjective, about the improbable success of mathematics in the physical sciences. This is a huge problem. So here's how I think about humanity then, about the animal side, is I think what we're living through is a kind of 2,500 to 3,000 years slow burn answer to a set of debates that were going on in the ancient world, not just in Greece. They were also going on in China. If you look in China, if you look at the Zhuangzi, the text and the author, who's traditionally thought to be the great disciple of Lao Tzu of the Tao Te Ching, there's an amazing translation of his book by Bruce Siporin, I think, at Chicago. And it's a kind of compendium in this totally genius way that I think you only see in Chinese philosophy that I know of all of the philosophical schools and debates. So, Confucius, all these people appear, the old man, Lao Tzu. And the debates are literally happening around the exact same time that the Platonic Academy is being founded in Greece, in terms of that's the traditional dating, 4th century before the Common Era. If you look at Plato and you say, okay, what happened in terms of our context, which is we have mathematical science, which has produced nuclear energy and artificial intelligence and the possibility of transhumanism. How did that happen? Math is the simplest shorthand answer. We applied math and realized it described everything, basically, which made some people think, well, that's everything that we are. Somehow we are fundamentally not material, or whatever a number is. We're more like that than we are like this. And if you say, okay, let's go back in ancient philosophy, what were the philosophical schools' positions on these issues? Take the Epicureans. A book I won't name because I don't want to embarrass a Harvard professor. A book won the Pulitzer Prize for suggesting as one of the stupidest modernity narratives ever to come out in public in the last 30 years, and there's a lot of those. A book came out suggesting that the rediscovery of Lucretius's De Rerum Natura catalyzed the emergence of modernity's great scientific achievements. There's amazing things about Epicureanism, not least Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, which is an amazing epic philosophical poem. Lucretian science is absolute bullshit. Lucretius was the Epicurean school was the most anti-scientific, dogmatic, and anti-mathematical school. They had the most insanely laughable account of mathematics and science that they were routinely mocked by everyone, from the Platonists, the skeptics, the Stoics. You can look this up. And so that's one of the things I remember when I heard about this book, I couldn't even fathom the ignorance of the scholarship on Epicureanism that this author had to have to propose. As interesting as this wonderful story is about the Italian rediscovery of this manuscript, that's all great writing. It's fantastic. But the intellectual content of that book is so risibly stupid that that's the kind of situation we're in, because the only ancient philosophical school that claimed that reality would be describable at a fundamental level by mathematical objects were the Pythagoreans and the Platonists, and they were obviously fucking right. So for the past 400 years, what created transhumanism is the success of the scientific revolution, which is from the time of Plato's Academy. In the next 150 years, you get most of the greatest developments in pure mathematics in history until the modern period. And it comes out of the Platonic Academy. If people don't know this, it is so important they realize the Platonic Academy really wasn't going to research university, in the sense that the academy is what influenced the tradition that the elements of Euclid were part of, and the development of mathematical astronomy, which the ancient Greeks had to a very high level, was very influenced by Plato's ideas of math. Because Plato, of course, famously in a Just So story, he's very humble about it, but he ends up describing the world as composed of three-dimensional triangular objects in the Timaeus. In other words, he proposes a mathematical physics as the fundamental way to do cosmology, that you describe the physical world through mathematical objects. It took until Galileo and what we call the scientific revolution, until modern Latin culture broadly began to realize, oh, actually, these low arts that we dismiss, that we didn't even call philosophy, the precursor word for science, these low arts like mechanics, which those grunts do who build the cathedrals, these are actually the fundamental new sciences. So Galileo's two new sciences, one of the new sciences is Galileo says, look, mechanics, the art of mechanics is actually really important. Now what he called mechanics, we call mathematical physics. But Galileo had to make the case, and it took over 100 years of the development from Galileo to Newton and the discovery with calculus in conjunction with the cosmological innovation that tied together what Kepler and Galileo had done over the past 100 years. It took all of that work before it became definitively clear at the end of the 17th century, in the beginning of the 18th century, that math was the language of the universe. And here is the true fact. There is basically a whole group of people from then to now who ignore this fact, and they do not think it's philosophically important, and they are stupid. They are really stupid, those people. And I'm not saying they're stupid as people, but this part of their position as philosophical output is twaddle. And the reason that theory has been so dismissed, unfortunately, because I don't think it's been fair exactly, is because if you're on the other side of that debate, where you're the engineers, and I've had people who were former rocket scientists in my classes who worked in high tech in Silicon Valley, these people just can't take seriously human beings who pontificate about the large questions of the cosmos, who don't seem to recognize that every time they fly on a plane or use their computer, they're using this really advanced stuff that the deepest people who think about wonder, how is this even possible? How is this even possible? So the question of how we as animals who are murderous and bestial have these godlike abilities, I respect transhumanism for actually saying, here's our answer to that question. We forgot the rest of it. We don't know anything about the animal part. We don't know the history I just said, but they are engaging. They are right in the sense that they're de facto on the Platonic side. They think we can be more than human bodies or animals, but they don't have any account of the goodness of what the world is. And so I think the real crisis is, in order to combat a bad theology, you need a true theology, and we have no theology. We have taught ourselves that because atheism rules the world since the 19th century, that we don't need theology. And to me, this is the greatest mistake. The person who needs theology the most is an atheist. If you don't believe in God, then you must be aware of what it is that is so powerful that you don't think exists that everyone else does. And if you don't believe in someone else's God, like say you're a Christian, you don't believe that the God of, I don't think this is true, but many Christians don't think Allah of Islam is the same God as the God of the Christian Trinity. Well, you should wonder then, why does Islam still respect Jesus as a prophet, for example? There's these weird, arcane questions. And most of the transhumanist discussion isn't oriented in this, but if we get interested in why do we have such a deep debate about humanity, it's because actually there's a really deep cultural divide that's been going on since the Renaissance between people. And I'm not saying people can do math. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a physicist, but I am very aware as a philosopher of the importance of these things. And I'm very aware of the very smart people who have thought deeply about them. And they're the people that, frankly, they might dismiss transhumanism too. It's definitely a kind of engineering magic project. But the other side of the humanities, they need to give an account of why transhumanism emerges and is working. And I think the reason they can't do that well enough without being reductive, which was maybe how I sounded in the beginning about the infantile psychology, which is real, is, again, give an infant godlike mathematical powers. I mean, they're going to be kind of tyrannical in some ways. And we see that Newton was not a pleasant person. There are a lot of geniuses who weren't like the nicest people, but you can't deny their godlike abilities. And so I think we're actually stuck. And what I want to do in my work is move people towards saying we need an open debate done by philosophers, not the academic theologians. They can join in if they want. But I mean a debate by real philosophers, people like us who are living this stuff. Whatever else we're doing, we're living the project of philosophy as a way of life. We need to recognize theology is the essential discipline that we have to be prepared to engage in order to resolve the issue of humanity, because humanity is an apocalypse. It is an unveiling of something that we don't know, that we're trying to understand, and that we're terrified of recognizing is real, which is what we truly are. So the metaphysical answer to what is the human is, it is the answer to the question, what you truly are. Whatever the answer to that question is, human is the name for it. That's at least a sort of not exactly an answer, but I would say, therefore, the animal that can become a terrible beast with the power of a god, or a god that could refashion the cosmos or shape it into a better thing, that's the sort of thing we are. So we are, you could say, like Sartre famously said, we are a vain wish. I don't think we're a vain wish, but the idea that we're in enormous tension, like in Heidegger, between a finite being that's aware of its finitude and something that clearly transcends that, which I think Heidegger suppressed that part of himself. But his early life, that's what he was obsessed with, the mathematical logic part. And then I think you see in Heidegger's own biography almost our cultural split. He had it in both in himself. He knew mathematics, he knew logic. He used to be a kind of more orthodox Husserlian, and then he really came under the spell of time. And the apocalyptic dimension of Heidegger completely obscures the mathematical immaterial dimension. And that is, I think, part of why we're stuck, because the most interesting philosophers have some of the most confusing premises for these issues, but we all rightly want to engage them. And so I think we need to clear the field. We need to keep understanding what we're already interested in, but we need to say we don't live in a secular age. We live in an age full of new gods and old gods fighting and dying and being born. And history is the history of the decomposition of the gods. And people who are not involved in that history are just living inside of some dead god's body that they carved out. So the transhumanists, just like secular liberals, they're just living inside of this Christian, Jewish eschatology that they have no real deep concern for. If you presented it as doctrine, they would say they don't believe it, and they literally spend their entire life doing everything they can to advance it. That's a really weird phenomenon when you think of it that way. It's very weird. And so why we're so obsessed with thinking it's taboo to talk about religion because it'll make us religious is that's itself a psychological problem. I can't resolve that for anyone. They can talk to their therapist. It's more, I'm just talking as an intellectual in this respect as a scholar, which is theology is what we need to recognize the debate about humanity is about. It's about how you think about being divine in the miserable and damaging and dangerous condition that humanity finds itself, I think.
Well, thank you. I think that just about takes care of this stream. I had a couple more guests, but I might just cut it off here. I'm going to go think about that for a while. Mainly, I'm going to quit my job and then go study math and theology because I think I fucked up. Yeah, Nance, what are you going to say there?
So I've been reading Ben Goertzel. I don't know, Samuel, if you know, he's an artificial intelligence guy. He's actually responsible for coining the term artificial general intelligence. I've been reading him recently along with Negarestani, trying to figure stuff out. And I noticed reading Goertzel, I need to study math. Like I absolutely have to study some math to be at least aware of what he's talking about, what's going on. Yeah, it makes me feel feeble to just like, I feel like I have a grasp on what's going on when we do this humanities stuff, but when it comes down to the hard sciences, listening to a serious person talk about it, it's intimidating because it's, and I don't know, the question of is math, is it discovered? Is it a construct? I don't know. That's a question I think I go back and forth on it. Like, is it something that we discover, or is it something that we kind of co-create maybe? And I think the answer might be some type of co-creation, which becomes more interesting when you add the element of theology, right? Which is, admittedly, it's a subject I don't like to talk about. I'm over it, or have been over it. It is uncomfortable, and trying to define why it makes me uncomfortable is itself an interesting exercise, right? Like it is all these things, but I think it does kind of put the ball back, from my perspective, puts the ball back in my court. I have to take it seriously. I can't hide from myself.
Yeah, I'm about to step away, and I wanted Nance to be able to respond to more of what you've done here, or ask you some questions of his own, because I know he's got a lot, and we will not have time to get to everything. We've got about 20 more minutes here, really actually 17. So, but I'll just say that, like, I have only been able to study to the degree that I have been able to study over the last over a decade at this point, because I've bracketed out the mathematical sciences, and I've done it mostly because it's a time and energy thing. There are fundamental questions that I take to be the most important questions. I do not have the answers to. I'm interested in how to even formulate the questions, and so, you know, for instance, going back to Heidegger, you know, I'm preparing for a lecture on Heidegger. It sounds like we just got a part of your lecture on Kuhn a little bit later. Maybe I want to be in that course now. You know, I want to sign me up. I'm down for all of that. But he's not just bracketing out the natural attitude and the mathematical sciences in what he does. He is also doing that, but Husserl to some degree was already doing that. Husserl was a lot more into math and logic, as you were saying, and so Heidegger had his phase there. But I think there's some kind of credence to telling a person that they can suspend concern with, the being beaten over the head with the shovel of math for at least a decade. But at some point, you've got to get back to it. And I've definitely been feeling the need to get back to it more recently. But the reason that you can bracket out math to some degree is because it is not ever the background conditions of intelligibility. Or if it is, we don't know how to actually articulate it in language, right? And we are creatures of language. And I think that you talked about animality, and that they don't understand this. And my instant thought is, well, they're all like evil psych guys. They like evolutionary psychology, and so. But what I would say is that they don't understand language. They tend to, for instance, we were talking about this earlier, like someone takes the negation of a negation to be a positive. It's like, well, that's true in logic and in math. It's not true in language. If I say I'm Antifa and I'm anti-fascist, that doesn't make sense to somebody who's only ever thought about negation in mathematical or logical terms. But when someone says, "Oh my God, you can't use a double negative in grammar," it's like, yeah, but actually, me saying I'm not a Christian or I'm not whatever. If you do that, that's saying a lot more than people who don't understand language tend to think it is. And so I don't know. There's some kind of bracketing going on, and I am curious to see what you'll make of that, as well as the evil psych connection. But also, I don't want to hog what I take to be an opportunity here for Nance to engage with you on this level. But I have to step away, so you two kind of do with it what you will. I'll be listening through my headphones, so be good. I'll be right back.
All right, sure. Yeah, I'll start just responding to this. I mean, I totally agree. I think we're in a unique moment that we can talk about this like humbly together, which is I also, right, I didn't do a lot of math and I didn't think I was good at it. And then I was reading Quine when I was a teenager, and I read, about half or a quarter or a third of his elementary logic book, which was, just a book on formal logic. And I found that really wonderful and somehow easy. And in my mind at the time as a teenager, I was home educated. I didn't connect that with math. Obviously it was mathematical, I recognized now. So I do think I don't want to trigger the whole math education thing, which is I think math has to be the worst taught important subject in all of history. And I don't think those of us who don't do math should feel like because we don't know any math, we can't think about these things. I think though your desire is like mine. It's like, the Platonic don't enter here unless you know geometry. That thing I think is a good thing for us philosophers to take seriously as part of our cultivation. Well, let's learn what we can without pretending maybe we're going to be any kind of specialists and I think that is a good attitude, because I think, and this is something I think a lot about, but I feel like you can't talk about this, but we're talking about it, so it's good. But McIntyre does talk about it, because he's okay being kind of, I think, pretty arch, and he doesn't care what. I think there's a part of him that's like a Trotskyite troll throughout his whole career. And in After Virtue, Alistair McIntyre does mention a study, which may have been spurious, I don't know, but that basically there is a kind of math envy that distributes itself in the intellectual world. Social scientists, he claims, are less intelligent and based on IQ than hard scientists and humanists, etc. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I think what is true is we all tend to feel psychologically vulnerable where we are ignorant. And when someone threatens us with that same vulnerability, it causes resentment. And that's actually why I framed the beginning of my remarks in terms of psychoanalysis, psychotherapeutic analysis. And the reason is because I do think that the infantile part of the people who are math engineering strong, but don't have a strong grasp on the world of normal language, verbal language, they would say, obviously, they do a different language, or just math. And I think the connection between those two languages is one of the great questions of what the logos means. And I think that is, to me, part of the problem with Heidegger's answers. Dave's right. He's doing more than bracketing them. but you can't bracket ultimately them. At the end, you have to recognize somehow this is all an expression of logos. And I think that is a tension. People don't like people saying you're dumb because you don't know what I know, especially if you don't know what they know. And so I'm not saying we're justified as humanists in overreacting, but obviously there are a lot of tech and math people whose whole purpose in life is to make people who can't do math or engineering or science feel stupid. And that is stupid. I've had friends in physics and math, and they've said, look, what you do seems as intimidating, to me as that does to you. So I'm sure that your knowledge, Nance, of specialized theory and philosophy, it is in some ways as technically forbidding. It would take years to learn, just like it would take us years to learn calculus from starting wherever we were in high school or college. And I think having a kind of open humility about, I don't know this, it's very possible that because I don't know it, and some people try to beat me up with that, I'm overreacting. I've had to work a lot on that, like in my 20s and in my early 30s. And as a philosopher, I do think that's a lot of what's going on that you can't say because it's so undiscussable. It's not polite to say. The reason a lot of humanists and theorists are using all this fancy math and science language, like you see in French theory, is because they're insecure relative to the people who can actually manipulate those symbols properly. And I think that's part of the so-called affair. That whole world is very much, I think, kind of ground zero for the psychological issues that we're talking about. But I think if we bracket them, the issue you raised, Nance, about, well, what actually is math? That's something that I think all of us, I hope, can come to like wonder at. Because I do think the more I study science as a kind of non-professional, I am in awe. I'm in awe of the conditions of the intelligibility of the universe, per what Dave was saying. But math is part of the conditions of the intelligibility of the universe, or more fundamentally, form is, or pattern. And so I think, and pattern seems to foreclose novelty in certain ways. And I think that's connected to this issue of, if we have a sort of mathematical scientific world, is there a world of freedom? And unfortunately, it does look like their mythologies tend to eliminate freedom, right? The Leibnizians of the world, I think because they have such a visceral psychological contact with a world of certainty, this world of these incredible ideal objects in the Fregean or Husserlian sense, the mathematical world, I think they really do sometimes psychologically, they think the rest of the world is like that. And that is the grave error of those people. Husserl's a great philosopher, and I'm not the best person to assess him, but he is great. But I think it's clear he has this weakness, right? The weakness which is central to my work of asking the question, what kind of science is philosophy? And right, Husserl's answer is it's a strenge Wissenschaft. It's a rigorous science. And I want philosophy to be rigorous as much as the next person. But whatever philosophy is, it isn't like mathematics, and it isn't like mathematical physics, even if it includes those somehow. And I think that is one of the really big issues. I do think we have to carve out a real space for philosophy, and that's what Heidegger was doing. But then we also need to recognize articulating the meaning of that space requires engaging with the people who are experts in these areas where we're weak in. And I don't just mean they can do the math. I mean, like the physicists I talk to are the physicists who want to talk about what physics means. That's not most of them. But I've come to perceive it is most of the really, really smart ones, or at least particularly the ones who work in the theoretical side, like of the applied math, theoretical physics side. They tend to be very interested. If you listen to people in string theory, they are very interested in this stuff because string theory has proven that theories in the physical world about nature have ended up having applications in pure mathematics, which is the first really decisive example of that going the other direction, right? Because what Wigner and everyone has been talking about since the Renaissance is, oh, isn't it incredible that mathematics applies to unexpected things in the physical world? But it turns out trying to understand things in the physical world also leads to insights in pure mathematics. And that, I think, is one of the most significant human discoveries of the past century. It's a meta-scientific discovery of the actual evolution of physics and math themselves, which have become much closer. So Daniel Tong, who's the professor of theoretical physics in Cambridge, he has a number of excellent lectures I've been listening to about this. And I am very struck by it as a philosopher. I was like, wow, this is a really important issue I need to think way, way more about because I didn't know it because I wasn't in the field. But the fact that math and physics are now working in both directions, I think means we need to get rid of the humanities science distinction, recognize all the reasons it's real, but not be wedded to it ideologically. Just like religion, forget theology. My point is when we're talking about humanity, we're doing theology. And we could say fuck the word if we want. But I think that's my point is I don't want people to feel like they have to engage the word because we all have complicated baggage, me particularly, say, with religion as a kid. So I don't want to throw that in people's face. I'm just trying to say, somewhat controversially, the issues are actually the grammatical, substantive issues that are dealt with in the history of the highest domains of philosophical reflection. And in every tradition, from India to Neoplatonism to the Epicureans, that's a question about what are the gods like. And that's what I mean when I say the humanity question is ultimately a theological question. It's a question, what are the gods like? And you say, well, the gods don't exist. They clearly must, even if it's just a new psychological account we need, right? There's no Feuerbach without a theology faculty. And that's why I come always going back to this type of materialism I mentioned, which is we need to be a better kind of materialist that therefore asks the really hard questions about what matter really is. What is matter that math is possible? What is matter that pure mathematics ends up describing the structure of the vacuum and the quantum fluctuations? But what does that mean that, as Tong says, if you watch a lecture he gives at the Royal Institute, the math is apparently so hard that no one can solve the solution. It's one of the 7 millennium problems you win $1 million for, even though we know this is what describes this energy, this event in a vacuum. There's apparently this quantum fluctuation, but no one knows what it means because he said it's just so hard to understand. And I think that that's also a great virtue of us as philosophers also engaging in these issues, is the idea that there's problems so vastly difficult intellectually that it takes hundreds of years of the smartest people working on them. And that's, I think, the great appeal of the sciences to people, is the idea that you can make that kind of progress. And I'm very wedded to thinking in philosophy, we have to recognize we're not like that, but it's right that many philosophers have wanted to be. And I think that's what I'm trying to give an account of to myself and in my book, which is, thank goodness, it's under contract now with Columbia. So my book, I think, will be coming out in a year or early next year. But it's about these issues. Is that I'm trying to give an account of how did we evolve this radical split between what seems like human values on the one hand and the people who have all the mathematical and engineering and scientific abilities on the other. And it's not a fair division, but until we can recognize that that crude division must have a crude psychological basis, which is why I think we have to invoke the infantile thing, we're going to not realize we have kind of two very scared type of infants fighting each other. An infant who thinks you control the world by literally only extending your agency, and another infant who's rightly terrified of a world in which other people's agency is meaning their world can never be stable or safe. So that's the real problem is transhumanism. Even if everyone were a transhumanist, the logic of it is war. Because if you disagree one iota with the particular vision of one transhumanist vision, as you guys I'm sure know better than I do, having done the Nick Land course, right? You end up getting radically different kind of policy programs for self-extermination. And the very fact that it's this whole field of auto-genocide, which is what I call it. Transhumanism is an auto-genocidal philosophy. It's, I think, evil in that sense, not the people, necessarily the statements, but the trajectory of the philosophy is let's destroy the human species voluntarily. So the auto-genocidal dimension is the source of all the debates. Well, should we just let ourselves be destroyed? Should we actively destroy ourselves? Should we actively shed our meat bags? This kind of, it's Gnostic language. It comes out of ancient, you could read Porphyry's text on asceticism or on virginity. And the language of Silicon Valley transhumanism is literally a form of the most kind of anti-flesh forms of Platonic, Gnostic, apocalyptic philosophy, where the body is disgusting and it needs to be, and that you could say is Platonism. If you don't like Platonism, you would say transhumanism is Platonism. Yeah, transhumanism is Platonism fucked. But that's kind of the problem, is everything important is somehow Platonism fucked. Heidegger's Platonism fucked. Foucault's Platonism fucked. And it turns out there's a reason for that, because there is this really long debate. It took 2,000 years from Plato to the Renaissance to figure it out. But guess what? The math people were right, at least about the importance of math. And the people like Epicurus, who didn't have a concept even of matter that would permit it to be described by mathematical objects, they were wrong. So that doesn't mean that Epicureans weren't right. We now have atomic theories, right? There's all kinds of wonderful insights we now see were present in all the schools. But I think this is one of the really hard ones, which is, what does it mean to give an account of our humanity that does real justice to both extreme sides of the spectrum that we have divided?
I think one of the perfect sort of comments from the chat to bring in at this point would be, Watcher said, the discussion is a bit skewed by the fact that before, say, 1850, mathematicians all were also physical scientists of some sort. And then I would add to it, they were also philosophers. And so, the specialization of university, which comes with the gains, which is to say the complexity and the gains of all these different fields, has, in a sort of sense, made it almost impossible to be the polymaths that Leibniz and Descartes were. But and obviously even Heidegger, right? But after Heidegger, there's not a Heideggerian who knows math. He was the last one, and you can trace this. You can trace this split back to Husserl and Frege as like the two philosophers who really tried to think about math and logic in this. Well, think about logic in a mathematical way, vice versa, and then their disciples, Heidegger and not Wittgenstein, Russell and Heidegger went these two different routes that opened up continental philosophy on the one side and on the other analytic. And of course, now we're in a century where it's someone like Negarestani will say he does not recognize the divide, he does not operationalize the divide. But then when you read him, his functionalism, his cybernetics, his Hegel is pragmatic. It's all still, so it's like the divide is still operative. I would like to get out of the divide. I'd like to heal our split, specialized, obscene selves that are only able to do one of all of these other things that we should be juggling to be, I would say, whole people. And so really math should be probably, I don't know, on the board as one of those things that we do to be people. So you've challenged me to think about math and theology as belonging on that board. You might have to push me in that direction, or you could teach a class on it. I will sign up in a heartbeat. I would love to have you teach a class on those things. I know that I've already made the offer to have you teach a different course that you were interested in teaching. So ultimately, the transference has worked. I want to learn from you. I think you know about these things. Let's do it. But outside of that, we've got to close this out in a second. Closing statements? Anything New Year's related? Yeah. What are you gonna do to be a human? Let's close out.
Sure. Well, just first, thanks, Dave and Nance, for your time and for putting this together. I'm excited to check out the other speakers when I can see the videos. And then, secondly, I completely agree with the board. My vision of the human is we should be harmonized, right? So we need bodies that are healthy, emotions, and minds. And given that our minds can be fine-tuned as far as pure math and our bodies can be fine-tuned as far as beautiful dance and athleticism and music, I think that is my vision of the human. And I'm hoping this year, both through publishing my book, continuing my courses, doing stuff with you like this, and I'd love to teach. I certainly wouldn't do stuff on math per se, but theology I definitely know. And I know it's just a smattering about the philosophy of math as far as it's part of the philosophy and science. Because I think I want to help people have a vision that I think we share as far as I can tell, which is whatever terms we use for things. There's basically a group of people in the world who are always discovering each other, which are trying to put everything together without cheapening anything, without faking, without acting like we don't know the thing that we have to rely on the specialist for, but at the same time without pretending that we can avoid doing that integrative work. That integrative work is the essence of our humanity, is that we are a civil war. So the human project is first pacification, then rebuilding. So, right, I think that's the human project. Becoming human is you have to start with, I'm at war with myself. There's a lot more me's than I can count. And that's pretty disturbing. Enter psychoanalysis or whatever your preferred theory is. So I think corralling our many forms of selfhood, which include the way in which the human, if you imagine the human as the psyche, the human is really divided. And I think what we're doing here, even just by being honest about it from our side, say on the humanities side, if you want to put it that way, is partly, I think we're creating a world in which the shared space that we do all of this work is philosophy as a way of life. And that's certainly what I'm arguing in my book, is that religion and science are part of the history of philosophy, and they will never be adequately integrated or understood in their distinctions until we recognize they are all part of philosophy. And that doesn't mean philosophers are the new super specialists who get to tell everyone what to do. It means philosophers are the people who become self-conscious about the task of their own humanity and then spend their life working on it, that's what I'm hoping for the new year for all of us.
Thank you, Samuel. Looking forward to talking soon. Take care.
Thank you much.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Let's bring it back here. I think we're basically back. Yeah. Oh, let me just switch the sides here so that you're in the speaker view. All right. Welcome, Benjamin Studebaker. Great to have you, man. How's it going?
I'm great. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So we were just having a little conversation behind the scenes there. And I was saying that I feel a little bad because I was hoping to at least skim your book before our conversation. But I'll go back to work this weekend at Amazon. I'll be listening to it then. That's how I skim things, and then I'll know how to hone in on it, and then we'll hopefully have a more substantial conversation after that. But for now, I'd like to kind of give you the floor. But first, I want to just let everyone know that Benjamin Studebaker is one of the people who wouldn't be here if not for people in my audience or fellow travelers who keep telling me, you got to have a conversation with Benjamin Studebaker, because like Nance and I, as well as Elton and a handful of others, like we've been talking about all kinds of stuff that apparently just makes people think we need to talk to you. And so with that said, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your intellectual project and your books and kind of what you're up to.
Yeah, cool. Well, in terms of me, I'm from Indiana originally. I went to a public high school in Northwest Indiana. I did my undergrad at Warwick, in the UK, my master's at University of Chicago in the States, then my PhD at Cambridge. So I'm kind of European, I guess. The British hate it when I say that, but sort of. So my book is called The Chronic Crisis of American Democracy, The Way is Shut. And it starts off with the kind of central claim that there's something really wrong with the American economy and with the global economy in general. You've got an enormous amount of capital mobility. It's really easy to move money from place to place. But workers and states are territorial. They're not as mobile. And that means that they don't have as much leverage as money does. Money goes to whichever part of the world is most hospitable to it. And states and people are constantly having to accommodate its demands. And in practice, this takes the form of lower tax rates, it takes the form of lower wages, it takes the form of weaker bargaining power for labor unions. And most of the time, capital doesn't even have to actually go away because states take all of these measures preemptively to prevent it from going elsewhere. And in this constant competition to attract this money, you're constantly pushing down tax rates, and that means also you're eroding the quality of public services, you're eroding the quality of infrastructure, you're eroding the quality of everything, really. And the difficulty is, how do you govern this capital that's become extremely, extremely mobile? Well, the United States, it takes a lot to get the United States to do anything. You have to win an enormous number of elections in the American political system to actually get the United States committed to do anything in particular. It's very, very hard, right? And then if you want to control capital mobility worldwide, and you want to do that in a multilateral cooperative way, you have to get lots of other states on board. So you not only need to win a lot of elections all at once in the United States, you then need other governments in other parts of the world that are friendly to what you're trying to do and are willing to entertain it. And in the meantime, all of these governments are suspicious of you because so many times American presidents have said, we want to negotiate something like, a climate, Kyoto Protocol. We want to negotiate a new trade agreement like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then a presidential election happens. There's a new president, and the new president hates the deal that was negotiated by the previous president. So there's a credibility problem for Americans, even when the American government is serious about negotiating something. And you have that to deal with on top of the fact that it's really hard to get a bunch of senators in office who are willing to vote through to ratify a treaty that you negotiate. Now, if you go, well, all right, maybe it's too hard to pool a bunch of countries together to change the rules. Your other alternative is to withdraw the country from the system of international trade, to take a unilateral approach, to go protectionist and start tariffing countries that you think have tax rates that are too low or labor protections that are too weak. But if you do that, then you disrupt all of this trade that we've got going. And as we've seen during the COVID pandemic, even if you disrupt this trade just a little bit, just around the margins, people get really upset. If there's any inflation or any shortages of anything, people get really upset. So it's very difficult politically to do that. And yet, if we don't find a way to do one of these two things, either to multilaterally come together and rewrite the rules or unilaterally pull out and tear up the integration, if we can't do either of those things, we're going to stay stuck in this process where we are constantly in a race to the bottom on taxes, on public services. And this is going on all over the world. The European states are also slowly grinding down their public services. It's happening slower there because there are political impediments to it, but the same thing's going on over there. So it's not like there's a set of democratic institutions that are operating well in some other part of the world that we can just copy, and if we had them, then everything would be functional here. So the upshot of all of this is that we all kind of have a sense that our system isn't working particularly well. But we're not really willing generally to take seriously how messed up it is. So we keep trying to talk ourselves into the idea that there's a little bit of tweaking we can do around the margins that would make this system work a lot better than it does. But really, it's really badly messed up. It really isn't going to function with a few tweaks here or there. But we are so scared to touch it because if you start thinking about changing the political system of the United States to create something that is more capable of taking action, or you start talking about manufacturing the kind of crisis that would allow you to unilaterally disrupt capital mobility around the world. These are enormous, cataclysmic things to do, and they're scary and they're frightening, and we do not want to confront those kinds of situations. And I think for this reason, we have this sense that we don't believe in this system. We have lost our confidence in it and our faith in it, and yet we are not willing to pull the trigger on creating something else. We're not willing to really take seriously what that involves. And so every time we start to think in a bit of a radical direction, we stop ourselves before we get too far.
It's amazing. So that's basically the book. You fleshing this out. This is the problem the book fleshes out.
Yeah,
Cool.
That's the problem.
Well, I mean, I feel like I just saw a movie trailer for what I'm going to be listening to at work this weekend. So, that's cool. But now I get to speak to the director. Like, that's, well, without having seen it, I think one of the reasons people have us mentally together and wanting us to talk is because of the professional managerial class. And so I want to set up a question about that, and then probably a series of questions about that, with first saying my issue with radical rewriting of the rules or tearing up, the integration and the rhetoric of that, and the way that people come together in political spaces and advocate for such things, is that it tends to be done not just by people who are anti-democratic, which I think is fine, but I mean, I say it's fine. It's just that runs so counter to people's values. And so, it's like at a certain level, we need to dignify something in that, right? That idea that somehow we're going to be represented in these changes, whether those changes are democratic or not. But the way people tend to talk about it with their anti-democratic rhetoric comes through as anti-populist. And I also don't have any special attachment to populism, except that it's suicide to be against it. And so I take that to be basically the mode of the PMC mindset as like the representative specialists who tell you to stay in your lane. And it's like, okay, sure, you can be the specialists, more or less. Let's just, drive society, whatever. I'm just a worker. I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. But when you come out and say it, and you're actually anti-populist, and then you're saying that we need to have radical changes, it scares me, because that means that the people who would make the radical changes have a disdain for ordinary working people. And that scares me more than the clusterfuck of a terrible situation we are in right now.
Oh, they often crib from the populists as they denounce them. They go, oh, it's so terrible for someone who's running for president to suggest that his opponent, Hillary Clinton, should be imprisoned. And then a few years later, they desperately try to imprison their political opponents and say that this person is the corrupting force that's destroying the elite force that's destroying the society, and we've got to come together. We the real people have to come together to overcome him. The Biden administration uses very much a lot of populist rhetoric and has stolen a lot of the kinds of techniques that the Trump administration itself trafficked in. In terms of the PMC stuff, I think this is a really interesting topic. The reason that a lot of people on the left don't like talking about the professional class is that if you can imagine that all of the people who are employees are workers, and if you can get everybody to think in terms of I'm a worker, we're all workers, we're all in this together, that has some strategic, solidaristic potential to it. At least in theory, at least in principle.
Right.
And very understandably, when it comes to words, sometimes you're trying to accomplish something with your terms, and by using the concept of the working class in that broad, inclusive way, you can try to bring people together for a political purpose. And I have respect for that intention, right? The issue is that, in point of fact, there has been a split in the way that people behave politically that has a lot to do with whether they got a college degree. The two biggest indicators of how people in the states vote, the population density of where they're from, and whether they got a degree. Those two things matter more than anything else. We don't talk about those things very much. We prefer to talk about other kinds of things that the people who work in political strategy are more comfortable with. But this really matters. And it's mattered for a long time. You go back to 72 with McGovern, where McGovern is running this seemingly quite left-wing campaign. Everyone talks about how left-wing it is. But what people forget about is that the unions were very anti-McGovern. And McGovern gets crushed in that election because of how much he alienates the industrial working class as it still existed in 1972 in the States. An industrial working class that was not as keen on some of the social progressive stuff and not as keen as on some of the anti-Vietnam War stuff. So there was a split on foreign policy and on cultural issues, with college-educated workers valuing certain things more than they valued the overall economic cause, right? And in traditional industrial workers valuing the economic cause and maybe having, from the point of view of the progressives, conservative or reactionary stances on foreign policy and social issues. That split broke up the New Deal coalition. Mm-hmm. And broke up the Democratic Party as it existed and the labor movement as it existed. And it became a leverage point that capital could push on. And capital has continuously pushed on it. And one of the ways it pushes on it is by trying to get people on the left to take up stances on social issues and foreign policy issues that are alienating to people who don't go to college, to get them focused on using terms, on using rhetoric that's alienating. Because if you can get people to view themselves as morally superior because they talk about certain social issues or foreign policy issues in a particular way, then they will hang on tight to those positions because those positions give them cultural capital. And the cost of that will be that people who don't go to college will not feel comfortable around them. Because if they say the wrong thing or they put their foot in their mouth or what have you, they're going to be morally impugned for that behavior. This has been absolutely devastating to left-wing organizing of all types and forms. Anytime you put someone without a college degree in a room with someone who has a college degree, while the person with a college degree may say, I want to uplift marginalized voices, in point of fact, what will tend to happen is that the person with the college degree will try to tell the person without the degree how to talk and how to think and what words are acceptable to use. And a person without a degree who is self-respecting will not tolerate this and will leave and will quit and will not want anything
Absolutely.
to do with any organization run that way. The overwhelming bulk of left-wing organizations in the United States, the DSA, overwhelmingly college-educated people. People without degrees are not comfortable in these organizations. These organizations don't listen to them, don't include their perspectives, and insofar as they do, it's superficial and not genuine. And so we've got to talk about this, because if you want to do things like healthcare for all people, if you want affordable, reasonable housing, if you want any basic economic rights, let alone further socialist and Marxist objectives that you might have, you have got to find a way to overcome this distinction, which now is a real existing distinction, whether we want it to exist or not. And so while I'm sympathetic to the people who say we shouldn't want this distinction to exist, I agree, we should not want it to exist. Denying that it exists is not going to get rid of it.
Yeah, it's like so many other distinctions that we don't like that they exist. I don't like rich versus poor. I don't like white versus black. I don't like et cetera, et cetera. But the way that most of these movements to gain some kind of recognition or rights forms is like the negation of the stereotype, the negation of the identity, even the goal of eradicating the class in the first place or the group as a category. And then, of course, as Mark Fisher says in his Vampire Castle essay, or it was at some point, though, then the people in the institutions institutionalize that thing and then try to fix those identities and say, no, this is actually the only people who should be speaking are X, Y, and Z people because they've been historically marginalized. And it's like, oh, but if we look at the movement, that wasn't the goal. It was never the goal. And then if it was sometimes the goal, this misses the point that these struggles are as articulated by people who are these specialists from these institutions, and I have a college degree, but of course, no one in my family does, right? And so that's part of why I'm tuned into this. I felt like the more I acclimated to this culture, the more I was severing ties or alienating myself from where I'm from. And that can only be done for so long, because I could say, well, that's Trump country, and those workers that I work with who don't care about politics, like they're ultimately saying reactionary things. It's like, no, okay. Outside of language games, though, they're good people. There's the people in my life who I knew before college are the people who have been there for me in ways that the people from college haven't been. And in fact, doing an experiment like this, I have more support from the people who don't even care about college, but at least they see that I'm doing a passion project. They get it at a certain level. They're like, oh, you wrote a book, cool. As opposed to people from college who are just like, oh shit, you had Nina Power on your stream. Or whatever. And it's just like, it's because, well, if you're willing to have conversations with somebody who's been deemed untouchable, then, well, maybe they'll be supportive behind closed doors, or on the street or at the grocery store. Hey, but of course they're very cautious because their own upward mobility is so undermined. And so Barbara and John Ehrenreich wrote this third essay on the concept of the PMC, where they were talking about that neoliberalization has resulted in a precaritization of, they don't say precaritization, but making more precarious the PMC, to the point that the PMC should be able to see that it has more common cause with the rest of the working class, and should probably move on to more substantial agendas than this kind of shaming, virtue hoarding bullshit that they tend to do. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing that the increased precarity has actually just made the virtue hoarding more militant, right? And so
because that's all that people have left. When you go to college and you don't end up in the kind of job with the kind of resources and the kind of household structure that you envisioned when you went in, all you have left is the language distinction. That's all you've got. So of course you're going to hang on to that. And we need to have sympathy for people in this situation. These are people who did what they were told to do. They went to college to do something that should have allowed them to go into a field. They weren't able to get into that field. Now they got a ton of debt, and people are treating them like dirt because they don't make money like their parents made money, or like they envisioned that they might make money when they went to college. So of course they're going to look for some way of protecting or propping up their sense of self. And the way that they tend to do that is by hanging on to the college experience, and they do that by maintaining very, very rigorously. I may not make more money than someone who doesn't go to college, but at least I know what words to use. At least I've got that. And that becomes the small distinction. And it's very similar to the Southern white who looks at the black person as, well, at least I don't have the skin color. It's very similar to that. Or to the house slave who looks at the field slave as, well, at least I'm not out in the field. It's a small distinction that people can hang on to, but you got to sympathize with it, because it's being done out of suffering and out of pain, and that pain is caused by the system itself. And it's one of the forms of pain that we want to get rid of, that we want to recognize as valid kind of suffering that occurs under this system. So I'm very sympathetic to it. I think sometimes in the critique of the professional class, people lose their sympathy for it, and it's because they conflate the rump professionals who make it with the fallen professionals who don't make it. And the way that the professional class really operates is that the rump professionals who make it create content for the fallen professionals who don't make it. They pretend that their content is for the working class, but it's really just for the fallen professionals and not for the working class as a whole. They insist that it is for the working class as a whole, and that anyone who denies this is trying to in some way undermine the left as a project, but that's not true. What is really the case is that these rump professionals have found that this is a way that they can be successful. And it's so hard now to be successful that the rump professionals, because of their desperate competition with one another, will go to great lengths to come up with anything that is serviceable. There's a bit in my book where I talk about it as kind of like they're balloonists, right? So like when you aren't in college or when you're in high school, you're on the ground with everybody, right? And on the ground, there's all sorts of horrible stuff going on. And you go, well, if I could get into a balloon and get up in the sky a little bit, I might be able to see what's going on. And maybe I could tell people on the ground what they could do and I could help them out, right? So you go to college and you're trying to help people out. And you get, and they give you a balloon and you start to go up in the balloon a little bit. And for a while, you can see some stuff and you can shout things at them and they can shout things at you. And there's conversation that goes on and you're actually feeling like you're doing what you came there to do. But gradually what tends to happen is that you start getting higher and higher and higher up. And you can't hear as much of what is coming from the ground anymore. And they can't hear as much of what you're saying. And increasingly, when you look around, you're not even seeing what's on the ground. You're seeing the other balloons in the sky. And you're comparing your balloon to those other balloons. And you start shouting things at the people in the other balloons. And at a certain point, you have a conversation that has nothing to do with the ground anymore. But by that point, it doesn't matter. You can drift off into the sky, into retirement as a professional, and they can go find some other kid on the ground and give that kid a balloon and start the whole thing over again.
It was a powerful image. And yeah, it makes me think of Karl Jaspers and the idea of university, talking about the intellectuals in their little, he talks about intellectuals at the university, because of their insecurity in a sort of sense, they're like monkeys in palm trees. Every one of them has their own little palm tree. And if you start to mess anything up for the other ones, they'll all throw their coconuts at you. But I feel like your analogy goes further, right? It goes further because, like, really, they're going to shoot your balloon down is what it's going to be. They're going to be like, okay, yeah, you're mucking up the discourse here. Of course, the problem with that, going back to Jasper's idea of the university, is that the idea itself is that we are trying to approximate universal truth from our particular fields. We're trying to bring our standpoint in these fields into a dialectical discussion with other people that is trying to approximate the universal truth. And of course, it's an ideal. The entire book is about ideals, because we forget in our institutional critique that there are ideals that ultimately, if not structure these institutions, they are the legitimation narratives of these institutions, right? And so I think it would be really easy for someone to do what I would do in this case, which is to say, well, how are we any different using this discourse? And of course, I get really, I get salty. I get a little caustic online when people keep saying the same things and they don't, it's like, okay, well, this conversation keeps going around in circles. I've been trying to get the word to people on the professional and managers of capital, right? Like the professional managers of capital or the professionals and managers. You can say it either way, and it gets you out of the class question, which is, for some reason, somewhere that it always comes, oh, well, is it really a class though? And it's like, well, I mean, I don't really know. If owning and controlling the means of production made you a class, and now ownership has been separated from control, and those are two separate things, and the people who control also have usually the retirement plans and their investment funds and everything, and the bonuses tied up in the ownership, so that they actually have some partial ownership in that sense. Then what's the problem here? Like, but setting aside the class question, because it does seem to be a stumbling block for a lot of people, I just say it's professionals and managers of capital. That's what the PMC is for me. But there's all these other things that we get stuck in, and so I got a little salty last week. Someone in the comments section said only PMCs talk about the PMC. This is like. And then they said you're basically so PMC. You're not working class, and it's like, well, I know. I mean, I do have to work at Amazon, and I've never had a secure job, but I also have a college degree, and so I am this kind of runt that you're talking about in a sort of sense, and I don't like that, and I do feel that contradiction. But I think it's missing a few things, and I'll just address one of them before I kind of turn this over to a broader conversation about some of the common myths or things that people tend to get stuck on when thinking about the PMC. And the thing is that I don't know anybody who takes the PMC concept seriously who doesn't come from the working class into the PMC and then resent it, because now that they're there, they go, either they've lost touch with where they're from and they want to go back to where they're from, and there's a problem there because you can't, there's never any going back. Like W.E.B. Du Bois talks about that. There's like this iconic story of going back after Harvard or whatever, and the way that, oh, I'm the enlightened one of my race now, and then, oh, everyone thinks I'm just some college prick, right? So like this is an age-old problem. But I think there's more than this saying it's just PMC on PMC hate, or that it's I think what it's missing is that not only does, say, someone like Barbara Ehrenreich come from a father who's like blue collar, or like Catherine Liu comes from like, she doesn't come from some elite Chinese family, right? Like we have these backgrounds where it's like, no, but we care about the class issue. We bought into this idea that we're all just workers in this together. And then we realized there's something wrong with my peers and my colleagues. They keep talking to my friends and family, or about them. It's usually about them. They don't ever try to speak to them. They talk about them like they're evil. They talk about them like they're idiots. They talk about them like they're scum. And they talk about them like they want to kill them in a civil war. And that's how it's been now for 7 years. Like, this is the resistance rhetoric, and this is where we're at, right?
Yeah. No, that's very powerful, and that resonates. Coming from Indiana and going to the UK, I had a certain amount of that. My parents I wouldn't call them blue collar. My father was editor-in-chief of a magazine. My mother is a psychotherapist. But Indiana versus Cambridge, and public high school versus Cambridge, there is that kind of distinction in my own life. I do see some of that. Sometimes I talk about the difference between Indiana friends and European friends. Indiana friends are people who will be there for you whether you agree with them or not, and they'll do stuff for you in person. They'll help you out if you have a problem. European friends, you can have a wonderful conversation with them that you might not be able to have with your Indiana friends. But if you say something they don't like, they'll cut you out of their lives like it's nothing. And everything is very contingent on continued political alignment. And that political alignment is expressed in language, and it's not concrete. I think that the ultimate response to a lot of this is, well, if you have a strategy that does cuts across this stuff and makes this distinction unnecessary, why is it that economic inequality has been continuously rising for almost 50 years now in this country? Why is it that we are nowhere close to achieving any of the major economic goals that people on the left say they are interested in achieving? And why are these people okay with that? Why are these people okay with the fact that we've got a strategy that isn't producing results, that hasn't produced results in years, and that has come alongside things getting worse? Shouldn't we be talking about why is the strategy not working? Why wouldn't we talk about why the strategy isn't working? Well, I think the main reason people don't want to talk about why the strategy isn't working is that in some way, shape, or form, they make money from the strategy, or they get a sense of psychological satisfaction from their participation in it. There's some kind of wage, whether it's a status wage or a money wage, that they're collecting from the left continuing to pursue a dead-end strategy. And whatever that wage is, it's tangible and real, whereas whatever they might achieve by having a strategy that might actually be able to win something, that is far away and difficult to view as immediately realistic. And so people will often take the immediate benefit, especially people who are not doing well, who are having a hard time. They will take the thing that's in front of them rather than defer gratification in the service of a strategy that can win. You have to have a certain level of psychological well-being to defer gratification. And capitalism is stripping away that psychological well-being and making it very, very hard for people to think in a strategic way.
Now, I was going to set it up for more of these, let's debunk some more myths or whatever, but I'm actually suddenly remembering, okay, so Theory Underground just put out this this volume called Underground Theory, and we've got a bunch of great authors in here, and Nance, who's here in the call with us, has a piece in here, and it's called The Walls That Separate Us From Them. Is that right, Nance? Is that what it was called?
Something like that. I don't know.
I just kind of want to put you on the spot here, because Nance was one of these guys who, you know, some kind of post-anarchist, Marxist, post-Marxist, something, who knows, trying to figure things out, who did not take the PMC concept seriously. And then he went through the course that we made freely available on my channel. Elton and I have made this available. And, you know, it's like, I don't insist that people read my piece in here that's on this concept and gets into the historical conditions that the PMC develops out of historical conditions at the turn of the 19th into the 20th century, right? Like that period is a response to too much labor power that was self-aware, and something had to be done about it, right? And so I get into the express goal of developing this new mediating class that would make it so that it could create intra-class harmony, not inter, but intra, like between the ruling and the ruled. And so the PMC had to sell itself to capital as a solution to, you know, as Barbara Ehrenreich says, is cheaper than the Pinkertons, right? Like the Pinkertons come and beat some people up, but that pisses people off more. And then the workers become more militant. So, you know, best to just replace them all with Robin DiAngelo, am I right? And so that's kind of where I come at it from. And Elton has a piece in here as well, you know, where he's saying, you know, I'm PMC, born and raised, but it's not a slur, guys. It's just a structural thing. We have to understand it. What I like about Nance's piece is that it's a lot more personal, and it like opens with him talking about sitting at a table with essentially loved ones, right? And this idea of the walls that separate us from them. Nance, I'm just wondering if you might want to share your kind of maybe something about your piece and maybe this journey of going from being like, oh, it's not a thing, to being like, oh my God, it actually makes sense of something.
I think with that, in the piece, I was trying to get at like I don't know, there's like a dissonance that I feel because I grew up, you know, poor white trash, and now, due to circumstances, I'm not so much poor white trash. I am functionally, I guess, a PMC, and my loved ones, my peers, the people I spend my time with are all PMC, but there's always like this kernel of resentment at the core. Because I still carry that like a chip on my shoulder of me being this poor white trash. And yeah, when you put college educated, polite, well-to-do people in a room with uncollege educated people, we being the not educated, we feel self-conscious. We feel like we're being judged. We feel like there's this negativity, that we bring with us, that maybe it's true, maybe it's not always true. And I was trying to express that in a way along with this, maybe imagine, maybe not, like real judgment that does come from the PMC, that where they do look down upon the lumpen, the workers, the uneducated, the uncouth, the people who say slurs because maybe they just don't know any better. They're good people. They work. They're productive members of society and their community, and they use a slur. I don't know. Just that tension.
Maybe they don't know any better. Here Nance is saying maybe they don't know any, or maybe it doesn't matter is also one of our other. Yeah,
maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe it's actually one of the things that bonds them to their community. Right, this transgression, it is important because for the lowbrow people, that type of transgression is what is acceptable, and for the PMC, there's other types of transgression, or maybe it's not so much transgression, but it's like symbolic cleansing, like where we have all these rituals where it's like, oh yeah, we are the good, the worthy, the deserving, the polite liberals. Yeah, just it's interesting that there is like a tangible thing that seems to separate us, and it works, I think, at the level of ideology. And we don't want to talk about it. It's like the elephant in the room that everyone wants to ignore and kind of continue on. And it like we do this game where we, oh yeah, I'm a leftist and fuck all, everything sucks, but I'm gonna have to go vote for the Democrat once again because there are no other options. Like that's ultimately where a lot of people wind up. And it sucks the fact that there are no other options. Maybe it's not necessarily true, but we sure do spend a lot of time pretending that it's true. And the PMC, and not to assign agency or intention, but the PMC does seem to profit off of it, or at least maintain their relative comfort. And it's not comfort because they are largely precarious as well. But from my perspective as poor white trash, they sure do look a lot more comfortable. Yeah, I don't know. It's really complex, and we don't spend enough time talking about it, I think.
Yeah, and because we don't talk about it, we experience the political consequences of it. And when it bites us, we just rage about it, about the fact that we're losing, about the fact that things aren't going on. We either deny that we're losing or we rage about the fact that we're losing and blame other people. And neither of these responses gets us any closer to winning anything. And over the years, I really, really am wondering how many people actually care about winning anything or making anything actually any better. How many people are just happy to talk and happy to be right and happy to have a critique that seems true, that their friends are impressed by? And for how many people is that good enough? Adorno talks about the critique of reification. When you say, well, this concept is just an abstraction and we shouldn't treat it like it's real, this is just something that's used to split and divide people. You can get fat and happy if you stop at that point and go, oh, look at me, I see through these things. I'm smart. I see through these things and other people don't. But if that's as far as it goes, if it doesn't then lead you to act, to actually change the material situation that gives rise to the concept, then you don't actually overcome that situation and you don't actually overcome that concept, because challenging the concept ideationally doesn't change the material situation that produced it. The reason we have the concept of the PMC is that we have an economic situation that gives rise to that concept. We have a political situation that gives rise to it. That's why we have it. You could say, I don't think we should have it. I think it's bad. But just like when you would talk about, say, a concept like race, there are still reasons why race as a concept has come into existence, and you have to deal with those reasons ultimately to get rid of the concept. You can't just get rid of the concept by telling everybody not to use it and shaming people who do use it. You've got to change the situation that gives rise to the concept. And when people are just screaming at whoever it is that they think is responsible for the terms, they're not dealing in any way with the material situation, with the economy. And it makes me wonder, do they really care about that situation? Or do they have the psychological resources to care about it? And if they don't have the psychological resources to care about the economy, how do we generate those resources? What can we do to give people, at least for windows of time, enough security so that they can talk about these things? And this is why, for instance, a lot of people recently have turned against a lot of economic rights. They argue they're just palliative, and really you got to get into revolution. But if you don't make sure that people have certain economic rights, then they're not going to have the psychological resources that are necessary to engage constructively with a revolutionary project, if that's your final aim. You have to get people in a situation where they have time and energy to think about their situation calmly and reasonably if you want them to do something useful.
Yeah, that's my in, and this is my book, Time Energy: Why You Have No Time or Energy. And the basic idea of that is that I'm trying to work between and beyond Marx and Heidegger, and the Heidegger aspect of it is to say that time is not some linear, ongoing, forever thing. It is bound to finitude. It is charged with value only because it has death and the forever, like not yet, kind of on the horizon. And there's that precarity and that uncertainty. And so the thing that comes before, and then of course I do this sort of like existential analysis that he does in Being in Time, which is to say that like the thing that comes before is the precondition for labor power, is the thing that unifies time and energy in our life worlds, right? And so that is to say, we need large energy infused repeatable blocks of time in our weeks, throughout our years. And without those large energy infused repeatable blocks of time being reliable and something you can bank on, being something you can invest, being something you can sacrifice towards nonprofit or job-centric goals, there's nothing but garbage time, nothing but exhaustion, nothing except for a sort of frantic, restless kind of energy that cannot be harnessed and nowadays gets diagnosed in a variety of ways. But the fact is that is a symptom of your life's purpose not being discovered, or even if it was discovered, now it's being frustrated because you don't have the precondition for being able to do it. And the precondition for being able to do things in this sort of sustained way that would cultivate the ground for a real epic life, those things are all foreclosed because of the reduction of time energy into labor power when it's put on the market, right? And so like, as a concept, it's meant to throw a wrench in a lot of different discourses, but it's also meant to make sense of why organizing projects fail, and it's also meant to make sense of why we're so frustrated. And it's amazing that you actually kind of touched on a phenomenon that I call something in this book, but you were talking about it as when workers are being told they need to believe or say or toe some line, and then they get you said if they're self-respecting, they'll walk out, right? And it's like you're quoting me almost, right? Because I talk about that in the chapter on time energy fragility, and I say that most of what D'Angelo is calling white fragility is more like time energy fragility. This is the fact that people do not have the time energy to be able to actually get to the bottom of these discourses and understand the nuances and constitutive contradictions in the fields that these experts are speaking from. And so it's like, okay, well, I can take you at your word when you redefine racism to be power plus privilege and, the structures that, well, okay, oh, you're going to bring in statistics now. Okay, you're gaslighting me. We're talking about here and now in this situation, and you're telling me you're evoking all these abstractions, and you're telling me how the last couple hundred years of this discourse has gone can be summarized into your PowerPoint presentation. And if I disagree with you, then I'm going to be in trouble at work. Like, I'm at work. I have to be here, right? Because that's the whole thing about D'Angelo. This isn't some self-elected thing either. This is people in their actual workspaces, right? So this is the heart of my project, and the fact that you've touched on it in your own sort of ways is well, it tells me that those people who were recommending that we meet were onto something. And so first of all, I'm really excited to read your book to skim it this weekend. And I guess with the last 10 minutes we have here, what do we want to do here? Do you have some more things you would like to say about the book, about the PMC, or Nance, if you have any questions that you wanted to ask? Pretty much, we're in sort of close out, but we still have time to ask a question or say something.
Yeah, for sure. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to take them. In terms of the book, I think that kind of the function of the book is to move you from one mood to another. A lot of people, I think, 10 or 15 years ago had a kind of hope attitude about the American political system, that you could get some change if you elected the right guy, whether it was Obama or Trump or Bernie Sanders, some kind of hope narrative.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point, it moved into fear. people gave up on the idea that whoever it is that they thought could solve the problems could solve them, but they remained convinced that their enemies' hope was well-founded. And so even though they no longer believed that their guy could do it, they feared that somebody else's guy could do something they wouldn't like. And that's the kind of last gasp of that naive hope that they started with. It manifests as fear that somebody else might actually be able to get this system to work in a way that they don't like. And that becomes a disciplinary tool to get them to continue to give their time and energy to it. The American political system is very vampiric. It needs a certain amount of time and energy. And when you have a large group of people who are recognizing that this system is not servicing them, it goes to great lengths. There's an enormous amount of money that is deployed in finding ways to squeeze a little bit of time and energy out of the people who are trying to disengage. And so in the back half of the book, there's a lot of pivoting into how do people try to escape from this system, and how does the system come and find them in the enclaves and holes where they go to get away from it. And it drags them back in, and it finds ways to squeeze even more time and energy out of them as they try to get away. And in this sense, American democracy becomes like a vampire sucking on the blood of victims who know that they are being sucked dry, but are unable to get away from it. And I think that this quality to American democracy is really under-discussed and under-theorized, because so much of the time when people are talking about American democracy, they're trying to get people to do something with it. They're trying to get people to engage in it in some way, shape, or form. And what I really want to get people to do by the end of this book is to join me in a kind of positive, productive despair about the American political system, to get to a point where we're not just looking for some easy fix, and where we're not scared of the other side, but we're really able to see this thing as the time and energy suck that it is, and then to, not to then try to run away from it, but to then get creative and to think about what would meaningful political action look like given this system, given the way that it operates, given how difficult it is to get rid of it, and how entrenched it is. What would that look like? And I think we have to kind of get creative and start to think in a fresh way. And I think the only way we can get there is to go into a deep, deep despair about the entire American political project as it currently exists.
Well, we're at least halfway there. Yeah, Nance.
I like that a lot. I like using I don't want to say pessimism, but using, like, I do think of it as like a realism where things are really all that bad. And I like using that as an impetus for hope in something, for hope for hope itself, I guess. And it's kind of interesting that maybe the meta arc of the conversation, we started out this morning questioning the idea of organizing, and here we are towards the end of the day. And it comes back to that question. And again, it puts the ball in our court. Like, things really are that bad. You're not going to get the change you want to see by voting for the lesser evil candidate. You have to adopt a realistic view. America really does like run on human sacrifice. And I like that. I like that message, but not to bring people down into this doomer point of view, but actually to bring people into like this radical position of like, there is something that can be done. We just haven't come up with it yet. And that's why it hasn't worked. Let's stop trying all the old things that failed over and over and over again. Let's try something new. And of course that necessitates organizing and theorizing to come up with that new thing. But I would rather have something new than the same old failures.
Yeah, there are so many people who are still caught in trying to find the point in history when things could have been different, and trying to get back to that point, whether it's the post-war era, or it's 1917 in Russia, or it's 1848 or 1789 or 1776. There's this quest for the moment where you could have done things a little bit differently, and maybe we'd be in the good version of modernity that we were supposed to have that somehow slipped our grasp. And I think we've got to get away from that. In this respect, the left has become very return-oriented and very much like the right in this constant quest for the right moment. The right might do it with, the Middle Ages, but the left is doing it with different moments in modernity when the left thinks it could have done better, or should have done better, or might have done better if not for some contingent things. And we've got to completely get past that. To a very large degree, we've been continuing to do 20th century political tactics in a context where those tactics do not work. And I fully agree that we got to invent new stuff. It should not mean a kind of negative despair where you give up, you try to hide. Because for one, if you give up and try to hide, they will find you. They will get you in the enclaves where you hide. You can go and just get really into anime. They'll politicize that. You can go and get, really into images of the future, and Elon Musk, they'll politicize that too. They have. They'll politicize any place you try to go. You can, get really absorbed in a family that you try to build, or a household, or a commune you try to make. Politics will get you there. It will get you anywhere you try to go. It's that hiding in what you think is this public-private distinction, this liberal distinction that you think will somehow allow you to carve out some other place. Capitalism is operating by getting into and commodifying every aspect of human life. There is nowhere you can go to get away from it. It is going for more and more mobility, more and more deterritorialization. It will get you anywhere you go. So we've got to come up with something else, because there's no getting out of this.
It's kind of like every single one of the things that we had up on the whiteboard earlier today, which is still up on the whiteboard, though you won't be able to see it very well, I'm sure. All of these realms, because part of the theme is like, this is New Year's, and so we have this motivation to like make resolutions and change our lives and everything like that. But what would it be to be a whole person? Or like, of course I don't have like some nostalgic idea that we were whole and then we broke. No, but like to be a person, not just to be like an intellectual or a David Goggins or some person who's just all about mental health. Like the guy's name is escaping me, but he's the guy.
Is it Gabor Mate?
Gabor Mate is exactly who I'm thinking
of.
It's like you've got Gabor Mate, you've got the intellectual like fucking Lacan or something, and then you've got the physical guy who's like David Goggins. It's like each one of them has taken on a truly difficult task, and they've maxed it out, and they've gone all the way with it, and they've proven themselves in that sphere. But as human beings, like we want to be able to have our mental health and be intellectual and have physical fitness and health and practice musical instruments and play with other people and do theater. And of course, at this point, people are going to say, oh, and people don't take it seriously. This is possible. This is not insane. Human beings have always been able to be all of these things. Always have been able to be all of these things. Now, of course, we're more sophisticated than we used to be. We can do things with weight and strength training that we didn't used to be able to do. And we can also do things with intellectual challenges that didn't used to exist. And of course, the fields and the sciences are so much more complicated than they used to be, and so much more specialization is actually required. But to be able to be multilingual, and to be able to actually have time to go meditate, and to be able to actually like be in therapeutic spaces and not have that take over your entire life, so that that's your entire community, which is toxic, or having the physical fitness or the intellectual shit take over your entire life so that you're completely disjointed and not able to do these other things. Like that's ultimately what the theme of today has been all about. And you talking about the commodification of everything ruining everything. Well, mental health and therapeutic spaces, nurture, being commodified and turned into this thing that's going to take over your life. Oh, you had an episode. You now you're in outpatient care. Guess what? You're not working on any of these other things. They just have you working on. Oh, let's do a check-in now. Let's talk about how are you doing today, and let's have you focus more on the self-referentiality. Come on, let's just do that more and more and more. And it's like, okay, but what about the other parts about being a human? Are you helping people actually achieve those things? No. And it's because each one of these things has been turned into an industry. I have presence right here, which could be meditation, it could be yoga. It's a lifestyle. Each one of these becomes a lifestyle that is sold to us through an industry. And the idea is that this is something you do outside of work. But you can only do one of these things outside of work. You know how much money it costs me to do Jiu Jitsu? And it's like a big chunk of my paycheck. And I'm like, well, what if I also want to be practicing the fucking piano? Well, guess what? That's going to take just as much of my paycheck, because all of them, the cost is based on this lifestyle where this takes over your existence outside of work. And that's, to me, like, part of the reason that we're fucked, in a very serious sense, is that these things that should be something we engage in autonomously or cooperatively, should be something that comes organically out of communities, is instead being sold to us as a lifestyle instead of something that we engage with outside of heteronymous labor, which could be, to some extent, automated to free us up to be able to go do these things if work was redistributed, if society was restructured. And so it's like, in a sort of sense, no, I have not given up hope, but when I'm having conversations with people and they think that, oh, it's just Trump, it's just Trump, it's just Biden, it's Biden, we got to get him out of office, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans, it's the Democrats. It's just like, okay, I have a Democrat side of my family, I have a Republican side of my family. The Republican side of the family has totally bought into petty bourgeois rhetoric. The Democrat side of the family has totally bought into PMC rhetoric of centering and representation and civility but of course not with the uncivil. We cannot be, and so this, like, loving people who are so caught up in these two sides, and then realizing that 50% of the American population, mostly working class, isn't on either of those sides and is just working people who would prefer to run the other direction if you wanted to talk either of these sides. That to me is everything. That to me is what everything comes down to. And it's what we ultimately got to here. And so thank you so much for being here. I'm going to let you guys say your closing thoughts. I know I'm giving you another couple minutes to say your closing thoughts. And I do want you, in your closing thoughts there, Benjamin, to address my wife's question in the chat, which was, she wants to know more about psychological resources, so like what you actually mean by that. So maybe in your closing thoughts, you can say something about that. I also just wanted to say that earlier in the stream, we were waiting for Ashley Frowley, and the reason that she wasn't there was because she is not in Athens, Greece right now, like I thought. She's actually with family for the holidays, and it's due to failure, miscommunication on my part. And so I just wanted to let everybody in the stream know that I fucked up, because I said next Thursday when I meant this Thursday. So she literally just was just like, oh yeah, cool, we'll do this next Thursday. Yeah, so next Thursday, for people who are just learning English, I know I've got plenty of you watching this. Next Thursday means if Thursday's in 3 days from now and you say next Thursday, you mean the following week. You have to say this Thursday, and I must have slipped because I know that. But anyway, so I just wanted to say it was not Ashley's fault. She wanted to be here, and she'll be here in 2 weeks when we do it again. So thank you everybody so much. It'll go Nance and then Benjamin. We'll let you have the last word, and then we'll close this thing out.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to getting in your book. I think the balance between like being a doomer and being realistically hopeful. I love it when people can pull that off, and it seems like you have managed to pull that off. And I'm looking forward to reading it, because yeah, like we're at that point where it feels like we're at a standstill. We've been at a standstill as far as people who care about improving their material conditions and the material conditions of others. Nothing has improved, and in fact, almost everything has gotten worse. And we need to have serious grown-up conversations about that. And it just seems like people aren't. People are just doing the influencer thing and patting themselves on the back, and that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, people are blaming particular individuals or groups, or whether they're foreign groups, whether they're particular politicians, for all of the misery that this system causes. And of course, in democracy, if you can be made to blame one particular person, then you can vote that person out, and that will give you an ersatz of relief that will last you, a little bit psychologically, but it won't actually solve any of the core problems. And one of the strengths of democracy is that its capacity to just pass blame back and forth among different individuals or parties without ever really getting at what's wrong. That's part of what makes democracy such a powerful system politically, but also so inept and inert in terms of a vehicle for delivering change. In answer to the question from your wife, I think there are really 5 sources of despair. I like to call them the 5 A's. Right, so you got alienation, which is you are in a role, but you can't actualize your capacities within that role. So you have a role, but it's the wrong role for you, or it's too narrow a role that doesn't allow you to develop all the different aspects of being human. You've got anomie, which is the lack of a role, not having anything to do, being completely locked out of any kind of meaningful thing to do, which I think is in many regards at least as bad, if not worse. Then you've got atomization, being in a role that might be satisfying, but alienates you socially from people to the point where you're lonely and you don't have enough human connection. You might like what you're doing, you might get something out of what you're doing, but you're cut off from other people. And then anxiety, this concern that you might lose whatever it is that you have that is good, that it might go away, that it might disappear, that if you don't do certain things, they might take it from you. So even if you have something that doesn't do those first 3 things, you've got to deal with that 4th one. And then absurdity, the feeling that the whole system doesn't care about any of those 4 other A's, that nobody cares, that nothing is responsive to it, that all of politics and all of public discussion is about other unrelated claptrap. Those 5 A's, I think, are the things that are driving people psychologically nuts. And to deal with each of those things, that would be what it would require to give ourselves psychological resources. Of course, each one is an impediment to the others. Each one, to varying extents, obstructs the others. I tend to focus on the politics, and so I tend to focus on that absurdity problem, and thinking that if we could in some way unstick the politics, then we could start to address the other 4. But the trouble that we've been running into is that people who are caught in the other 4 are not able to be politically strategic, and we need them, or we seem to need them, to be able to reopen politics. So I for that reason, my heart just goes out to all of the people who are suffering. We got to try to find a way to do politics together. We got to try to find a way. And I know it's really hard. And I know it's really, really frickin' stressful. We got to find a way. And so I wrote this book to try to help. I know it's just a book. It's not enough. I'm going to keep trying to write stuff that hopefully will help somebody think about it. That's all I know how to do.
Thank you.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, and yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist. He's like, how's so-and-so's a new book? Have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. Alright, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
like a gym membership, but for your mind.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
We're back. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. We're back.
Too late.
we were
Too
talking.
late.
We were talking
Damn.
about. We were talking. Fuck, dude. Shit. Fuck. We were trapped. We were about. I was about to close off the stream, guys. I was so close. It's the stream that will never end. Yeah.
This is the stream that never ends.
There must be a reason for it. So first of all, I mean, obviously the reason it's this long is because it was planned to be that long. But the people I messaged about the happy hour didn't respond. I kind of suspected they weren't going to drop in, but they could. And so I was like, I'm not going to be living on a prayer here. Let's just close out staying strong. Like, we're strong. Let's just close the fuck out. Mikey's like, where's the link?
Oh, shit. There's Mikey.
Mikey, you're asking me where the link is. I sent it to the Young Jijikian in chat like 2 hours ago.
There's Andrew.
No fucking way. For real? They're both in there?
Yeah.
You guys, I messaged the group chat. Okay. I was hoping to get the Young Jijikians in here with us before we close this thing out. Also, there's a couple other people I invited. We'll see. But now it sounds like Mike, you'll be here. I want to say a couple of points of order before anything else happens. All right. So this was ultimately all a way of signal boosting into the consciousness of everybody that the European tour is coming. It's going to be in May. The culminating event is going to be in Portugal, if all goes according to plan. It looks like it's going to be an amazing venue, lots of great spaces, lots of great speakers. It's all culminating itself into some volumes, including, oh shit, there's no link. I sent the YouTube link. Uh-oh. But anyway, it's the whole thing, guys, is really? No. What the hell? Okay, well, I'll just send it from the computer. My phone is doing something weird, I suppose. So let me just go ahead and get this link and send it to you the old-fashioned way. And while I do that, kind of just talking on autopilot, the conference is coming. The volumes are coming. I'm really excited about these. What were you just saying about the Human Futures volume there, Nance?
Oh, I have been the most. I don't want to say the most excited. I'm excited about all of it. I've spent the most time thinking about the Human Futures topic and that volume specifically. And I'm excited after today. I really hope Nina's able to. I know she's contributing to that conversation. I hope she's able to contribute to that volume. I want to have a conversation with Nina and Samuel. Like that's a conversation I want to be a part of, and I'm hoping we can do it in the Human Futures volume because I think it'll be really good. I think it'll be great television.
I saw that comment, so I sent Mikey the link.
Thank you, Anne. Look. Hold on, Anne. Come over here. Be my verification.
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta wash my hands because I just.
Okay. Oh, it would have just taken a second. I emptied the litter box. Oh, she emptied the litter box. Okay. Yo, welcome.
How's cracking?
What's going on?
Andrew, like a cholo. He's in here. Yep. What's up, man? How's it going?
Good. I've been watching every so often the live stream. I saw a bit of the one with Daniel, a bit of the last one that you're talking about with
just never sent.
Kind of going off of like how we should look at the despair of American political system and kind of find new ways of thinking. Let's see. I saw just most of that one. I'm still up in New York, so I've been on vacation time still.
You got that terminal leave?
No, not yet. I actually don't have leave for terminal. I'm on holiday leave.
Yeah, it's a holiday. I forgot.
Yeah, New Year's leave. So I'm still the same time zone, but just in a different state.
I just showed it to Anne, but I'll show it to you guys all. Like, I sent the messages at 12:16 my time, which was like 3 hours ago. So I did send it, but it didn't. It literally didn't go through for some reason. There's something fucky about my phone. So I'm glad you made it. Yeah, I hope Nick is able to get in here. But I also figured it was all so last minute. Everything about this. So, it's like, hey Nance, how fucking cool was that though? I was like, oh, I don't think anyone is going to join for the happy hour. So let's just close it out strong.
We're about to close out. It's a good thing we did it.
We were waiting for a response in the group chat the whole time. We're like, where's this link? Because the only link I got was the YouTube one.
Yeah, we tried messaging you for like 3 hours.
Oh my God. Okay, well, was Nick also in there?
No, I think Nick's
he wasn't
busy.
Us.
Okay.
Nick's busy with school stuff because he's back at work.
Okay. All right. Well, so it's been I don't know, something like from 6 o'clock till now. I guess that's like 9 hours. How much of that did you watch, Mikey?
Okay, so the weird fluke of occurrence happened. I basically watched all of it today.
Dude, I was wondering because I kept seeing you in the chat throughout the day, and I was like, you're in here way more than you're supposed to be. Supposed to be allowed to. Yeah.
So the place I work at recently purchased a new trailer, and so trying to get this trailer, a truck trailer, semi-truck trailer, we own it, we're not leasing it, and trying to figure out how to properly get it licensed took all day. I had to drive an hour out into the middle of Kansas just for them to tell me I shouldn't have even I shouldn't have went out there. Had to go back to the DMV that sent me out there. But the point is I had a ton of driving time today. And then the other stuff was like, once I was done with that, I was running errands. So basically, I got to watch the full thing.
God, that's so cool. All right. So
this stream was so good. You know what? I'm kind of ashamed to admit this, but whenever you do these like epic streams, there's parts of them I don't get to see, and then because you're always doing something the next week or whatever, I don't get to go back and watch all of them. This is the first one I've actually gotten to watch from start to finish. This was so good. I was really pissed off today that I didn't get to just be in the chat or be in the call. I was so mad, but at the same time, I was lucky that work turned out this way so I could watch all of it. But I mean, no, I'm sorry. For me, it was kind of the first time I watched one of these where I felt like a neutral observer in a certain way. And it was just from start to finish. I mean, every single guest just brought so much to, one really high, Daniel Garner's advice on how to read a text. That's some of the best advice on reading a book I've ever heard. It was just, but there was so much great stuff. I love Peter Rollins. Alfie was great. The whole thing, Samuel, really enjoyed hearing him. Nina, I wish I sent you a comment. And it would have sidetracked the conversation, but I saw it. Ask her. So what are the lemurs, Nina? Because I'm just waiting to have a conversation with anybody who was there at Warwick in the 90s for that. I want to pick somebody's brain who was even in that orbit, right? But no, it's just an incredible stream today. So I'm glad I got to finally watch one from this perspective. Hey, what's up, Philip?
Hey.
Yo. What's up, Philip?
Welcome, man.
Just great job, guys.
So we've also got Anne in the chat. I just wanted to do a shout out to Anne. We've got Andrew. Yeah, go for it, man.
I was gonna say the same thing. I really liked because this is the second time that you had Daniel Garner of OG Rose on your stream, and when you get that man talking, you realize how well read he is, and he's got a plethora of knowledge when it comes to literature, poetry, and then just the canon of philosophy. And I was surprised that he was talking about a lot of Marx from he's reading Tocqueville, right? He's reading Tocqueville and Democracy, which somebody that I need to read. But you just get him riffing off, and you just start combining a lot of ideas together, and you just get that intellectual high afterwards. But really good, if you want this in-depth knowledge of how to interpret a text, how to read a text. I even think one time he was telling me that like the way to read Nietzsche is to read him like how medieval scholastics read text and their argumentation. And then the Nina Powers one was really good too. Like that's the first time I've actually like seen like what like she's really about, because I'm kind of confused on what she's really about, because there's just so much lore behind the woman of like, oh, she's a conservative reactionary. But I think, you know, having her on the platform allowed her to flesh out like all the, you know, phantasmagorias around her, and really definitely want to pick her brain more. Just like happy that she's also in the volume of us underground theorists.
I guess what we should, it sounds like, let's, before we shoot into sort of general conversation, and of course this can be somewhat free form and everyone can kind of respond to one another, and there's no real constraints here in terms of anything like form, but I do want to give, let's just kind of like the icebreaker, since, you know, Mikey just did it, Andrew just did it. Like, how about everybody say, you know, oh, how much of it did you get to watch? And some of your thoughts or takeaways, or what, you know, one of the favorite things for you. Like this is like when you watch a television show and it's like the post debate, like debrief, like that. This is the debrief. Of course we didn't have a debate, but
can I just say one thing? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do two things at once. I wanted to be here for this. I'm trying to finish the Nick Land blog post. So if you see me typing, I'm not just surfing on Facebook or whatever. I'm trying to get this blog post done. So, but I can do both. I'll figure it out. But I just want people to know, like, I'm not just ignoring the conversation.
You've got this weird ability to like write while listening to crazy stimulating shit in the background. And that's,
well, I just did it for the last 2 hours, the whole conversation with you and Loncar and Studebaker. I've written probably, I don't know, 5 pages of this blog post while doing both.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah.
How about you, Philip?
That's not how I work, but one of the things I really liked you guys were talking about was, Dave, you were talking about the smorgasbord, you know, the tools that you want with OG Rose. And you know, that guy doesn't have a smartphone. So he's like kind of a interesting, you know, test case for what you can do if you're not completely distracted. You know, like you guys talked about the essay Adorno has with the whole, you know, culture industry basically annexing your free time. There are things we can do, like you can prepare the ground, and it does take energy though. I mean, it takes energy, it takes your time. And I think some of it also is like, how can you kind of coast at work so you don't have too much of that sucked when you're there. But I loved your improv. I loved how you're going for, you know, the language, the dance, the jiu-jitsu. You want to, you know, learn about theory and all that too. So I think that's super cool. How the vision is all coming together.
Well, this is, you know, it's cool because you're the first person to sign up for the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar. That's this year. I mean, it's going to be all year long, basically. It begins the last Sunday of this month, and I haven't done a good enough job promoting it. And the fact that you signed up for it, I was like, oh, yes. But there are other people who've become subscribers, and, you know, at tier 2, you can be attending both the CMT and the CDT seminars. So some people are accessing it that way, but you chose to just enroll in it just straight up. And I love that you're vibing with this, because this all comes out of that. It's just like, I got pilled on the idea a long time ago that, oh, you mean I could do those things and not do any of those things as the be all end all, and that I could be a person? And then I tried to do those things and kept failing. And then eventually I went to college and kept trying to do those things and kept failing. And then I started like researching all this theory stuff. And then obviously like some aspect of Marx was fundamental to this, to realize like, oh, oh, labor power. That literally structures our existence. So no duh. And then obviously it's just unraveled and developed and everything. And, you know, time energy theory ultimately, I think probably the seminar that culminated in the concept was like back when I was doing the Victory Farm Center for the Humanities stuff. This was forever ago, something I was doing with Brian. And I had a different whiteboard at the time, and I had like, I don't know, 7 to 9 people there. And we had been reading some books over the summer. I think we had just finished You Must Change Your Life by Peter Sloterdijk. And, you know, it's anthropotechnics. And I'd been thinking about how anthropotechnics tied in with this problem of never having time or energy. And this was, I had already been talking with Mikey at this point about never having time, and that being capitalism, and reading Adorno and Marx and all these other, you know, Baudrillard in that context. And then I drew a tree of all of these different things on the different branches. And then I think that's when I came up with the symbol for time energy, was like at the roots like of the tree. Like I just had the symbol down there. I just was like, oh, it's just, and it's because in my notes I have various shorthands I use in the margins of books, and usually I forget what they mean, and then I'm looking back at my notes and I don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. But the one that had stuck with me was the time energy one, because I'd started marking that. And so like putting it on that whiteboard and talking about it and explaining it was the first time it all kind of started to come together. Someone in the fucking Twitch chat said that it's sounds like Scientology to him. So
fuck yeah, dude. Aliens are cool, man. I want to get on a spaceship.
Yeah, I think it will have some resonance though. Like my brother just had a kid. He works in Germany. His wife gets 3 years offered for maternity leave. 3 years. And he said she's going to take 18 months. And he's like, it wouldn't have felt as good if she was only offered 18 months. So we started talking about, like, what does it mean to really be free for time? And you can take Andre Gore's, say each of us has to pay back or pay into society some kind of 22,000 hours over a lifetime of whatever, labor. Like, just to say you have to do this much versus like 44,000 and being like, you know, no, I'm good. Like you can do 44,000 if you want. But it's going to be between like 44,000, 20 or whatever you choose the parameters to be, and you'll be okay. You're not going to become destitute because you get sick once, because you get a flat tire, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I was actually talking to Mikey about this the other day. There's something Simone Weil calls metaxu, which is basically just the means material being needs to survive, live, a house, food. She even goes into like, you know, some kind of community, some kind of nationality and stuff like this. And all I'm saying is like more and more people I think are seeing the importance of this, because at like the end of the conversation, I asked my bro, I was like, well, what could your company give you to make you feel that good? And he was like, just more time off. I just want time off. That's what I want.
It's funny because that's what everybody in the military too always asks. Well, what can we do better? Can we just have more liberty or time off? We just want time off. Like, unless like you're just one of those like unfortunate like soldiers or sailors, or like, you know, you worked hard and you haven't ranked up and you don't have like the money or anything to support yourself with the benefits that are allotted to you when you're in a certain rank. Rank has its privileges. A majority of the people, 9 out of 10 times, will be like, I just want time off. I don't care about morale. I don't care about pizza parties, mandatory funds. I just want like time off to be able to do the things. And it's true, because when I'm on leave, I'm able to do stuff like this, or like just relax and read and read stuff that I haven't had a chance to read, and use that energy as well to cultivate ideas. Be like, oh, this idea clicked to me in Lacan or such and such, and all the other stuff. that anyone can do that isn't, restricted to theory. Maybe do jujitsu, or maybe learn an instrument. Maybe be able to be like, maybe I can reassess my life and like, what am I doing that I could do better, or like, live a relatively healthy lifestyle. But you can't do that if you don't have the time to do it.
Like, imagine if these weren't all consumer lifestyle things that are predicated on the idea of you have a job that uses up most of your time, and then you choose one of these maybe to do on your so-called free time. But instead we're just like, no, most people do most of these things every year. Now, maybe they don't do them all at the same time, but like most people are doing some kind of sports, most people are doing some kind of art, most people are doing some kind of intellectual project, most people are doing some, it's the reason it's so frustrating is because if you just look at human history, there's not a time in human history where this was this fractured and siloed. Like, people used to dance around the fire and then go play fight and then go work together and then go talk about the stars and shit and the gods or whatever. Like, they were able to do all the things. The idea that it really is just like, this is in part the result of Taylorization. But I wanted to set it up here to Anne. I know that you were in the chat a little bit. I probably missed some of your comments. You did come over here and threaten people who were going to goof off too much in the comments section jokingly, and that was fun, like at the halfway point, I think. But yeah, as far as reflections on or like any of the stuff, like I was wondering if you had any input.
Yeah, I think mainly because I was kind of had things, I was doing things throughout the day, and so I was kind of in and out of the call a little bit, and it mostly just makes me excited to actually just get to listen to it like most of the way through at a couple of my shifts the next few days. But what I did catch, like, I heard Daniel a little bit, and I'm really excited to listen to that one. I think, yeah, you guys are talking about kind of the importance of reading and books in relation to time energy. The Nina conversation was great. It was great to have her just kind of stand alone on the call or on the channel. I just like her. I just like, she's so well spoken. She is really balanced. She's obviously not a hateful person. I think the fact that she's going to be thinking more and writing and reading more on this idea of hate in her upcoming works is really interesting, because this word hate is such a word right now in the political landscape, in the social landscape, and so that'll be interesting coming from her. And then I just came in on the last conversation, kind of in the middle, Studebaker, what's his name? And I just joined in from live, and I was just like instantly like, whoa, what are they talking about? And so really I'm just looking forward to going back and listening all the way through, because yeah, his conversation on, or his contributions to the PMC, it's like he has a book. I want to know about this book now, especially because I'll be going into like a research assistantship that's kind of focused around the PMC and meritocracy, and so that might be a valuable resource. So anyways, it's like amazing how many connections you have with people who believe in your project, support your project, but who are also just doing really amazing, interesting things, and are just genuinely like cool, exciting people living their best lives. I think, like, my family, bless their hearts, who just see, oh, Dave and Ann don't have real careers yet, meaning PMC careers. It's like, yeah, all these people that you're bringing on are also kind of doing their own thing for the most part, aren't so much in an academic institution anymore. And they're doing just fine, and they're arguably doing better than all of us. And so I love I love hearing all these people, and I can't wait to listen from the early morning sessions where I was still sleeping to the end.
Based. I thought that was probably the case, is that you were in and out and that you'd at least caught a couple of those, because I saw you in the chat for those ones. And I saw you coming in and saying that about Studebaker. And I have to say, like, you know, Mikey, in that way that you were thinking that you kind of had this neutral, you know, bystander perspective while working today. It's like, whenever I say, like, you know, it's for workers with earbuds and shit, it's like, we're talking about ourselves. Like, we're making this for us. And then if there's some other people like us out there, or that they're kind of like us, then great. But chances are there's not a lot of people who can listen to a live stream that is this long. But, you know, I will republish the segments of this as standalone bits, but it really is its own thing. It is its own book. It's its own, like, new medium. The fact that every one of the conversations fit in some, like, really great way. People could write dissertations just on this stream. I know they could. And it's silly, but it's true. Like, we've really set ourselves up in, like, the best little corner of the internet with the coolest fucking people, and it's awesome. So the thing I want to talk about is, I know you all probably got a couple things more you'll want to say, but the structure, as far as, like, goals goes, is, like, I will want to talk a little bit about the topics of the tour, the topics of the panels, of the specific stops on the tour, of the papers we're interested in writing, for the different anthologies that are going to come out of both the tour and the culminating conference events, both in Portugal as well as in Boise, Idaho. And so I'm talking, there's so many anthologies to come out of, like, what's going to happen this year. It's at least, like, 8. There's one on time energy. There's one on the PMC. There's one on CMT. There's one on CDT. There's one on, I'm just saying critical of libidinal economy. But, like, the fact is that's all the Zizek shit. That's all the ideology critique. That's all of that, everything. So that CLE. Then Heidegger, like, does he get his own volume? I'm not even sure yet. And then there's Human Futures. And this is, like, the Land /CCRU / whatever volume. And the fact is I would be happy with just, like, Nance, Mikey, Philip, me, Nina, Loncar, done. It's an anthology. We don't need anybody else's contributions. That's the people who've been most seriously engaged with this topic, either in the Introduction to Nick Land course and or in their own projects, except for there is one person in the Land course who did something on his Substack that I thought was a fucking banger. And I sent him a message being like, dude, I would love to publish that in the Human Futures volume. And I haven't read his response yet, but I'm just saying that's an anthology. It's small. It would be a nice little piece, and it would fucking detonate people's ideas, and it's going to be beautiful. Well, the same thing goes for the PMC one. I'd love to have Benjamin Studebaker add something. I know Elton's working on a response to Ben Burgess. We've already got our 2 pieces in here that we will recycle because not everyone's going to buy this big ass book, and I want to have all the PMC shit in one spot, and it's going to be called. What was it going to be called? I think it's like, I think it's Professional Managerial Critique. I think that's what we're going to call it. And it's going to say PMC, Professional Managerial Critique, which turns it from being the term used to signify a group or a class to, now we're talking about a discursive field, right? So anyway, with that all said, yeah, fucking, I don't know. I'm tired. You guys talk.
No, and I think part of the strategy is, as you do these collections, they don't all have to be the length of the first one, right? Like the one on libidinal economy, me, Andrew, Nick, maybe Todd, maybe Russ Spriglia, maybe Daniel Tutt, whoever wants to do something with libidinal economy. Okay, whoever wants to do CMT, where it is kind of like a division of intellectual labor. Like not all of us are going to be in everything, right? So, but that makes it much easier to get these out. Instead of having 40 authors in one, you have 7 or 8 or even 6, whatever. I think that's pragmatic as far as getting out these volumes.
Yeah, and I really like having like the openness to put in different types of pieces. I know Brian put in like a pretty artistic, almost like epic poem in the first anthology, and I'm writing a play right now that either will go like CMT or Human Futures, with the idea of trying to get more and more people to participate as well in the conferences and kind of building that bridge between the online and in-person space, because just they both have their pluses and their minuses, and why not like kind of try and get both going as sort of inspirational fodder to kind of keep us thinking like day in, day out, because it is this like compounding practice after a while. Like I started probably reading Lacan like 5 or 6 years ago, and I came out of self-help, Jordan Peterson, In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, Jocko Willink, Tim Ferriss, all these people. And the first time I read a seminar on anxiety, a book on anxiety, like I didn't understand a single sentence. I read this whole book, I didn't get anything. That was 5 or 6 years ago, and now it's not like the texts are completely easy, but they're like comprehensible. And you can see how philosophers think in schools, and they're bringing in all these different people that have influenced their thought. So I really hope we can be that for one another. I think we already are, so just keep on.
I actually hope that sorry, I hope you guys don't feel disgusted having seen me wolf that down. I ate most of that bowl of curry before I realized you guys could see me, because I thought I'd scooted out of the camera range, and I'm just like I'm just like eating it like a dog. But anyway, yeah, no, the moving the theory scene from a scene into an intellectual milieu is something that Cadell has just taken and fucking run with. And I love that he is, because like I think he gets it. And he's commissioned for me a piece actually on that topic that will be in his next anthology, but I also might recycle it in a piece on underground theory, because eventually we'll all have a bunch of pieces on underground theory. Oh yeah, shit. Hold on, let me add. Okay, so hold on. Underground theory, that's another anthology. And then the other one is method. Like I want Daniel Garner.
So you want an underground theory volume dedicated to underground theory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to this.
I already know what I would write for that.
You do? What was the one that you said that if we decided to write on this, to do an anthology on this topic, you would drop what you were doing and just write it like overnight or whatever?
That's the Baudrillard on Marxism thing.
Oh my God, the value form versus, yeah, that's the other. That is a volume. Value form, Marxism.
Well, you need to call it something else, because nobody, I think that's the problem with this, is nobody really, Marxism versus post-Marxism, it would need a title that's more, just value form versus labor theory.
Questioning the idea of value itself, because the heart of the issue is the concept of value, and where these worldview Marxists go wrong is where they accept value as like this ontological thing, whereas maybe value form Marxism is about questioning it as.
I wish Dave and I had talked for 2 hours on Saturday about this. I wish we had the conversation recorded because that one went places. But yeah, I mean, I've never thought in terms of this. I was telling Dave that before the conversation he and I had, if you asked me, well, do you oppose the value structure of capitalism? I'd say, yeah. And if somebody asked me, but do you subscribe to the labor theory of value? I'd say, yeah, because I hadn't thought this through. And there's a certain way you can still embrace both in a kind of relativistic way. But as Dave explained this internal divide within Marxism to me, it became abundantly clear to me that I'm a value form. I'm on that side.
That's the
dude, and I think Marx is too. Like I think the smooth brain labor theory of value, which I do think there are people who hold a labor theory of value that isn't the smooth brain take. But the smooth brain take, Marx is not doing that. Like Marx is doing, I think, some type of value form analysis.
Right, that's definitely true. And Karatani talks about this in his Trans Critique about how if you look at his early writings, which we always get like, oh no, the Feuerbach and stuff because of like Althusser's epistemological break. But like Karatani says that if there's anything that is a sort of mystification of Marx, it is his original take on the labor theory of value, because he's caught in this Ricardian sense. And he equivocates it to Kant's original take on metaphysics, because he was in this Leibnizian Wolffian phase in which he was trying to find like substantiality to, the thing itself or whatever it is. And that Hume to Kant is this dude named like Richard Bailey or something, some British economist who saw that value was socially determined, and Marx kind of picks this up and then also critiques it in the same way of how Kant picks up the criticism of causality in Hume and then runs with it and even goes beyond it. So we see that Marx is seeing the relationship between value in labor and value in the commodity and its movement in the analysis of capital. And I think that's where we get the whole contradictory process between the money phenomenon and then the formula of MCM.
Dude, that
was great.
That's amazing. You just made me want to read Karatani. I've heard you talk about Karatani like 6 times, but you haven't made me want to read him until now. I want to eat that shit up.
So Karatani, he's doing this Kantian Marxist thing, right? And so part of it is, look, if you're going to say that labor is the source of value across all epochs, what you're doing is you're treating it as a metaphysical entity unto itself outside of our transcendental frame. But the transcendental frame here is not space, time, causality, substance like it is for Kant. The transcendental frame is the commodity form itself, right? The point is, labor as the source of value is the empirical element that's configured by the form of value. But it doesn't exist outside of that form of value. And if you say it does, you're committing the same fetishization of labor that Marx is critiquing people doing when it comes to the commodity.
Right.
The point is the value form is the transcendental conditionality of labor being the source of value. If we get rid of the value form, we get rid of the transcendental matrix of the commodity, labor isn't the source of value.
Yeah, that was good. Even in the commodity fetishism section, at least this is the last thing else, but he says something like, the commodity seems something as like sort of trivial and evident thing, but it's that as soon as the analysis comes up, that's where the mystification and the theological niceties comes up. And I even think Zizek talks about this in like an old interview, that it's the fact that it comes up in when we try to theorize even the value or what makes it a thing. And I think maybe that goes along with what you were just saying, that when we get caught in the original labor theory of value form and try to posit it in labor itself, that's where we apply the sort of ontologization of it, of a historical aspect element of the value when it's in the form.
So I want to address
for Kant. That's what metaphysics is for Kant. He wants to say metaphysics is essentially the reification of transcendental conditions of possibility, right? So this is this fundamental mistake that he sees the history of philosophy making, which is, I'm going to talk about time, space, causality, substantiality, as if they are things in the empirical field among other things. Like they're out there with this own kind of substantial existence. And for Kant, of course, they are transcendentally ideal. All of our minds share a collective matrix that constitutes the structure of experience. And for him, that's where these conditions of the possibility of experiences are. Now, that changes everything, right? Because from now on in the history of philosophy, we have to be critiquing. I mean, this is what, especially Nick Land, this is how he defines critique in this Kantian way. Critique is the analysis of the transcendental conditions of experience and the boundary between those and the content of experience. And so when applied to Marxism, it's the critique involves locating the transcendental virtual structure of this mode of production, which would be the commodity form or the law of value, right? And distinguishing it from the content, which would be labor, means of production, etc., right? And understanding that it's this transcendental structure that's configuring the empirical elements as they are. And so if you want to say that labor is just the source of value, period, again, this is this metaphysical reification of the structure, right? Get rid of the structure, labor is not that, right? No, it's the structure itself. Then this is where you see Kant laying the foundations for all structuralist types of critique, that you get this distinction between the virtual structure and the empirical content or the empirical element, right? That very distinction is the difference between transcendental ideality for Kant and empirical materiality. So, which is to say, form and content. But McLuhan takes it and he'll make the media, the form, and not just the form, the structuring form, the organizing form of the message. So the message is not neutral. It's determined by the form through which it's sent. The same thing is our mind for Kant structures the content of empirical experience. Being is what structures the apprehension or engagement with any beings, right? For Heidegger, this form is really at the heart of it. And so after talking to Dave, I'm like, yeah, anybody who is trying to do this transhistoricism when it comes to labor being the source of value is reifying, fetishizing the structure of the capitalist mode of production. So they need to take Marx's own critique of fetishization and apply it to what they're doing with labor.
Right. I will say, wasn't that the last thing that's what Lukács was also pointing out in his early work on reification, alienation, and how that's where abstraction comes in by reifying what the process of capital and the commodity is doing.
You know, it's interesting because he's a Hegelian Marxist, right? So I wonder, this is where...
Because he used to be a Kantian, but he was part of the scientific Kantians. Those like Marburg or whatever.
But the problem is, when we go back to any of these philosophers throughout history and try to pin down what Hegel is for them, I mean, this is where the interpretive waters get very muddy. And every time, oh, he's a Hegelian. What the hell does that mean? I think this is one of the murkiest categorizations we can give to anybody. And so, okay, if he's a Hegelian Marxist, okay, what does that mean? How much of a Kantian is how Kantian is his Hegelianism? It's a whole can of worms. So
I'm going to jump in here for a second and just say that, first of all, that alone was a really epic thing, just your guys' exchange there. So I kept being like, oh, it's over. And then I was going to start talking. Then I was like, oh, shit, they got more. Cool. I should have popcorn. I'm just going to sit back. This is like, I want to hear it because this has been a sort of obsessional interest for Nance and I ever since we started our Capital Mondays shit. And honestly, the conversations leading up to it, especially ever since Dale Tutt took his dig against Moish Pistone at the DC event. And I was like, what? And so I told him, we're probably going to do some more stuff on this. I told him about Capital Mondays, blah, blah, blah. I hope that we'll have a good conversation with him, with Ted Reese, with anyone else that is in line with this. And I guess I want to like, okay, so what's at stake though? Why does it actually matter though? Like, to me, I think the reason it matters most is because the worldview Marxist tendencies from Lenin through Stalin and Mao have tried to free labor power from the tyranny and anarchy of the laissez-faire market by putting it under some kind of centralizing force that then tries to organize how labor power functions, and it tries to represent that labor power. It tries to represent it by saying, we're here to represent the workers. But the problem is that labor power, though it's now a communized instead of individualized mass, doesn't change the fact that each of us, at the level of our time energy, our relative individual time energy, is rendered exchangeable. And of course, you could see like a factory giving this person, Nance gets extra whatever because he is just better at X, Y, or Z task and blah, blah, blah. And so there would be some kind of sense that, oh, well, we can't just exchange Nance for Mikey. Mikey doesn't fucking work for shit, dude. He just sits around on his phone reading Zizek all day. So it's like there would be that tendency. There would be that tendency to be like, let's hope that, except that in that society, though, you would be fucking called a traitor to the cause. Trotsky would call you a renegade, right?
If you're going to take the labor theory of value the way that we're talking about here, you're going to set up labor, work, as the source of all sublime value. And that is precisely what I stand opposed to, is work is not the source of the most valuable value, so to speak. In fact, I think it's what destroys value. Like, I think work is, the way that we understand it is, that's nihilism. Like, that's concrete. It's not philosophical. It's not abstract. It's not Thomas Ligotti. Work is the soul crushing thing in so many people's lives. And so for us to have meaning, which is not economic commodified value, right? This is why Baudrillard always was talking about how in our times there's more and more information, less and less meaning, right? If we want to defend value in some sort of existentialist sense, right? We have to go against the commodity form, and especially that of wage labor and labor as such. The point is to free us from essential labor and all of this other stuff, like architecture. People want to be architects, okay? That's a life-affirming activity. People want to be chefs. There's all kinds of things that we do in the economy that are life-affirming activities. The problem is the economy itself that eats away at the life affirmation within those activities potentially, right? It's once teaching people philosophy becomes a job, right, at a university, that's where the nihilistic drain existentially comes in. And that's why so many people will tell you, whatever you're passionate about, don't try to make it your career, because the second it's your source of income and it's your job, it'll eat away at it, right? And so to undermine this type of nihilistic brain that is the work life, right? We have to undermine the necessity to labor, right? In the sense of like, we have to have enough food, clothes, shelter, except all of this basic infrastructural labor. And obviously we're going to support automation. Let's automate it away. Let's restructure the monetary system, the political system in such a way as to free up time energy, right? And so that's fundamentally our revaluation. And so basically, if you hold up labor, and if you put it in the sublime position, so to speak, you're going to absolutely demand its reproduction, because you're going to say, oh, this is where everything good comes out of this. And so there's just different values. Like, this is not how value has always worked. Marcel Mauss, Baudrillard, they're big on these other forms of value, right? And so once you get tapped into the anthropology and the sociology these guys were tapped into, you start realizing, like, no, meaning was not traditionally given by the act of laboring itself. Like, that's not, of course, we had to do certain things to reproduce society, but that most of the time, the real meaning-giving activities, rituals, feasts, sacrifices, destruction. And here, destruction carries a positive term. It's wasting abundantly amongst ourselves, right? So,
right,
this whole other way of viewing the establishment of value through communal sacrifice, feasts, expenditure, right? Bataille was tapped into this too. Once you get tapped into that, you start going, not only is there a different value form, it's fundamentally at odds with ours. And that one is far more productive of meaning, of social bonds, than lifeless, soul-crushing wage labor could ever be. So that's why we're trying to say, like, no, we could automate, if we could automate the economy to perform all the essential tasks, free up our time energy. That's the time energy would be the source of actual existential meaning and value, not work. So, this is difference we have here.
And it's a deep and fundamental difference. And I want to, before handing it off here to you, Andrew, and everyone else, I wanted to just come over here and do my favorite thing, which is slap the whiteboard. It's like kicking the tires on a car. It's just like, oh yeah. So this is all something that came from the improv lecture session that I did with Nance, which was fantastic. It was basically 2 hours in the middle of this now 9-hour live stream, right? And it's a combination of a couple of lectures that I've had in mind. This is a taste of what's going to be going on and getting fleshed out in the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar that begins on the fourth Sunday of this month and goes on the fourth Sunday of every month. And if you're watching this in 3 months from now, you can always binge the back end and then catch up with us. We're not going anywhere. Even if it's just 5 of us, we don't give a shit. We're going to keep doing it because this is where it's at, guys. And we know where it's at. You got to trust us on this one. But I say it that way because there's just not a lot of people signed up right now. I don't give a shit. This is the thing I'm more excited about than anything else. And so if you watched that part of the stream and you got excited about it, then you should be excited about that. I had somebody who was saying, I really dig the book. I really dig all the stuff you're doing. I really want to get involved. I just have to get finished with this shitty program that I'm in college. And it's like, cool, man. But do think about the seminars because they're made for you. They're only once per month for a reason. Right? They're made so that somebody who's got a job or who's a student who's super busy is ultimately able to be involved. Because, like, yeah, you can do a short course, introduction to Nick Land, maybe something like that, introduction to Ivan Illich, one of these short courses with Leon Brenner or Todd McGowan that's coming up, and those are going to be all fucking awesome. But not everybody can make the earlier Wednesday time for Brenner work. Not everybody can make the Saturday time with Todd work. Not everybody can kind of give over their whole July to an introduction to Seminar 11 by Todd McGowan. Not everybody can give over their entire, basically the end of April and then like half of March to Leon Brenner. And so the idea of the Critical Media Theory seminar as well as the Critical Doxology and Time Energy seminar is that it's just one freaking Sunday. And then, of course, there is also the discussion component that you can attend on the other Sunday, but it's not like enforced or anything. It's like to be in on like the research cohort kind of component, to be thinking with us about critical media theory. It's like I've got people saying, hey, I wrote something on critical media theory, or oh, I wrote something on the professional managerial class, or oh, I wrote something on the post left. I get these kinds of messages now from people who want to be included, and I don't know how to handle it because I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, there's courses, there's people, you should know their names, you should read their things, you should have the reference points that we have. It's not just like, oh, let me be included in your journal. It's like, we don't give a shit about a journal. We don't give a shit about academic publishing. Like, there is a peer review process here that is called getting to fucking know you and decide whether it's not just like your actual, like, the thing you wrote. Oh, cool thing you wrote. But also, like, come on. If you can't come around once a month, I'm sorry, like, we're quite happy with short, succinct, powerful little anthologies, and we're going to bust out a shit ton of those at the end of the year. Okay, but with all that said, the reason I came over here for real, though, was because somebody in the chat had just said that they were listening all day from minute 23 until now. Nance, if you see the person's name, you can shout them out there. I know you've got it like to your right there. I don't have the chat when I'm over here right now. But eventually I'll have a setup to where I do have the chat, but for now I don't have that.
Yeah, it looks like that was Aiden. What's up, Aiden?
Yeah, Aiden. What's up? Like, I literally started this thing out by saying, I said something I don't normally say, and I was just like, what's up, workers of America with earbuds? Or something like that. It was all stilted. I was just like, what's up? Because, like, for real, I just want to start driving that point home. I'm just not used to saying it yet. But, like, that's why we do this shit. And so when people are like, oh, it's so long, I can't keep up with it. It's like, I'm sorry. My job is so long. You wouldn't be able to keep up with me at my job. This shit's made for me at my job. This shit's made for people at Amazon, right? I got berated by an ex-Black Panther in Oakland who was just like, you don't know what you're talking about, plebe. And he kept, like, reaming me because he was saying that my long-form content is not what the workers need. And I was trying to get an interview out of him that was supposed to be, just like a solid, what I call industry standard conversation, which is 2.5 to 3 hours long. I'm sorry, it is industry standard because of Joe Rogan. And then he's like, I tried to tell him that, Joe Rogan's got more than any of these people he's ever spoken to on the radio, more than any of these people he's ever, like, talked to on TV. And he just, like, cut me off and just be like, you don't know what you're talking about, plebe. And then because he's like this Leninist, who's like very like into authority and structure, and he was just like, he's like, the workers, they need it in 10-minute sound bites. Workers, they just need it compact so they can get it and go because they got stuff on their mind and they got to get back to work. And I was like, what are you talking about? I started talking about the kinds of jobs that I've worked, and he goes, plebe, that's inferior human resources. He literally talked like this. He said, that's inferior human resources. He's all, I'm talking about engineers. I'm talking about, and he starts going off down all these trade kinds of workers, and he only cares about, like, I guess, superior human resources. And I remember just being, like, utterly, like, because, I mean, up until that time, he was this guy who I'd watched conversations with. I'd been in some Zoom calls with him through a political organization, and he was just like an idol. And just like someone he's so rich with history, he's so based as like some kind of he's like kind of, I don't know if he's a Trotskyist or what the deal is. Like it kind of got that vibe maybe, but he's hard to pin down on things. But he's like this ex-Black Panther who just calls himself a revolutionary, and he works with any political cause that he can find some kind of agreement with. He'll work with it. So I have mad respect for him on the organizational front. I have mad respect for him on the rhetorical front. But then like being told, that's just inferior human resources. I was like, I didn't know that people called it that. I've never heard that before. But I feel like you just invented a new N-word for me. Like, that's crazy. Like, to me, like, I just have never felt like so like, what? You don't care about working people who have all of this time while they're at their job to listen to shit? Like, that was a very transformative moment for me, and it was in 2020, I think. Might have been the beginning of 2021, but it was like not cool of us to go there to interview him because it was like in the middle of COVID and shit, and people were like, you shouldn't do it, and he was like, I don't care, I'm gonna die anyway, I almost died last week, you gotta come and interview me while I'm alive, you know? And so anyway, I have like a 5-hour conversation with him up on my channel. It's in like 5 different 45-minute chunks. But of course, I don't have him talking about the inferior human resources thing. But that to me really got me going. And it's just like, no, I've come down hard on this idea that like it's when there's nothing going on at work, like you can tune into shit like this, and you could always double speed it. And so shout out to Aiden and to the other person who said that they just popped in. Awesome lineup.
And Caesar. Shout out Caesar.
Caesar's listening from work right now. Caesar, what's up, man? Caesar Ruiz is in the chat. Good to see you, man. But the person who just got here who was asking, like, is it really 9 hours? Wow, great lineup. Well, thank you, first of all. And I can't believe I was able to pull this thing together, like, in the time that I was. And I'm stoked about it. But this whiteboard that I'm slapping, that I came over here just to slap, the reason I wanted to emphasize it was for the people coming in at the end who might have missed the stuff we were talking about, because all of the stuff we just spent the last 45 minutes talking about, this value for Marxism stuff, to me, it only really grounds out in these existential kinds of like humanistic projects, these liberating arts, these things that are currently turned into consumer demographics for lifestyle branding instead of actual just a way of living outside of the profit motive and the job-centric society. And they've all been commodified. And we talked about that throughout the stream. But really this distinction between heteronymous and autonomous labor, and heteronymous being currently all people do all of these kinds of jobs as heteronymous labor, meaning they do it because they need money for their means of subsistence. So their time energy is turned over into labor power as a commodity for money, et cetera, and it just creates a cycle. From the standpoint of the worker, that's the cycle. But obviously, it's just about the growth of money and profits on the other side. But it's all through this thought experiment, and this is bringing it all back to the value for Marxism stuff. It's all in this thought experiment we do with socially necessary labor time. And the thing is that the people who think that Marx is only critiquing a very, very facile or simplistic kind of labor theory of value, and think that he's actually a genius because he brings in socially necessary labor time. Oh, problem solved. He brings in labor power. Oop, problem solved. Now it's a more elaborate and sophisticated kind of labor theory of value. What you're missing is that this is a fucking thought experiment. The socially necessary labor time that we imagine ourselves as doing, and that we imagine all of our projects are measured against, is the legitimation narrative of the entire society, its ideology, its material setup, the entire way that everything is structured. It's all because we imagine, oh yeah, well, I'm doing a certain amount of labor. We all do recourse to this thing. Marx was not doing this. If you read him on a single page, out of context of his project, that's what he's doing. But if you actually realize what he's doing, he's saying, no, that's fetishization. There's no fucking such thing. This is bullshit. This is value. This is what we're against. And so that is, I think Nance is right. Against value would be a fantastic name for that volume.
Which I just want to say, that's why Baudrillard, he doesn't want to even talk about value in terms of like symbolic exchange or gift economies. He value is a term he associates only with capitalism, and that's his issue, right? Is its form of value. And so he doesn't want to even talk about capitalist value versus symbolic value. No, value is this structural, systematic thing that capitalism does. He doesn't want anything to do with it. And yet that form of value is totalitarian because it will not leave space for other forms of value. The way it gets rid of other forms of value, say symbolic value, sentimental value, is by simulating them, which is having them, but in a neutralized way that makes you think you have it when you don't. But if you think you have it, you're not going to seek it out, right? That's the power of simulation, is to cover over this lack of actual meaning, actual value in lives. And there, I just used the term again. We almost need some, because I don't know what a proper English word, like a synonym for value would be, that we could use it like we oppose pleasure to enjoyment, right? In looking at psychoanalysis, we almost need a term that seems absolutely synonymous with value, but that we could use as its antonym or its antonym. And so I just can't think of one. Maybe we have to go to another language to get it.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Makes me want to read was it the work, is it Critique of the Political Economy of the Sign, is where he gets into the, yeah. The only thing I really wanted to add, because you guys are just saying so much that, I don't think what I would say would, gain further ground, but I think a sort of meta commentary would be like going back to Karatani. I think what Marx is doing, and I think nobody besides Karatani has said this but him, and it's something that, again, Kant is noted for, but never really investigated, because when we think of what Kant does, he's considered a transcendental idealist. So the critics of Kant always see him as a subjectivist, and we don't have access to, the world as it is. So we just live in a relativist phenomenon. No, what Kant is famous for is the Copernican shift, his Copernican revolution, which is decentering and limiting reason and showing how, well, there is a world, a thing in itself that we don't have access to, but the object appears to us and we receive the phenomenality of it. But it doesn't mean that the noumena lives out there, doesn't have anything, because Karatani points out how in the beginning of the first critique, how in order for our faculties of understanding, the intuition, sensibility to be triggered, there has to be that, first causality of experience that actually comes from the noumenal. So in a sense, what Kant shows in this decentrament in the Copernican shift is that the noumenal has a causality to trigger our faculties of understanding, to make mind and frame the form and content. And what this means is that we go from, for Copernicus, a geocentric model, an earth-centered model, to a heliocentric model. So using that metaphor, Kant limits man and decenters man for something that actually has more control over us. And then we get the same thing in Freud with the theory of the unconscious. But there is one person in between who is also a Copernican shift, and that is Marx. And so what Marx does is decenter the labor theory of value, even with his thought experiment, to show how there is something that decenters that, and that is the logic of capital and the movement of CMC and MCM that goes misrecognized. And so to try to mystify all these forms of value in labor is to go back to a geocentric model of looking at value, or a geocentric model of looking at the subject and knowledge and reason, or a geocentric model of looking at unconscious libidinal factors. Because there were many people before Marx, obviously, that were looking at value. There were many people before Kant that were looking at reason, knowledge, the object. Many people before Freud that were looking at the unconscious, but they were never shifting the paradigm of epistemological and ontological understanding the way these three thinkers did. And I think that's what is important about Karatani. And I think this shows on a meta commentary level why it is important to look at, the analysis that we're talking about today about, or in this conversation about labor theory of value.
That was really great. And because here's the thing, you just brought something to the table here, because in our Lacanian circles coming out of, Freud, we think about these three great moments in the history of decentrament, right? Decentrament, which is Copernicus, as far as Earth and Sun, right? That whole thing. Then the typical second one is Darwin. So we are not the crown of nature. We're not the center of nature. We're decentered. We evolved like every other species, right? Decenters us of nature. So most of the time, it's Darwin who holds the second spot. And then it's Freud, because he decenters us in our own consciousness. We're not the self-knowing cogito of Descartes. We have an unconscious. That's really the center of our desire, but it's not our center. It's decentered because, and so bringing Marx in, I like that. It's a way to add a fourth guy to this history of decentrament.
Right, because Darwin is always credited that, but it's like if we have Darwin, then we have Herbert Spencer that kind of reifies him to make us go back to a sort of like man-centered, Darwinian sort of social theory of survival of the fittest. So rather than decentering man, we reify man in the sort of naturalist, evolutionary myth.
So apparently Darwin was wrong. Like, I know it's a side, I know this is a completely like tangential point, but apparently epigenetics makes Lamarck correct. Mikey, is that how it goes? Is that what we're thinking about? Nancy's saying no, fuck it.
Right. Yeah. Basically, this is what I've had a couple conversations with people who were talking about biology, and I was passing along what they've said to me, which is to say that characteristics are acquired actually in the way that Lamarck was talking about. And so there's, I don't know, you know very well that I don't keep up with the latest biological,
well,
the trends in biology, but I'm just saying what I've heard from people who have studied some of this.
Nance, you got some shit to say. Speak up.
No, just like, epigenetics is a real thing. Darwin wasn't wrong. To say Darwin was wrong, of course he was wrong, but also like he did have unique contributions into like speciation and blah 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 blah. But he was against epigenetics. We're coming to find out now with all our future technology, 21st century. Oh, wait a minute, epigenetics is actually a real thing. But that doesn't mean that Lamarck was right.
Like Lamarck actually is now disproving Darwin. It's not that simple.
Well, that's
I think that's a really strong position to take.
No, but read Dawkins or read anybody talking about Darwin, and they always they're always like, look, he didn't invent the theory of evolution. It was already around. There were already these other guys.
This is true.
They thought, and then they always go into Lamarck thought that traits were heritable, and Darwin showed how blah 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 blah. You go down the line, and then the point is that epigenetics is showing us.
The point is there's a mysterious third position. Epigenetics and heritable traits actually they work together in concert. Marx didn't invent the idea of socialism, right? But we still have some.
And so it's what I was saying. We go back to a sort of geocentric reified form in which there is a sort of centered mystification of some sort of like presupposed metaphysics that isn't being questioned. And so I think that's where Marx, where Darwin, where Freud and Kant, come into play. So like if you don't adhere to those things or don't realize like their shift, then you end up back in these like sort of reified pre-critical metaphysics, pre-critical science, pre-critical economics.
Right. And part of pre-critical, what that means is the ability to even analyze what we are contributing to experience, right? That we are not just blank slates and experiences flowing into us in some way that we don't shape, structure, configure in any way, shape, or form. To be critical in the Kantian sense is to be able to ask this precise question: what are we bringing to experience at the formal level?
Refusing the disablement.
All right, guys. We're going to close out in the next 15 minutes here. I'm not trying to rush us out, but I need a shower before going to Jiu Jitsu because I am trying to do this juggling of time energy there.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, dude. We went yesterday too. And if anybody hasn't heard the first episode of Workers of Amazon, it's the only episode still. I've only put out one episode within like a month's time. And it's with Juan. And Juan talks about wanting to be into combat sports because he wants to win fights and that he thinks that's his way out of driving for Amazon. And I was just like, dude, you got to do jiu-jitsu if you want to do that. He was like, I've been thinking about it. And I was like, dude, do Gracie Baja with me because there's a bunch of them in town. And he got all excited. And guess what? I've seen him like 3 times we've gone together. And so it's happening. And he's also doing the Boise Reno. Oh no, sorry, not Boise Reno. The Reno Tahoe Odyssey relay race with Nance, me, Ann's siblings, a bunch of other people. So we're making it happen on that end.
Word. I gotta head out, but it was good chatting with y'all.
Later, Andrew.
Peace out, man.
All right, peace.
Hey, Dave, just real quick.
Peace.
Okay, so this book teaches us how to summon lemurs. I wish it taught us how to summon a member of the CCRU, because I'm telling you, I really want to talk to one of them in the near future. If we can figure out the proper occult method of summoning, because
we have to smoke a bunch of meth, spin around in the dark 3 times, and say Nick Land into the mirror of the bathroom with the light off. And then I can't remember what happens next.
Can we say Anna Greenspan 3 times or
Sadie Plant?
I'll take any Hamilton Grant. I'll take any of them.
Yeah. Let's try it out,
Robin
dude.
McKay.
Let's try it.
My priorities are I think it's Greenspan who wrote the book on time, right?
So I guess I have never talked about it on stream before, but I think, look, when it comes to anything related to CCRU, it's hard to outshine Land, right? Okay. I think Anna Greenspan's book on capitalism's transcendental time machine, I think it's the book Land should have written. Like she was a student at Warwick, and she was studying under him Plant during those years. And I feel like Anna actually wrote the fundamental text on the CCRU's concept of time, which ultimately is the core. I mean, you take all the stuff with the lemurs and all that to bracket it out. It's the theory of time and how they get from Kant to this theory of time that is the core contribution of the CCRU. And so ultimately, I think Greenspan might actually be the best conversation we can get. And we know, obviously, we're all sad we can't talk to Fisher, right? But even if Fisher was still here, and I would kill to talk to Fisher, but I think Anna Greenspan is completely underrated in this this whole thing with the CCRU. Plant, Fisher, Land, they all outshadow her. And yet I think pound for pound, she wrote the most systematic philosophical exposition of the CCRU out of any of them. And so that's why I really want to talk to her. In a way, I even want to talk to her more than Land.
Well, I'm gonna listen to some of her book. I'll be intermittently back and forth between her work and the that Benjamin Studebaker book, like the book that he was talking about. Fuck, dude, that conversation with Studebaker was so good.
Crazy how he kicked into time and energy the way he did. That was such a weird synchronicity, right?
So like he just gets it, dude. Like either someone
Dude,
was like,
and that gave me gas for talking about waste, like talking about sacrifice, talking about how it's vampiric and how waste is actually driving the machine right now. That was a fucking great conversation.
well, actually, so for the against value anthology, let me just step back. These are all just like my notes from the last day. My desk is stacked with papers like this, and I can't even. My Google Docs is like overflowing. I'm just like, oh my god, fucking Adorno had like a full-time staff sorting his shit out, and I'm over here with just fucking a mess. Anyway, it's just I'm not saying that I'm like Adorno, like I deserve to have a staff. I'm just saying I'm jealous that I'm envious that he got to have a staff. That's all I'm saying, because it would be nice, wouldn't it? But as far as the against value anthology goes, I'm going to put a piece in there called the time energy theory of value. Nancy's going to have a piece in there called the garbage theory of value, or something along those lines, the waste theory of value, something like that. Andrew could probably do a piece on Karatani. It sounds like he's up to the task. Like he was actually, that was the best Andrew talking. That was the best Andrew talk. He was spitting bars, dude. He was just, but he wasn't, it was just like the most measured, like, here's what's going on there. And I was just like, teach me, sensei. Fucking lay it out for me. Hell yeah. That was awesome.
Well, it's like a moment I've had with you over the years where hearing Andrew just now, I'm like, oh, he's been busy. He leveled up. Like that was really, really next level. I mean, I was impressed. That was good. I want more of that. So yeah, and I haven't told you, I already have my thing written for the against value thing. You just haven't ever gotten to read it. I've been sitting on it for years, and so I'm not going to tell you what it's called or what it is, but I have my piece already.
Didn't you
I
already
would have to just.
You already said it's the Bodra. You already said it.
Yeah. But you don't know what it is or what I'm. It's going to be a line by line commentary on a certain piece.
Okay, sick.
And I'm just going to tell you right now, like I don't care on stream. It doesn't matter. This post that I was sitting here working on Nick Land, it's long, but that's going to be the thing I say. Put this in the human futures. Like this itself should just go in there.
Dope. Perfect. All right. Well, I'm going to add it right now over here. Mikey's land post. And honestly, I would say we could probably include all of your land posting that you've done. Like, just to be honest, like.
Well, the one that the land hates Hegel thing that I haven't ever posted about land, right? That was the first one, and then this mega blog post on land. It's going to drop soon.
I thought you did a why you're teaching land blog post. I thought you did that. No?
I mean, maybe that was 3 paragraphs. That doesn't count.
Okay, never mind.
But this one, because I mean, so much of it is just. Look, I mean, the name of the blog post is going to be Nick Land's Critique of the Left and Mark Fisher. I'm still toying with that, maybe because I know for clickbait, putting Fisher's name on it, and it is Land's critique, the critique of transcendental miserableism, is a critique of Fisher. Like he's responding to a Mark Fisher blog post. So it's not like I'm spinning it. I mean, that's what it is. But as far as like what the title would be in the volume, maybe that's not the, maybe that's not the best title, but who cares? That's not really relevant. We can figure it out later.
Well, I'm just taking submissions over here, guys. I've got a fucking fat stack of notes. But as far as, okay, so CCRU, let's talk to
you. Say what I'm thinking. Philip, after we're done here, I'm going to call you on the phone in a minute.
Okay. I will just say that if you get me her email address, I will send something to Anna Greenspan.
Hold on a second. I'm thinking about it. Just hold on.
But that's not what I was going to. Let me finish. Let me finish talking while you do it. Jesus Christ. So but what I'm trying to say is that I'm bringing Justin Murphy on in 2 weeks as I'm doing a follow-up stream on this on this day, like in 2 weeks. So this will be the first time.
Probably talk to him though.
Well, I might be able to get him to come during this time frame.
Well, that would work. Okay. I mean,
yeah,
just
which
it
is
has to be after I'm off work.
4 p.m.
He's the most well-known land guy on YouTube, so I want to pick his brain on a couple things with land.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And then also I wanted to shout out Rudy for signing up as a tier 1 subscriber. I'm guessing you did that because you want to get involved with one of the 2 seminars, because as a tier 1 subscriber, you get one of the 2 seminars. You just let me know which one you want. You get automatically added into the CMT one, but if you're like that critical doxology time energy shit's where it's at, that's what you want, just let me know. I'll get you set up for that. And the other thing that comes with tier 1 is that once per month, or like every month, you get to access a new past course. It's just a thing that comes with it. Tier 2 unlocks all of the past courses. That's an insane deal. All right, it's an insane deal. Like that, people. Oh, you shouldn't turn this into a business. Look, guys, until someone pays for my rent, it's gonna be one. But I know, ideally that would be the case. But for now, it's about freeing me and Mikey from wage labor, and that's where we're at. We have to get freed from wage labor, and the whole thing's built around the idea that a small band of tier 4, or 3 and 4 subscribers would be able to make that happen, would actually be able to free us from this wage labor thing. But if people can only make tier 1 or 2, then that's fucking excellent. And the fact is there's something special about the subscribers because they're a little bit more reliable than like one-off courses sometimes, Obviously it's good to do both, but it is nice to just know oh shit, yeah, I've got $800 per month coming in. I've got $800 per month coming in because of these subscribers. That's amazing. So Nance is my only tier 4 subscriber. I've got no tier 3 subscribers. I've got 3 tier 2 subscribers, and I've got 7 tier 1 subscribers right now. So you can all go do the math and figure that out. But what we're hoping to see here in the next few months is that get to a point where it's oh no, I'm doing this full time instead of sitting here thinking about going to work this weekend, which ultimately that's kind of what it comes back to. But anyway, so bringing it back around, Justin Murphy is going to be here in 2 weeks. Alenka Zupancic is going to be here in 2 weeks. And I'll be inviting back a good handful of the crew of the people who are in Europe, as well as hopefully Patricia will be able to make it. She's one of the very key people to organizing the conference event in Europe. And it's just because she filled out the form. There was a January 1st deadline on the European tour form for people who wanted to bring us to their cities. And she got in there and she filled it out, and she's just got the amenities. She's got this epic access to this crazy cultural center, and she's a DJ who throws big parties there. And she's also she was a she was a practicing she was an analyst, and she was also she's also an MD, and then she's also studying political philosophy, and then she's also into Zizek and Lacan, and she's also into this Zizek versus Land debate. She's into all this shit. And I was just there's people like that who's into more than just 2 of the things going on at Theory Underground. Because I told her, I said, when we come to your city, when we're talking about an event, Theory Underground's like a buffet. We're going to come in there and cater you a buffet. But the thing is you might just want a specific dish. You just want the critical media theory side of things. You just want that PMC critique or that PM critique. Whatever, specific. Oh, just talk about time energy. We do have people with very specific interests, and that's awesome because that's important and we need that. But she's just I want the buffet, because she's into all that shit, and she's got the fucking epic center for it. And Philip got to meet her and was I don't know, man, you seem to be taking it pretty serious, the idea of actually flying out there for this event, right?
Yeah, man, I would love to be there. The American tour was awesome, so I can imagine this only being better.
Oh, it'll be much better because they get it more and they appreciate us more over there. Because over here, everyone's well, why don't you get a real job? why do you even go to college? Oh, you go to college? Why don't you study business? What? In Europe, people are like, well, yeah, I want to study philosophy and it's free. People are like, oh, I can go. I can get my doctorate for $1,000 per semester. You know.
At some point, if we want to do a little a volume, we should just tackle American anti-intellectualism.
I really want. I've got a course I'm going to teach on the topic, right? Because there's all of these right wing, they're mostly right wing books like Fools, Firebrands, and Frauds by Roger Scruton, or the book called Intellectuals by what's that fucking guy's name? Thomas Sowell. Right? There's these people whose whole thing is just demonizing intellectuals, and it's like at a certain point, like they're getting at PMC critique, but they never really, because they don't have that Marxist basis, they don't really understand what they're doing, and they really do just turn it into a cultural critique. So it's like basically they make it so that Ben Burgess could be correct. Like they make it so he could be right if he was talking about them when instead he's talking about us. But instead, of course, it's just like missing shots on a moving target, I guess. But what would be fun in terms of critical doxology and, is to just actually read those books, to read Fools, Firebrands, Frauds, to read Intellectuals by Thomas Sowell, and then to also be reading the base ass shit like The Revolt of the Elites by Christopher Lasch, to be bringing in probably one of the best people that we left out of the PMC course, because it would have been like a whole can of worms and it's a lot more work, is Pierre Bourdieu, because his whole project was mapping the class contours of the intelligentsia, right? All right, but anyway, lots of stuff to do.
We say two things. One, I just sent you. I found Anna Greenspan. She has two emails. I don't know which one's primary. It looks like the Gmail one is newer, so maybe go with that. But I don't know. Try both of them. Who cares?
Took a reading her shit out over stream. Fucking send me that shit in private.
I didn't say it. I found them and I sent them to you. Second, somebody earlier in the chat was like, "Land stuck in G-Shed." So that was funny. I know that's probably going to be something that picks up traction, right?
Being
quack, quack, bitch. Quack, quack.
Nance, I don't know if you... there's been reports that Land has a new Twitter account. I don't think it's him. It's something like, what is it? Xenocosmography. And it's somebody, I'm pretty sure it's somebody just impersonating him. A bunch of us were talking about it, and we're all pretty sure it's fake. But everybody was like, he's got a new account because he got locked out of outsideness, and that's not it. But I'm just saying, if you do find out that he does have a second account somewhere, let me know. And then the third thing is, somebody just asked, how much is today's land in favor of machines ending / overcoming humanity? So I think he's as much in favor of human extinction as he ever was. I think he realized, he's in the course, I was talking about this, where he realized that if you're actually going to do politics, a politics of human extinction is not going to get you very far. And so he's found in Moldbug a way to finesse this whole thing. He's still in favor of techno-capital singularity, which will be this transhuman, post-human event, right? One way or another. And so he's still the same. He still has the same objectives, right? He just knows that he has to find a way to get there. And he feels like in the 90s, he underestimated the systems, the human system, the human security system's ability to slow things down, to serve as an obstacle to machinic capital runaway. And so that's what he found with Moldbug and the Soft Corp and the cameralism patchwork is, this is a political model that's viable, at least according to him. I don't know how much the average person would go for this, but he at least thinks it has the potential to catch on with people, as opposed to straightforward libertarianism. He knows that's not going to work. And so old land is a land who actually wants a political strategy that will get us to the techno-capitalist singularity, which basically Soft Corp, Moldbug, neocolonialism, all of this is his, at least at that point when he's doing dark and light stuff. This is how we accelerate capital, is this form of government, which is essentially the absolute identification of the state with capital or with corporations. And so he's same guy, same objective, just realizes that if we're going to get there, there has to be some political finessing. He doesn't think standard libertarianism can do it. And so his hope is in Moldbug. I don't know how much, if we talk to land at this moment. I mean, it's, it's been going on 16 years since Dark Enlightenment. So I don't know how much he would, who knows where he's at with it. I don't know. But at least when he was writing Dark Enlightenment, that's where his head was at.
Well, it's not on that, but it's in the same realm. I want to really engage with the EAC. Recently, the Beth Bezos he wasn't doxxed. They're going around and they're like, he's crying. He's like, oh, I was doxxed. He wasn't doxxed, but his identity was revealed to the wider internet. Beth Bezos is the guy that coined EAC, which is effective accelerationism, which is fucking retarded. However, it's not entirely worthless. It is worth engaging with the ideas that they have going on over there. And he actually has come out on several podcasts and talked publicly about it. There was one prominent left podcast that did an episode specifically about EAC. And so I soon would like to respond to both EAC and the standard left critique of EAC, because I think there's room for us to fit right into, because everyone right now that's talking about it seems to be doing it in a silly and foolish way. And it shouldn't be. There's a lot of big ideas. Some should be thrown out and some should be really tarried with and really kind of hammered into an effective tool, which we can use.
Well, the three of us, when we have a chance, should talk about it.
Sneering, ironic, condescension, and vague socialite posturing is all those guys have left. That's all they did with that manifesto. They are the biggest theory podcasters in the scene, as far as anything equivalent to us. We're these up and coming people that they fucking think they wrecked us. They've made fun of us, they've laughed about us, they encourage the people who shit on us, and ultimately they have nothing left. They have run out of anything interesting to say. They've got nothing left but parasocial, egoic attachments that people have made to them, and a lot of money that they are coasting on through their Patreon and shit like that. That's it. That's all they have. They're fucking so yesterday, but they don't even know it. And they're about to be very okay, grandpa, in 5 years. But, right now we're building a network, we're building a system, and they're scared of it. And that they think that they can erase us because we got involved with Nina. And they think they don't have to engage with us because, oh, well, fuck them. They're a bunch of neo-fascists. We're not fucking neo-fascists. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be fucking simple? Wouldn't that be so easy? Well, it's not, motherfuckers. We're coming for you guys. You better bet it. You fucking little Matt Calhoun bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna go write about how I fucking think you guys are so bad. And then if you say anything back, I'll say, I'm mentally ill. Leave me alone. Okay, no one fucking hurt you, dude. No one did anything. But anyway, in the meantime, we actually get to do the thing they've been pretending to do for the last, I don't know how many years they've been around, but fucking, I hope that people will get the memo eventually that they are literally like a product of all of the sad things that we talk about. And I hope that they'll grow the fuck up. Like, I'd love to have a conversation with them if they would grow the fuck up, but they're not anytime soon. Probably not. Like, they are this is a scene where like 100 to 250,000 people on the internet are seriously invested in a very specific fusionist form of leftism, and they subscribe to a very specific constellation of people. And then there are theorists who sit there and try to be like, hey guys, we'll tell you that we read some books, and we'll be able to tell you what the hot takes from those books are, and we'll be able to tell you that we're the fucking inheritors of Mark Fisher's project, and we'll be able to, and they'll go on and on and on, and they'll fucking sit there with their little publishing company, and they'll do their little thing where they fucking fan the flames whenever like people try to cancel us and shit. And guess what? It's not gonna work. Because even if YouTube fucking takes this shit out from under us, even if like a podcasting platform takes this shit out from under us, even if like we lost half of our subscribers because they really came after us, it doesn't matter, dude. We'll always find it. We'll always find a place because we've got an organic network. We're not going anywhere. And so to see these people,
got a rhizome.
Yeah, we are literally a rhizome now. And so that's part of the point of the physical tour, is to make it so that it's not internet dependent, to make it so that we really can just keep doing this thing. Because even if like they nuked all the content and we didn't have any of it backed up, which isn't true, even if that happened though, it's just like, cool, fucking, it's the process, guys. People are here for the process. They're not here to look back and fucking live in this scene like a bunch of scene kids who got nothing new to add to the picture and don't care about understanding things, who just are really happy to fucking go back into scripts. And so, yeah, I don't know. I didn't plan on saying I didn't plan on saying their name out loud. Actually, that was an accident. But you know what? Fuck it. You know.
All right. So one thing though, just to clarify what Nance was saying about this whole EAC, effective accelerationism thing. Part of this has to do with this new accelerationist manifesto that came out. And it's called the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. It's by Mark, is it Andreessen? But
Andreessen, yeah.
Yeah, Andreessen. It's very easy to find online. It's not long. Anybody needs to check it out. Just Google the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. All right, this coffee shop's shutting down. I got to.
All right, we're going to close this thing out. I just got to say, everybody, there's some kind of a problem with the website. People are having a hard time logging in. People are having trouble following links, getting to the tiers. Do check out the app if you want to subscribe. It's probably the easiest way to make an account and subscribe. It's buggy as shit. It's bulky and ungainly, and hopefully we'll have something better soon. But it's pretty much just like a sort of proof of concept. It's really just to kind of give people an idea of what it could be in a year. So with that said, I'm going to roll this thing. Nance and Philip, Mikey, thank you so much for being here throughout the whole thing and bringing it together here at the end. So it's really great. Let's do it again in 2 weeks. Stoked. Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore, yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know. And yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist who's like, how's so-and-so's a new book? Have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. All right, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time, and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
membership for your mind.
I love you so much.
I love you too.